It's a big night for the boys as Sleepers Media Enterprises, ladies and gentlemen. The moment you're all waiting for is here. The NBA draft is upon us, and this is Sleepers Draftapalooza. A lot of work went into this, a lot of preparation from the four people you see on the screen, from a bunch of people behind the screen, and from 22 special guests across college basketball and the NBA. We have a player who may be drafted tonight. We have national champions. We have national runners-up. We have Final Four participants. We have experts in media. We have the Fears brothers. We have Will Tschetter, of course, and young Mantis. How could I forget him? But most importantly, we have the three of these gentlemen sitting here with me on this panel. We've got my boy Carter Elliott, Brian Ralph, Riley Davis from Heat Check. Cart, first of all, let's acknowledge the obvious. You got a haircut today.
Yeah, it took you way too long. It had to be addressed. It was special. I looked my barber in the eyes today. I said, this isn't a normal hump day cut. I need you to be special. I'm gonna bring it. I need you to do the part. And he said, I got you. I blacked out. Next thing you know, I came out with this cut. Because of that, I will be acting differently during this. So if you see me hit the Karl Anthony Towns salute a couple times during this stream, just let it go. Blame the cut, blame my barber. But I'm blessed to be here with y'all, gentlemen.
I've said for years that you have a lot in common with Karl Anthony Towns. I'm glad to see that come to fruition on such a big stage. Crazy. Brian Ralph, you have half a bottle of champagne next to you.
I do. I had to bring it out for the event. This is a big night for these guys getting drafted. Their lives are changing. Dreams are being realized. That's an awesome, awesome thing. We're going to talk a lot of crap about them tonight. If you watched any of the 75 draft videos we did on the channel, you know that there are some guys who are high and some guys who are not. We are going to say some negative things about players' games, but I do want to take a second with the champagne to acknowledge that this is a big deal, and we're happy for these guys.
If it was a better draft class, would you have a full bottle of champagne?
No, he wouldn't have
Probably.
Andre.
Let's be honest. Riley Davis is here as well. Riley,
probably
infamous from Riley Friday fame. Riley, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. I'm coming live from my dining room table. For those who may not know, we have a nice open floor plan in the Davis household, but only one TV, which I know goes against my Bluffs persona. Seems maybe not quite as bluffsy to only have one TV in the house, but I had to be posted up here just so you know I could give you the live reactions that people come for, the people crave as we see those picks come in.
Riley, which player in this draft class is most likely to be watching the draft from a remote island?
Oh, that's a great question. Man, I'm like, Reed Sheppard definitely gives off some Bluffs vibes. But he's clearly in the green room. So Cormac Ryan.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know that I expect Cormac Ryan's name to be called tonight, but what a homer answer from our resident Tar Heel. Hey, guys, a lot of work went into this night, as all three of you know. I want to give a quick shout out to the folks at NBA 2K Lab. Without NBA 2K Lab, none of this would be possible. They had our big board featured for the last month over on NBA2KLab.com. They have a bunch of great mini games. Guess where these players went to college. And we have a quick video from 2K Lab to get us started tonight.
NBA knowledge to the test with the Stat Clash minigame at NBA2KLab.com. There's 2 players on the screen in a stat category, and you have to guess who averages more for that specific stat. Each correct answer is 5 points, but for each second that passes, you lose a point, and if the timer runs out, you lose the game. So test your NBA knowledge and see if you can top the leaderboards.
Thank you to 2K Lab. All right, boys, our first guest is here. As I mentioned, it's a very big guest list tonight. We're going to have people in and out. We're going to make this like a Manning cast style watch along. We will be here the entire first round of this draft, so stay tuned. We'll be here all night. And our first guest, who better to bat lead off tonight than the one and only Dion Hill Ford, that boy DHill. Welcome into the show. We refer to him as our gambling expert, but really, Dion, you're just the person we want to bring the vibes to start this show.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm a vibes guest. I'm definitely a vibes better. I did a lot of research on this, but a lot of the research was just, oh, I like that name. He should go first round.
I would expect nothing less out of you. Also, good to know that we're going shortest to tallest guests on appearances tonight. So I appreciate you for that, Dion. My first question's got to be this one. We got to get this out of the way off rip. Shams and Woj, are they the ops tonight? Because I feel like last year they tried to sway us on which way to go, who's going to get picked first. Do we trust them tonight, or are we just going with complete gut feeling on this one?
Straight up gut feeling, straight value. I actually love the play I have for the number 1 pick, but I don't want to get too far ahead of this. You have so many lights on your computer right now trying to make it look brighter in your room. Your hair looks gray.
Okay, thank you for that.
I mean, that's harsh. That's extremely harsh. Dion, you and I and Carter, and I don't know if these other two are, but we identify as degenerate gamblers. Actually, Riley, is it against your religion to be a gambler from time to time?
It's not against my religion, but it is against my my personal moral ethic.
Interesting. Well, it's not against mine. In fact, I have quite a few bets placed tonight, and I'm hoping they align with Dion. Can you give us your best bets tonight?
Yeah, so currently Donovan Clingan is minus 390 to go top 5. He won't go to the Wizards, and he won't go to the Spurs. So I've decided to bet him to go number 1 at plus 550, number 3 at plus 300, and then to go 5th at plus 500. So that's, you get the same bet as the top 5 bet, except for you're getting 3+ money bets instead.
You're not getting that anywhere else. And I don't mean to be too forward here. Dion, I love you. I just want to throw that out there. I can't believe we're on here this long without even going against that. But do we need to look for any top? I know the one pick that people want to talk about in this one is the Edie being top 10. Are we buying that smoke?
Number 2 on my Microsoft Word document, by the way, made a whole document for this research. Edie top 10 plus 275. I love that. If you believe Clingan's going to go early, then Edie has to go back half of the top 10.
Can I interject and say, is it actually a Microsoft Word document or is it a Google Doc? If it's a Word document, you got a little paper clip that helps you out, because I haven't heard of anyone using Microsoft Word since like the early 2000s.
I'm old school. I only learned how to type the one way. So the paragraph formatting, we don't switch it up.
Makes sense.
All right, so if Clingan's going early and Edie is going early, who's falling? Did you take bets on anybody going later than expected?
So I think Ron Holland and Rob Dillingham are both going to fall out the first round. However,
out of the first round.
Yes, out the first round.
Out of the first round.
Out of the first round. However, I do love, so I'm again, vibes better. Charlotte stinks. Charlotte has no idea what they're doing. Ron Holland to Charlotte's plus 2,000. That feels like one you just sprinkle, little sprinkle, just in case they do something you don't expect.
I thought we could get
like
past like 10 minutes into the show without trashing the Hornets. That would be superb. But okay, that's fair.
Hey,
Yeah, the best part about this is that all of our favorite NBA teams are surely to end the night in disappointment. Dion's a Warriors fan, and he thinks he's getting Paul George before the night ends. Is that still true?
Yeah, so I think we'll have Paul George by 6. That's my plan.
Is that a good thing? Do you want Paul George?
I'll take anything, man. I'll take it. I just watched Brandon Podziemski start for the Warriors last year. I'll take whatever.
Hey, you were big on AirPods this time last year. Cart, you've been making a disgusted face nearly every word that Dion has said during this appearance. Do you disagree with what he's saying?
I mean, it's more so a personal thing for me. I just had to come to grips with a good friend of mine who I consider close to me. In the year of our Lord 2024, shaking ass for Paul George. Like, come on, dog. Like, he was just on the cover of Boardroom for a podcast. He should be with us.
Your team's the leader to sign Tobias Harris.
Okay, good point. Touche.
That is a really good point.
Again.
yeah, I was gonna say, hasn't he been on the Pistons before? He feels like a very Pistonsy player.
Yeah, Riley, he has.
Very nice. All right, Dion, we're going to let you out of here. We are going to hear from you again near the end of the show. So please keep track of your bets for us. And hopefully in about 3 hours, we will have very happy Dion Hill Ford back in the show. Thank you for batting leadoff, my friend. Enjoy the draft, and we'll see you later.
Of course. Enjoy the night, boys.
All right. So before we get on with the show, we do have to announce that we have a sideline correspondent here with us tonight. And I'm very pleased. This is one of my favorite human beings on earth. He's a basketball expert. He has competed with many of the players in this draft class. We now welcome to the show. In fact, I believe he's live at the draft. Could we go live to NBA draft correspondent Coleman Hawkins for his best available?
Coleman Hawkins here. From the way that things are looking right now, I think I have the best available as 1, Terrence Shannon Jr., 2, Marcus Domask, 3 Quincy Guerrier, 4 Coleman Hawkins, and 5 Coleman Hawkins again. We'll see how everything plays out, but that's my best available prospects for right now.
Wise words from correspondent Coleman Hawkins. Twice himself on the big board. Cart, your thoughts?
Not a Coleman-like move to have himself at 4 and 5. I was thinking he had maybe 1 and 5 for himself, but having himself at 4, are we seeing a changed Coleman Hawkins playing for Jerome Tang? That's my first thought.
I mean, it's a fantastic question. You know what, guys? I don't think this will be the only time we hear from Coleman Hawkins tonight, but unfortunately for the rest of this Coleman discussion, our next guest is here. Let's welcome into the show NCAA champion and future NBA draftee, hopefully tonight, Tristan Newton. Except Tristan Newton is now gone, but he should be back in just a moment. That's the risk of this live draft show with us because things go wrong every time. Let me give a quick disclaimer for the people, Cart. We have a producer who's on vacation this week producing this. We have a social media guy who said he couldn't do this because he's watching the draft with his dad. Love him. And then we have our other social media guy who said he's in Oslo, Norway. And I believe he's tweeting out tweets from the show from an iceberg in Oslo, Norway. What could go wrong?
You only get this here. That's the thing, though. Like, you only get that here, and you only get the thing. We got Ralph with a half bottle of Andre. We got my dog Riley off of two bowlfuls. Notice I saw you go back for seconds. 2 bowlfuls of pasta. That's the stuff you get here. It's
okay, he's here. He's here. Tristan Newton's in the show.
Go.
Let's get him in the show. This was not a bit. We welcome to the show, Tristan Newton. Tristan, I think your mic is muted right now, my friend. Let's get you unmuted. There he is. Tristan, how you doing, man?
Oh, Drew, I can't hear you.
We can read your lips.
Not a lip reader.
Carter's not a lip reader.
Can't hear you right now, Tristan. But I know you got something to say. I know that for sure.
Oh no. This is gonna be heartbreaking if we can't hear from the champ.
No, this is classic. It's just he's connected to the AirPods and he doesn't know it. This is okay. He's gonna reconnect and it'll be all
Wait,
right.
right, by the way, 2-time champ. Only
You're
a certain number of people get that. 2-time champ.
And we at least saw his face so people know we're not lying. They know this guest list was not fabricated.
Someone just shows up and they're like, y'all know that's not Tristan Newton, right? We're like, nah, we just want to get it past y'all.
We got him. I can
There we
hear him.
go.
Tristan Newton, 2-time champ. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Appreciate you for having me.
Of course. How you feel? It's draft night, man. Is your name getting called tonight?
Obviously I hope so, but it's out of my control. I feel like I put myself in a good position to hear my name called tonight, but it's really up to the front offices who wants me.
Yeah, I don't know how any NBA front office doesn't see a back-to-back national champion. I can't even remember the last time y'all actually lost a game or even had a game in the NCAA tournament come within 20 points. What's it kind of like going through this draft process, especially with your whole journey coming from East Carolina and then making your way to UConn? What has this pre-draft process been like for you?
I mean, it's a blessing, just being able to, go to all these teams, work out for all these teams and front offices. But it's fun as well, going against these different guys, meeting these different people, and doing all the traveling and seeing all across the world is very fun. But it's a long process. But I'm glad it's over now. But just anxious to see what's gonna happen tonight and tomorrow night if we get there.
For sure. And Tristan, I know we teased it. You're a 2-time national champ. You made your way to UConn from ECU. Both Brian and I are actually North Carolinians. Shout out to Greenville. Cool little town, cool campus. But, we've seen a lot of guys make the jump from mid-major leagues to the high majors, and it not go so well for a variety of reasons. So I got a 2-part question for you. Was there ever a time where you were like, oh, wow, this was a little bit more than I bargained for being in the Big East, and maybe your confidence was shaken? And then contrast that to when was there ever a time where it was like, not only can I play at this level, I can be an All-American, when it all sort of clicked together?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Big East, it's a great conference and all, but most of the challenges are from, Coach Hurley and, the coaching staff, the amount of time and effort that they put into basketball and how much they require from you to, go to a 3-hour practice every day, and watching film and getting in the weight room and, obviously getting extra shots up and all that stuff while going to school and doing things like that. The that was probably the hardest part. You know, obviously my first year we went there, or I went there. It was we had in January we had a slump where we lost 6 out of 8 games and things like that. So game wise, that was a, you know, my confidence is always high. You know, I have a great supporting staff with me and my family. We have a great supporting staff, so my confidence is always you know, up high. So I feel like this losing streak and you know, when I first got there, was pretty much the toughest part of UConn. And you know, when I noticed I could do it was probably the tournament my first year. Played well. The first game I didn't do too well, but the second game I did well, and then throughout the whole tournament I played well. You know, made all tournament team, and then this last year, you know, I started off well and just had a great season. So credit to my teammates and my coaches for, you know, pushing me and being great. But when I learned I could be All-American, and you know, it's crazy because before the season I texted the group chat saying like I might be All-American this year, and I got the screenshot from it too. But that was like in the summer of going into my second year. I was thinking that. So it was just a great year overall.
Did anybody in the group chat try to cut you down and say like, nah, man, you're not making All-American, to motivate you a little bit?
Nah, it was only 2 people. It was my brother and my friend named Kyle. We were in the group chat. They said,
Got you.
all right, I'm going to screenshot it so when it happens. So they screenshotted it, and when it happened, you know, they just brought it back up.
You mentioned Coach Hurley and the way he pushed you. He was the main topic in the news a couple weeks ago with the Lakers flirtation. What was going through your mind? What was going on in the group chat when all that was going on?
Honestly, there wasn't anything going on in the group chat. You know, we all had our different things going on. Me, Cam, Steph, and Donovan. You know, we were just focused on, you know, the draft process. But at the time, I feel like, you know, Coach Hurley loves UConn too much. He loves Connecticut. He loves what he had going on there. So I feel like, you know, I was talking to a couple of people like outside of the group chat, but I was talking to a couple of people saying I don't think he's going to go. I mean, it would be a great opportunity if he did go to the Lakers, and it would be cool to, you know, see him at the next level. But I feel like he's UConn for life, and it was bound for him to stay at UConn.
So you got some teammates that are very likely to hear their names very early tonight, Donovan Clingan and Stephon Castle. Clingan has been in the mix to go first overall. Who knows? But I mean, you're obviously biased. How early should these guys go tonight in this draft?
Personally, you know, like you said, I'm biased, so obviously I think they should go 1 and 2. So don't ask me who should go 1 and who should go 2, but they should go.
I was about to ask.
That was the follow-up.
No, they should go 1 and 2, and besides that, after that, it's up to the GMs.
So I got one more for you. You guys had a run that was for the ages last year, and then you had a run that was seemingly more dominant this year. I mean, I've never seen a 30-0 run on a basketball floor at any level. Mm-hmm. Were those 12 games in March as easy as they looked to all of us watching?
You know, going into them, they're not easy, but like when you start playing and you feel the groove, and you know, UConn travels well, so the support we have behind us and the crowd gets into it. It's just, you know, it's a good feeling. The 30-0 run was crazy. I mean, it's crazy because I ain't scored at all in that run, so I'm like, yo, like, what's going on? I'm just thinking like passing the ball, but it was. I feel like the preparation we had and, you know, the work that we put in made it look easy, but it wasn't as easy as it may have looked on the TV.
Well, that's awesome. All right, Tristan, we thank you so much. I know it's a busy night. You made time for us. We appreciate you. You are one of our very favorite players in this draft class. I wish you the best of luck. I hope you hear your name tonight. I got a good feeling for you, my friend.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. We'll see.
Thanks, Tristan.
The champ, boys. I feel like that was a tone setter for the evening.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sick. None of us have any type of chains or anything on. We had to communicate, fellas. We can't just let these guys show up like this.
No chains, no Stephen A. walk-up videos. We needed something, you know? We needed something.
My Bluffs chain is still like in the customization process, but it should be ready by next week.
Very nice.
What'd you say?
Does the fact that he goes by T New, does that change anything for you?
Does it change anything for me? I'm glad you asked. Yeah, it did. Because I'm not even saying this just because he popped up on the show for real, but when you look at the other point guards that might be drafted in this class, there's not a lot that dominated the Big East like he did for 2 straight years and dominated all of college basketball like he did and got triple doubles and got better every year he was in college. And like, I truly think he is going to be one of the guys when we get to like the end of this, people are going to be like, I can't believe we let Tristan Newton slip that far. He should be a guy that I think he can contribute to winning basketball.
Can we just step back and broadly acknowledge how absurd it is that I'm looking up on my screen at ESPN right now and Tristan's teammates, Donovan Clingan and Stephon Castle, are being interviewed, and we're sitting here in our various rooms just interviewing Tristan himself. This is absurd. This is the coolest thing I've ever worked on, boys. I'm very excited right now.
I do want to point out that we got the All-American. They got the starters. We got the All-American.
It's a great point. I don't see any of the people on the ESPN set with half a bottle of champagne right now, Ralph. Hey, our next guest is here. Let's welcome to the show, friend of the program, Evan Miyakawa, evanmiya.com. Look at that background. Evan, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, it's good to be here, guys. Super pumped.
My dog Evan's got the good backdrop, the good microphone. I don't even know why I ever doubted you. Evan, with this pre-draft process, I know we talk a good amount offline, obviously. Is there any type of, or at least can you shed some light on maybe some analytical things that come into play with the NBA draft? Because I know, obviously, if there's something there about analytics, you are the guy we need to go to.
Yeah, I think one of the trends recently that's been kind of interesting is people debating about age and how important that is for prospects. People are kind of divided on like how much of a difference being 18 versus 22 or 23 makes. And I think we've started to see a shift a little bit in recent years where the age of a prospect hasn't mattered quite as much as we've seen in the past. And so if you can get a guy like last year, like a Jaime Jaquez, who's a proven college player, who is really dominant in D1 and is improving every single year, these guys can make an impact on the squad right away. And so I think there's kind of the opinion is changing a little bit in terms of, okay, do we really think an 18-year-old is going to be that much better? And are we willing to wait on their potential compared to a 22 or a 23-year-old, especially when we're talking about players kind of outside of the top 5 or top 10 of the draft?
Going off of that, we just interviewed Tristan Newton, and after talking to him for 5 minutes, I'm like, why would you spend a lottery pick on Nikola Topic, whose best attribute might be his still tipping Houston rap sounding deep voice, when you can just get Tristan Newton in the late first round and he might be better? That's the point guard. That's the point guard I would take. But who is like your model? You mentioned Jaime Jaquez. I know you had a tweet about him as well. Is there anybody that like your model, your performance rankings would slot as maybe someone who could fill that type of role as a Jaime Jaquez? And, maybe it won't surprise us if they're productive, but could surprise some of the NBA fans.
Yeah, I mean, positionally, I don't think these are quite equivalent, but I'm looking at guys like Kyle Filipowski, Tyler Kolek, maybe even a Jamal Shed, to be guys who are been so good, and they're so good right now compared to so many of these other players that when you put them in, there's a good chance that one of these guys really ends up having a great NBA career, and they're kind of being overlooked just because they're maybe a little bit older or weren't as highly regarded out of high school, especially in the, we're talking about Kolek and Shed, for example. But these guys are good right now, and they can make a difference right now. And so a lot of times these guys, there's been a lot of talk about Jalen Brunson and how on earth did people miss that he was going to be this good? He was drafted in the middle of the second round. Well, he was the best player in college on one of the best teams in college, and he was just proven. And so you look at guys like Kolek and Shed and Kyle Filipowski, and those guys, to me, not all of them are going to hit, but there's certainly a good possibility that one or two of them will.
Well, who was your guy in this draft? You know the numbers better than anybody. You have a keen eye as well, not numbers wise, but the more traditional eye test. Who's your guy in this draft?
My guy's Reed Sheppard. He has been the most impressive freshman. The analytics love him. The advanced metrics love him. His impact on the court from Kentucky was amazing. He's one of the best three-point shooters in this class. So I think when you combine how well he did in college, I had him ranked in the top 5 in the country in my metric that measures how valuable players are. And then also his, his good high school recruiting profile and the potential that he still has to grow. He's definitely my guy. I think Donovan Clingan's kind of in the conversation too, but for a guy who I think is going to be a great pick for whoever gets him kind of wherever, Reed Sheppard's my guy.
On the
I'm
flip
shocked
side-
the analytics guy fell in love with the most ruthlessly efficient player I've seen.
On the flip side, is there a guy that you're the opposite on? Like, how is this guy mocked in the lottery? My numbers do not demonstrate that.
Boy, this is not as fun to talk about. But I mean, some of you know I've had my metrics have been a little bit lower on Dalton Connect all year. Tennessee fans are certainly well aware of this. And my thing with him is I think he could be a great NBA player. But a lot of the reason why he's slotted so high is because his best attribute is scoring. He's a fantastic scorer. He can shoot the ball really well. But people are anticipating that he's going to be better at everything else than he was in college because of his size, because of his athleticism. And the reality is that they're expecting him to take a leap defensively. They're expecting him to take a leap as more of a secondary role player on an offense potentially instead of being the primary scorer. And that's a big if. We don't know if that'll happen. And so for me, I think there's other guys who are good scorers as well, but also more proven in other areas of the game that I think might be a little bit better than him. Again, he could be a great player, but I think according to my numbers say he might be a little bit too high, according to some.
According to my eyes and my fashion expertise, Dalton Connect will never start for an NBA team after the DK chain and the all. Come on. You could take one look at him on the red carpet tonight. He's a bust.
Hey, please respect the DK chain. Speaking of appearance, Evan, I got bad eyes, so I need you to shed a little light here for me. Are those different like brands of oatmeal behind you? What are we doing? What is that? I mean, is it beer brand? What is it?
This is the best guess I've gotten in terms of my wall back here. These are coffee bags. These are coffee bags. I'm a coffee connoisseur. These are from roasters all over the country. The wall is a lot bigger than this, believe me. So yeah, these are coffee bags that I collect.
How many cups do you drink a day?
Just one. I drink one really nice cup of coffee after lunch. It's perfect.
Wow, and after lunch.
Wait, Riley, what player in this draft class drinks the most cups of coffee per day?
Listen, Matthew Meyer is not in the class. Baylor Shireman or Cam Christie. It is one of those two.
Riley, I think it's Alex Sarr. I feel like Alex Sarr is like very cranky if he doesn't have an Americano out of an actual cup. Like he's like not going to have a good day.
No one's saying Cam Spencer.
Cam Spencer's off night. He just runs off craziness. He doesn't do caffeine.
That's
just all generated.
Something's got to fuel the crazy.
He wakes up caffeinated, just like Dan Hurley.
He's a Rockstar energy drink kind of guy. That like he strikes me more energy drink than coffee. Let's see. Evan, I do have a question that is related to analytics, not related to the draft. Carter actually kind of gave me the inspiration for this question pre-show. You're a man of faith. I'm a man of faith. Who is your holy trinity of analytics guys out there? And you have to include yourself. I want you included in the holy trinity of analytics.
Wow. Okay. So I guess I'd have to go, if we're including myself in this, then I just have to pick two. So we'll go with the original inventor of the 4 factors, Dean Oliver. He made this book, Basketball on Paper, in the early 2000s. That's revolutionized basketball. And then I got to go with my second and closely related, the father of college basketball analytics, Kenneth Pomeroy. Shout out to him. He's paved the path for where I am today.
Carter has called Ken Pom fraudulent for going on 18 months now. Carter, does that hurt your heart a little bit to hear that?
No, so someone's got to keep him fresh. All right. He's been around for a long time, and I respect the man. But at the same time, we all need to hold ourselves to standards. I want to be held to standards, and he should be as well.
Does that mean you're 3, Evan? I mean, Trinity's got a 3rd spot. Is that Evan Miya?
I mean, if we know about the Trinity, they're all the same person, and they all are equally a part of it. So we're not ranking these, okay?
Understood.
Okay, since I made... Oh, sorry.
I got one final question for Evan, then we're going to let him go. This week, analytics news, I guess it's more content than analytics, but Jordan Sperber, Hoop Vision, hired to Mississippi State with Chris Jans. That was awesome. A lot of people are huge fans of his work, including myself. I think many of us on this call. I'm sure that you have probably had your various forms of dealings with teams at multiple levels. Is the Jordan Sperber path something that could be in the future for Evan Miya?
I mean, I definitely won't rule anything out, but I think at this point, I'm more set on working kind of with multiple teams at a time, as well as being in the public sphere, as opposed to kind of locking my future to one team. I have had a job offer or two that I have turned down from teams in the past. So right now I'm firmly fixed on continuing to make evanmiya.com as good as I can.
Love it. You heard the man. evanmiya.com. It's our favorite analytics site. It should be yours as well. Evan, thanks for making time for us tonight. Enjoy the NBA draft, my friend.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
It's a smart man right there.
He is
Smarter
smart.
than us.
Relax.
I do have to give a shout out. Evan sent this tweet to us where he appeared on a podcast and someone said, surprisingly not nerdy. And I had the same reaction upon meeting Evan. Well, upon interacting with him, upon having him on a podcast. Like, his setup is legit. He is not your typical mathematician nerd. And I got to applaud him on that. Great dude. Great hang.
Very great hang. We love Evan. Okay, quick check-in on how is this going, boys? 515 people live watching the show. I see the chat popping off. We will keep our eye on the chat. God forbid somebody doesn't show in our jam-packed back-to-back guest lineup. We will take some questions from the chat at some point. But if you're enjoying this, let us know. Show some love in the chat. Click subscribe. All that bullshit. Let's welcome to the show someone who's probably sweating a little bit right now, because as I look at my TV screen, the NBA draft is starting and his team is on the clock. We're going to bring in Ryan Hammer, Atlanta Hawks fan, content extraordinaire. You see the Hawks jersey behind him. Ryan, I would like you to do us the honor of announcing who is officially on the clock right now.
I don't even want to do that. I think being on here is a great distraction from what is actually happening to the left of me. So I don't even want to go there.
Oh no, there'll be no distraction. We will be addressing what is about to occur. Just to let you know. I got a two-parter for you. One, maybe I don't got the ball knowledge for this. Who is the 20? Is that a John Collins Hawks jersey?
Yeah, my niece's name is Collins, so it's okay. It's okay, right?
Okay, all right, got it.
Accepted
that. Got to get that out the way. All right, so there's a lot of different ways y'all could go at one. You could go, obviously, there's the Klingons of the world, there's the SARS, you have trade pieces if you want to with Murray, Hunter, Trae Young. I need the best case scenario in your world and your Hawks fandom, and I need the worst case scenario at one.
Best case scenario, you don't care about what's happening. You take Sar at 1, you trade DeJounte and Capella for Ingram and Dyson Daniels, and you roll from there. You have a big lineup around Trae. Worst case scenario, which is the reality we're living in, they go Sachet at 1. They try to just run it back, and they just try to figure it out. And realistically, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, we did a video on Sachet, and Greg was caught off guard when I described him as the safe was my one word to describe him. But I also added that caveat as he's safe if you take him like 6th to 7th to 8th in that range and not number 1. But I'm going to take the focus away from your team for a second. I know you're someone who's really high on Ron Holland. His name has been thrown out as a potential faller in this draft. I want to hear the pitch that you have for Holland. What makes you a believer in him and his skill set?
Yeah, I think a lot of the guys that end up falling, like Collier and those kind of guys, are similar, where they're super talented coming out of high school. They're higher ranked. Those were 1 and 2 coming out of high school, and for very good reason. So 1 year on a really bad team, their offensive polish and the efficiencies kind of aren't fully there. I don't think is enough to have them fall this far, especially in this class. Insane athlete, great defender, very high motor and competitor with offensive upside that we've seen flashes of enough to have some kind of confidence in. So
Sar was number 1 on your big board. I know you've said he's who you hope the Hawks take. Why is he number 1 on your board? Like, what has sold you on what he can be?
Man, to put it plain, he's one of them demigods. Like, he is legit one of those guys. And as stupid as that might sound and simple, like, that is the plain truth. He's 7'7", 3, 7'4" wingspan, can shoot, can move. He definitely needs to polish up offensively. Like, he's not fully there, and there are kinks to work out, and especially on the dribble and stuff. But he can move, and his upside is probably not the same upside as like a Chet Holmgren, but it's similar. So,
okay. I mean, demigod's a big word. In a normal draft class, do you think he would be in the consideration for 1? Because I feel like the talking heads have kind of made it seem like there's no one who would normally go 1.
I got distracted. Adam Silver started talking. I was like, oh, shit. He probably would get considered, but wouldn't go 1. Like, if you go back to like the Paolo, Chet, Jabari class, he goes out to those guys. But last year is not really a fair class to compare to. But he's a top 3 to 5 pick, I think, in basically every single class.
So, okay, Cart and I did a Bleacher Report stream this afternoon, actually, and we were tasked with coming up with trades for each of the teams with the top 3 picks. And I went full chaos mode. I'm going to warn you right now. Everyone in the chat told me it was the worst thing they've ever heard, and that wasn't even just Hawks fans. My proposal ended up a 5-team trade where the Hawks moved Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, basically everybody that matters but DeAndre Hunter. But they keep the first pick and get the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 8th picks in the draft. My pitch was this. You draft Alex Sarr, Donovan Clingan, Stephon Castle, Reed Shepherd, Rob Dillingham, and then at 8, you get the best wing available, whether that's Connect, Reese Hache, or Mantis Buzelis. I'm all in on it. If I'm a Hawks fan, I would prefer that to Trae Young and DeJounte pissing at each other and whoever you get in this draft. Am I crazy for that?
Honestly, like, I don't even want to say I hate that, but I'm not. I don't even know what to say. It's like you said, when you list out the players, I was like, damn, that's a cold-ass college all-star team with Alex Sarr. That sounds kind of fun. I can't get on board with it fully, but I actually don't hate it as much as I thought I would when you started talking.
Okay.
If we're talking Hawks, are you out on Trae Young? Because I feel like I'm the last Trae Young believer still, and he's limited. He's limited. You're here too.
I'm here. I've been here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll die on the hill if I have to at this point.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
As you should. He's a father now. He has a full beard. If anyone hasn't checked in on Trae Young during this summer,
yes,
he's coming. Dad strength is real. Beard strength is definitely real. I've never seen a player get stats like Trae Young get disrespected to the level. They really treat this man like he's Ish Smith, and I really don't get it.
3 years ago, we were literally debating Trae Young and Giannis. Like the when Sleepers was still cutting its teeth. The first time I ever came on Sleepers in like the summer of 2021, we had that debate, Greg, and you were Team Trae.
I'd like a fact check. Can we get the stats and research department live from Oslo, Norway on an iceberg on that one?
I'm actually almost positive me and Carter were Team Trae, and you were like, y'all are insane. It's Giannis.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get a fact check on that one.
How many years, Ryan, until the Hawks are winning a playoff series again?
Oh, playoffs. I mean, depending on how the rest of the offseason goes, it could be as little as 1. It could be as high as probably like 5 or 6, though. Also, so
okay,
I'm gonna say 1.
Hey. Way to be confident there. You know what, Ryan? I'm gonna do a little virtual here, a little calm down to you, because right now you're acting like a Pistons fan. Relax, okay?
I'm good.
You got talent. We got something there. We got the number 1 pick. You believe in your coach. He looks great. All right. He's young. He's felt. He's got a nice belt. Great shoes always. We need some positivity from you to propel your team up there. You got the talent. Maybe just one more string will do it. But if you draft the French wing, let me tell you right now, you're done for. You're drafting wing Killian Hayes, and you got to start all the way over.
Well, I will say it makes me happy that Reese Hache and Killian Hayes might be literal complete opposites outside of being from France. So that part makes me very happy. I guess the positive is that we have a Serbian on our team, and I'm pretty sure the Eastern European guys they're just good to have in the NBA from what I've seen and what I've been told. So we're going to keep Bogey forever. That's all I care about.
Riley, I just got a text, by the way, from the Stats and Research Department live from an iceberg in Oslo, Norway. Found the video checking now about Trae. So we're going to get an answer on what the actual Trae Young take was.
That was quick work.
It was quick work. Ryan, I know you cover all things NBA, not just the draft and college basketball as well. You do really good work in general. I got to ask your opinion on the Villanova Knicks. Mikal Bridges to the Knicks last night. Some people are torn on this. Do you love the move?
It's hard not to. They gave up so much, but like that's kind of what the market has kind of felt like and stuff like that. It's going to be so much fun to watch them. And I'm a pretty big anti-Knicks person because I'm from New Jersey, like from the area. Everyone I know are Knicks fans, so I'm anti-Knicks, but it's going to be hard not to like them, especially as like you guys know me. I'm college ball first, so it's hard not to.
So you might have shared this before on your channel or on your IG or something, but what's the origin story behind the Hawks fandom then?
Oh, long story. So everyone I grew up, my brothers brought me up as like a Jets fan, Mets fan, Rangers. They were Knicks fans, and I was like, I got to have one chance to get out of this shithole of sports fandom. So I had standards like back in high school of really bad team, East Coast, and they had Maryland guys at the time. I think like Alex Len, and they had like Suleiman on the summer league roster. And I'm a Maryland fan, so I kind of went with that. And they were terrible at the time. And then I loved Trey. They had Kevin Herter. They brought in Bruno Fernando, and I kind of went from there.
So we got the show on behind us. I'm going to jump in, Riley, because the pick is in at number 1 overall, and I believe Ryan has probably seen it by now. The first pick in this draft is Zachary Risache. Ryan Hammer, Hawks fan, your thoughts?
I don't know. I hope he proves me wrong. Like, just prove me wrong. He's very good. He has the upside of like MPJ. He's a great shooter. I don't buy a lot of the other tools. And like I said, he could be good, could be really good. I don't think he's ever going to be an all-star. I think you're missing out on guys in this class. I think he could have traded down and gotten more value and whatever. Whatever. It's you know what? Good for Zach. Good for him making $12 million next year.
Cart, anytime you can get a guy that averaged 10 and 3 for JL Borg, first overall in the draft, you have to do it, right?
Ryan, you're a college hoops aficionado. This kid belongs at Dayton or George Mason, man. Come on now, let's talk
Dayton.
about it.
Him and Mike Sherrjohns on Dayton would be crazy.
Yeah, I need like a year of that before we just pick him number 1 overall. This is wild, but hey, it might work out. Who knows?
Ryan, we appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to cheers to you. I think you might need a drink of something strong after this one. Thanks for kicking it off tonight. Go follow Ryan Hammer, by the way. He does fantastic work in all things basketball. Ryan, have a good night. Enjoy the draft, my friend.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
All right, so we have guests in the waiting room. It's quick moving, like I said, boys, but just quick thoughts before we welcome them in. Round the horn. Risache first overall. Cart, you hate this.
Riley?
I can't believe they did this, and I'm a Risache guy. This is I don't like this.
You're pushing the clock back like 2 or 3 years if you're doing this, if you're Atlanta, which is not ideal.
All right, let's get our next guests in here, and it's our first duo, a tandem here. We have the brothers. We have the Fears family themselves. Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears are in the building, or at least they were in the building for a second. We got Jeremiah with us still. I think Jeremy will be back in here in just a moment. Jeremiah, you may be on mute right now. I see the mute icon. Let's see if we can hear you here. But welcome to the show, my friend.
Hello, how you doing?
Doing great. Yes, sir. Jeremiah, we got a lot of Illinois fans watching this right now.
Okay.
They're very, very high on you as a player. You got any words for ILL Nation out there right now?
Just go Illini Nation, baby.
Very nice.
How we going?
What's up, Jeremy? Welcome in. We're live here, Sleepers Draftapalooza.
Yep.
I think we got Jeremy, a little bit of an internet connection, but I'm gonna pass it over to our resident Spartan fan, Carter Elliott, because I think he's kind of starstruck by Jeremy Fears being in this room right now.
You damn Skippy, I am. That's my PG. And it's gonna get real spicy in the Breslin this year. But hey, Jeremy, I gotta ask you, because I know there are a lot of Michigan State people watching this. How are things going for you right now this summer? Obviously, I see you back in the gym. We are gonna address that family shooting competition at some point while we got y'all both on here. But how's the summer been for you so far?
Summer been great. This actually, was a great chance for me to get better. Still heal up, rehab, recover, everything. So just being able to do that right now was really big. Like, I'm not rushed into no scheme, no season or nothing. So just being able to, rehab.
Man, my boy was spitting and the internet connection just don't want to let it be great. That's crazy.
Y'all hear me?
I got you. I think I got you now. You went out for a second there after you was talking about just healing up and getting the schemes and things.
Yeah, like this really bad part of the nothing right now, so can't really complain, getting better at the time right now.
Definitely. Jeremiah, how are we doing? I know obviously you coming off the gold medal. The going crazy in EYBL. So I ain't seen somebody start EYBL with a 50 ball in a long, long time, my man. So how's this summer been for you with all the, traveling the world and basically giving buckets to anyone who's in front of you?
Summer's been great so far. Just putting in the work, trusting my hard work, putting in the hours and stuff like that. And just being able to experience something like the USA was something every kid would dream of. So it was just a blessing to be there, to be on the team and just be around other guys that is going to play at the high level next year.
Can we say the out loud part now, though? Can we turn the quiet part out loud. Tommy Lloyd needed to free you, Jeremiah. He had you.
Free my guy, man. Free my guy.
What was that about?
I'm not sure. Not sure.
Listen, we
Man,
were loud about it.
I think he could have played a little bit.
It's okay. Jeremy, what's Jeremy saying?
Man, I think obviously they won gold. That was the main goal, but I would like to see him in the court a little bit more. But that's just my personal opinion.
And hoops politics. I think you said it yourself, Jeremy. It is what it is. Riley, you got a question for these guys?
Yeah, this is for Jeremiah. I know y'all, Carter hinted at it, starting off EYBL play with a 50 burger. Every time I see Jeremiah's name pop up, whether it's Twitter, whether it's YouTube, it's like Jeremiah just gave someone a 40 points, 35, whatever it is. I check these rankings and I still see him in like the 30s. And I'm like, how is this dude not top 15, top 10? And I got to ask Jeremiah, is that something – I know like most hoopers probably say like, nah, you got to tune out all the outside noise, but do you pay attention to that? And if so, like what does that do to you as far as, proving people wrong or having a chip on your shoulder, anything like that?
I was taught really to tune it out, but I do see the rankings and stuff like that. Of course, people mention me and stuff like that in the post. All I do is really motivate me. Just putting a chip on my shoulder. Knowing I got to go out and compete and just continue proving myself right and proving others wrong.
For sure.
Jeremy, what are expectations for you and Michigan State this season? You guys are turning over a new leaf somewhat. There's going to be some new guys playing major minutes. What are expectations for you guys internally?
Obviously, just really getting the program back to Michigan State basketball. We had a rough few seasons, but, we got a new group of guys and basically a new course. So we're trying to turn the page and get back to winning and Big Ten championships and, deep March Madness runs. So that's really the main goal. And obviously, really for me, just getting back healthy, being a leader, and do it to make sure the team is best as possible.
Cart's in tears right now. I can see it.
No, my PG got me emotional. This is what I need. I need it back. It's up this season in the Nebraska. I'm just letting it be known. It is.
Hey.
Okay, so you two have been making the rounds. Obviously, it's got to be nice with an Illinois commit and a Michigan State player. You guys, I'm sure, can work out and get to use many facilities across the Midwest. I think you were at Illinois recently. You were at Michigan State last weekend, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Jeremiah, it looks like Jeremy's ducking this question, so you get to answer it. Which facility is nicer, Illinois or Michigan State?
I gotta go with Illinois. The facility off the chart. We just got some new equipment and stuff like that, so I'll definitely go with Illinois.
That's tough, Cart.
We went to Illinois too. It was a nice facility, but I'm just saying, I saw you shooting in the Brez. I know your jump shot goes in everywhere, but it looked a little extra pretty in the Brez.
I think we have tampering live on the show right now. Okay, we got Jeremy back here, so we'll throw one hard one to Jeremy since Jeremiah got the short end of the stick on that one. You two actually had the shooting competition. The world got to see the video of it, but who's the better shooter?
Me, for sure.
No.
It's me.
No.
Sure.
Does Pops not get a shot? I said Pops is out there in the genius shores hitting like 8 out of 10.
Nah. The way he was shooting, if you've seen the video, that he did not put out. He has in his phone.
It was kind of bad.
It was kind of bad, honestly. But I would
Jeremiah,
say
That's cat.
Jeremiah could, but the past few months I didn't really have nothing to do but tear shoot, form shoot. So like, I just think that took that over the notch. I'm the best shooter in the family, in my opinion.
Nah.
Jeremiah, just tell him to go to youtube.com and search Jeremiah Fears 50 ball.
Yeah, he got to watch the vid. He didn't watch the vid yet.
All right, so quick draft reaction. The Wizards have taken Alex Sarr, second overall. Let's go around the horn with our thoughts. Ralph, do you like this fit for Alex Sarr, the player many thought was the best player in this class?
Yeah, the Wizards need the upside, and the Wizards also have the runway to let him figure things out, which I think he needs making the transition from Australia to the NBA. He's going to be able to play through some of those mistakes, which I think he needs to have the best chance to reach his full potential.
Cart?
Yeah, I mean, the Wizards ain't winning anything anytime soon. So if he is gonna develop somewhere, that's a good place for him to at least get minutes and work out any kinks he might have.
Riley?
I love Sar. He was my number one ranked player. I'm looking, they have him classified as a center on ESPN. I kind of think of him more as like a super jumbo wing. He can create a little bit for others, decent passer. Yeah, I love the upside.
Yeah, anytime you can get the number one ranked player at number 2, I think that's a win. Also, he's got to be ecstatic to play with Jordan Poole. Everybody's ecstatic to play with Jordan Poole. Real quick, and then we'll let the Fierce brothers go here. I want this answer from both of you. We'll start with Jeremy. Who's your favorite player in this draft class?
Favorite player in this draft class? I'm going to go with my teammate, Tyson Walker.
Yeah, all right.
Just being able to see how much work he put in and just like all the hours and what he do. And it just like, it kind of like little, but just he was unguardable. So,
yeah. All right, Jeremiah?
I would have to go probably Rob, and probably Tyson as well. Even though not supposed to be on Michigan State side, but I did kind of like his game. He did kill us a couple times, stuff like that. And I just like the way Rob play. I like his play style and the way he's able to create for himself and others off the dribble.
Cart's going to take that as the biggest win in Michigan State.
No, he's right. Rob's tough. Rob is real tough.
my last two, though, I got to, Modest, that's my guy, hometown, and Malik, they both in the draft too. So
Yep. Hopefully future Piston Modest. That's who Cart and I are rooting for.
Yeah, Modest.
Okay. We're all big Modest guys here.
He's tough. All right, we'll let you guys go. Thank you so much for being here. Jeremy, best of luck in your recovery, man. It's good to see you bouncing back and active and all that. We can't wait to see you on the floor. Jeremiah, good luck this last season in high school, man. We're rooting for you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you for having us.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Anytime, boys. All right. Houston is on the clock at 3. But I'm sorry, Cart. We got to throw it back to you because I know deep down you heard Jeremy Fears give the company answer there, and you were like, okay, all right, yeah, I like that. And then you heard Jeremiah say your favorite player in the draft class, Rob Dillingham, and say, I don't care about the Illinois stuff. That's a killer move.
He gave me hope. He gave me hope. And sometimes hope is all you need. Sometimes hope will get you across the finish line. He gave me just enough to feel good. And let's just say, oh, yeah.
All right, we have our next guest here. We're going to bring in Drew Valentine, Loyola Chicago head coach. Friend of the show, family. It's been too long, Drew. How we doing?
What up, y'all? Y'all good?
Doing great, my friend.
How's it been going so far? That was entertaining, the last thing, man. I enjoyed hearing from the Fierce brothers.
For sure, yeah.
I'm a fan of brothers, man, that play, so.
Family over everything. All right, before we get into any type of hoop questions, Drew, have you been able to check any of the fits of the first couple picks? How are we feeling about it? I know you've seen the Reed Shepherd fit. I need some commentary on the fits.
Yeah, I'm liking the fits. I mess with Jared McCain's. I think I've seen his so far. I like his little half tux or suit, whatever he's in. I think Reed Shepherd is, he's going along with. Did he just get drafted too?
He's live. He is in Houston, 3rd overall. Honestly, Drew, your thoughts? I mean, let's be real about it. A white American guard going 3rd overall in the draft is kind of wild.
Hey man, he can play though, and I think I might have even said it to y'all, like. Seeing him like 2 years ago, they were on 16s playing up on him and Cups with Midwest Basketball Club, like playing up 2 years ago. And them dudes, I just love their style of play. Cups' dad, Brooks Cups, was their coach. And I'm like, I don't know how they did it, but they were just cold. I love watching them. And Reed had it then. And he's one of my favorite players in the draft. So I'm happy for that kid. He seems like a great kid too.
Drew, I got a question for you about Reed as far as like I want to see how my scouting eye measures up to like a real basketball mind. Watching him, like I don't think of myself as a good shooter, a shot doctor by any stretch, but it looks like the base of his shot, like his feet are always perfect. Like how would you break down his shot? What makes him such a good shooter?
I think first of all, he can like shoot on any platform, like, movement, catch and shoots. Like you said, his base is good all the time. His release is kind of high. So that helps him get it off. And then he's got stupid elevation. I mean, you guys see how high he jumps off the ground on his jumper. So And then he's got to me, he's got like a super tight handle. So when he gets to his pull up, it's the normal coach stuff, but like his pickup point is high. And so then he elevates. So I'm a fan of Reed, man. He played the game the right way.
I need all coach speak, Drew. You know that.
Come on,
you're basketball savant, basketball mind. That's what we need.
Relax on me, man. I like the shirt, man. How you guys doing tonight? What?
Free
Gee,
my
you
guy.
got the high noon?
Man.
Yeah, I got you. Have the iced tea high noons yet, Drew? They're nice.
I haven't, man. No, I haven't.
Nice.
You're not hanging out with Kevin Sweeney enough, then.
No. I was with Sweeney all Saturday, man. We were kicking it at Riverside Brookfield, man. Scouting.
Did he crashed in your basement again, or was that last summer?
A couple summers ago.
No comment. Drew, how's the team looking in summer practices right now?
Good, man. I like our group a lot. I think like the last 2 summers, my first year, going into my first year, we had like the camaraderie and like the belief behind kind of how we go about things, with the culture being more important than the person. Obviously the individuals are important. We spend a ton of time developing our skills, and we wouldn't be able to compete nationally if we didn't develop our players the way that we do. But we had a new group after Lucas and them, like 2022 that year, that it takes time to understand the why behind, like, why is this dude on me of every little detail. And then us not having success mixed in with more new guys last year. And then the fact that we've had success, and then we've got, a core group of 5 guys that are totally bought in and committed to the way that we do things has been awesome. And then our newcomers they're awesome, man. They've hit the ground running. I think we're long. I think we're athletic. I think we compete. I think we got a chance to be elite defensively, which has been kind of one of the staples of our program. And I think we've added more speed and we've really improved. I mean, I know you guys are basketball nerds, but like our tempo has gotten up and our possession length has gone up. Last year we were top 100 possession length in the country on KenPom. So we're trying to play fast and obviously continue like the disruption defensively. And then we got the best rim protector in the country behind us.
You mentioned the struggles kind of 2 years ago, and then you guys found success this past year. Gonna guess some of that had to do with shifting to the A10. So like what have you found to be the biggest challenge and the biggest change having been in the A10 now?
I think just like people don't, and obviously Deron Holmes in the green room tonight, right? Like there's just the level of player in the leagues is just a different level. Like every team's got like real players. Like, not to say the Valley doesn't, because the Valley has real players and has had guys drafted. And a guy like Tucker DeVries is one of the best transfers. Robbie Avila, obviously, is in our league now. Like those guys were hot commodities and really good players. But like team by team, just the talent level is just it's at a it's right there with any league in the country. And that's why it's hard for us to get games, and why our guys are going on and being thought of as pros is because of the talent level. So I would say that. I would also say like the length, athleticism, physicality is more like, and I'm only 33, so it's not like I've coached in all these different leagues, but it's out of the ones that I've been in, it's most similar to the Big Ten from just a physicality every single night. Like you got to have, some bigger bodies out there.
Card, did you just hear that?
What?
I think that was a bunch of high major programs salivating at the fact that Drew's only 33.
Yeah. Don't slide in our DMs. We got nothing to do. We ain't got pulled like that. That's just our guy.
The man loves Loyola. I'm just saying. Drew, I know you're an NBA fan as well. Play GM for us here. The Spurs are on the clock at 4. We've got Sarr and Reese Hache off the board. Reed Shepherd just went 3. Klingon and Castle Connect. Who's the best player available?
I think Don Connect. I mean, that's who I would take next. I know it's probably not the most sexy, glaring pick, but I think he's just so dynamic. I mean, the way he moves and runs around, it reminds me of Duncan Robinson, like just the way that he moves. You know how they got the gangly bodies. Obviously, he's a more dynamic athlete, which is why his upside's probably higher. And at the end of the day, I just don't. I love Castle. Castle and Klingon obviously are the two, probably top guys. But I don't think Klingon and Wemby are a great fit. I mean, I could be wrong. Sorry. But and then Castle with Sohan. Like, I don't know how much they, want to go, but they're like kind of too similar. So I would I'd probably just take one of the best offensive players. I love Rob Dillingham too. So I'd either go Rob Dillingham, who's, OD skilled. I think he's like similar to maybe like a Darius Garland light, more like that. I think he's more like that than like Lou Williams. I think he's just because he can shoot that thing. So I'd probably go Connect first, but like Dillingham's got a high. One of those two I would go with.
They got the 8th pick too, so if they did take Connect here, maybe Rob falls to 8, and there's your pair right there. All right, the pick is in according to my television. We'll announce it as soon as we see it come through. We actually have a friend of Drew's here and a friend of ours on the show as well. Saddi Washington's in the waiting room right now. Let's get Saddi on the show. What's up, Saddi?
Yeah. What's happening, fellas?
How we doing?
What it do, baby?
This is Lansing in the house, right? You guys don't. Well, Drew knows this. Saddi doesn't know this, but I'm a Lansing Catholic grad, and we lost to Sexton every single year of my high school career. So it's kind of tough for me to look at 2 Sexton alums right now.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We won't hold that against you.
I'm just loving seeing my guy Wash with that green on right now.
I was just about to say it fits. It fits. I'm not gonna lie, Greg. I'm sorry. The green fits. It does.
I mean, it's just the heart eye emoji for me is just right now, heart eyes. On what's the like on Twitter or whatever you can press and it's just a bunch of hearts. That's what the hearts.
Oh yeah, when you like spam it on the live show, yeah.
Yeah, I can feel that. Saddi, I gotta ask you, how's this like first couple weeks been being back in Michigan State? Obviously, you're from the area. What's it been like to be back home?
You know what? It's been incredible. I can't even begin to explain the amount of love and support from all sides that I've received, my family's received since the transition has happened a couple of weeks ago. Man, God is just so good, and he has a sense of humor of how he brings your life full circle. And I'm just so grateful, for my time in Ann Arbor. But this was 30 years of relational equity that happened here with Coach Izzo. And I'm just very, very grateful to be working for him, with him, and really doing what we can in our program so that hopefully our guys will have an opportunity like these young men have tonight.
Saddi, it's okay, though, because I actually am a Michigan basketball fan that ended up going to Michigan State. So I understand what you're feeling right now.
Yeah.
I know your heart still bleeds maize and blue, but you'll be all right in East Lansing. They took good care of me. It's okay. It's okay.
All right. I got to ask about the Spartan dog mindset because I'm from North Carolina. I didn't know anything about, Spartan dog woof woof until me and Carter Elliott became friends. But how would you explain that to maybe some of us who live down south on the East Coast away from the Midwest?
It has a lot of levels to it. On the court, it's that nasty, that gritty, in your face, just really trying to get after it, overwhelm you with effort, overwhelm you with enthusiasm. And that's what Coach Izzo has built his career on, and just really empowering guys to be their authentic selves, buying into the culture, buying into the family. And so I'm really like a kid in the candy store again, to be able to have this experience. And, Drew and I have, we talk so much, and, when the idea of it came about, I think both of us were, silently hoping that it would happen, but didn't want to talk too much about it to jinx it. But that Spartan dog mentality is one of a kind, especially when you get behind the curtain and you get inside the program. You really get to see the layers to it.
Quick draft reset here. So Stephon Castle went 4th overall to the Spurs. The Detroit Pistons are on the clock. Cart and I are Pistons fans. Saddi and Drew from the state of Michigan. I don't know if you guys still root for the Pistons or not, but who are we rooting for? If Cart and I are Pistons fans, who are we rooting for this pick, Saddi?
Well, I came on as Drew was talking about his pick, shooting, and Dalton is a kid that can really fill it up on all three levels. You know, he has the athleticism, you know, to attack off the bounce. He obviously showed the ability and creativity to shoot from long distance. And so you got to have guys who can really stretch the floor, but also have enough skill set to play in this league with the ISO game.
I'll go with them too. I'm so nervous right now. I can't even speak.
Who do y'all want?
So when it came into this, I was all in on like just getting Buzelis at 5. Like that's who I kind of wanted. But like now,
Mattis would be a good pick though. That length. He's very similar to a guy I coached, you know, back in Ann Arbor, and those guys, you know, really seem to, you know, be able to play a lot of different positions, and that kid has a skill set, man. He's going to play in this league for a long time.
I just can't shake the image at the Rising Stars competition last year. He was giving Evan Mobley the business and talking all of that shit. Cart, did you see who we took? I haven't seen it yet, and I'm terrified.
You should be.
Oh no!
No!
This is good. I'm a Hornets fan. This is good news for the Hornets.
We took Ron Holland at 5.
Shocker.
Y'all are way too down on that pick.
No, but Riley, like I'm a good person. I do all the right things. I literally approach every day to make sure I do the right thing and pay it forward. And I just never get my way. That's the thing that's really killing me right now. I never get my way, and I know
they could be picking for somebody else. So don't go in the tank just yet. They may be somebody else, and you might get afraid.
There was talk of him falling out of the lottery. We just took him at 5, and our GM stepped up and dapped up somebody. What are we doing?
Okay, I will say, Trajan Langdon knows what he's doing. Like, the man has a track record of success in the NBA. So I will trust him, but also this is terrible for you guys.
Gee, hear me out, man. Ron Holland and Osar Thompson throwing down reverse dunks in Summer League is going to be scenes.
What about them both shooting threes?
We have no one who can shoot. These two basketball geniuses are on the show saying shooting. And we just put a 24% three-point shooter next to a 19% three-point shooter. God, man, I'm hurt. I'm sorry, I'm hurt right now. Okay, let me lock back in.
You got to lock in, fellas. You got to.
Good news is the Lions season starts soon.
Happen on draft night.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta ask this before we get you guys out of here soon. Saddi, you coached Drew in college, and this is me speaking selfishly on behalf of my friend. But I think when people picture Drew the coach these days, they forget who Drew the player was back in the day. What was your scout as a coach on Drew Valentine, the player?
Elite level basketball IQ. Like, you know, the guy just knew how to play the game, and he played it with passion. He showed up every single night, two-way player, and one of the best leaders that I've ever coached. And it was no surprise that he's sitting in the seat that he's sitting in now with the success that he's having as a friend, as a coach, as a colleague. I'm so proud of him. I love him so much and his family. And he was destined to be who he is today. So that's my guy.
Man, yeah. I must say, y'all work well together, man. Y'all won a lot of games together. Y'all work well. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got.
That's what we're doing, Cart. That's what we're doing. Okay. All right. I'm just saying. All right. We're gonna let you guys go. Saddi, thank you so much for joining us on short notice this week. Drew, we love you. We appreciate you. We're rooting for both of you guys this season, even if it comes at the expense of my Wolverines, boys. Cheers.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate y'all, guys.
This is all right.
Y'all. Thanks for coming on.
Have a good night, fellas. All right, let's lock back in here. Coming up next is Brian Ralph's team at 6, the Charlotte Hornets. We have another guest in the waiting room. But before we get to that guest,
he was here.
Was that the drum roll that you're doing?
No, he was actually here, and then he got kicked back out. But we can reintroduce.
Here he is. Here he is. Ray McCallum is welcome to the show. What's up, Ray?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We got you, yeah.
Damn.
Can you hear us?
I don't know why I can't hear you.
Oh no.
Ray, I know. I've seen you on the podcast. I've seen you on the Swiss Cultures. I know you got the setup. I know he can make it. My PG's about to make this happen. Don't doubt him ever. He's gonna
Wait,
be able to hit.
Carter, what's the story? Did you and Ray play together in high school?
Yo,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yep. I got to play with Ray for 2 years.
Well, play is quite the word.
Oh, come
You
on!
got to
Don't
watch
do that.
it.
Don't do that.
Let's
to me,
we
Ray.
can ask Brett if his audio works. We'll get an answer.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
You hear us?
There we go. My mic, I don't know. My mic's not working. But yeah, I heard y'all. Y'all said, did Carter and I play in high school? Of course we did. That was my guy, man.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
one of you played. One of you.
Nah, Carter got us right, man. See, we had the seniors and then Carter was the junior. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of, who better here. But nah, they got us right. That was my guy, man, for sure.
Listen, man, I played behind the McDonald's All-American, Greg. Give me a break, man. There ain't much I can do.
Was he as much of a dickhead as he is now in high school, or did he develop that with time?
He must have developed that with time because he was all good with me back in the day, for sure.
All right. Respect. That's all I got. I won't grill you anymore, Carter. I just wanted to
man. Thank you. Ray, I appreciate you hopping on here. Obviously, you prestigious high school career. You go through the draft process, coming out of Detroit, get drafted to the Kings. Kind of put us in your shoes to what that process is like, especially, you were coming from a smaller school. What is like that draft process like in draft day, just kind of sitting around and waiting for your name to be called?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, draft day was watching this tonight is bringing back a lot of memories. It was crazy. I was 36 picks, so I had to wait like 3 hours and 10 minutes to hear my name get called. So that was a long day for sure. But the process was everything you dreamed of, right? Like you said, I went to a small school at University of Detroit. Not a lot of people heard of it, especially back then at that time. Got the opportunity to play for my dad. Did some special things there. And then during the whole draft process, I think I worked out for like 13 teams. Stayed in college for 3 years. Had some success, and then their whole draft process, 13 workouts. The draft comes around, you kind of have an idea where you might get drafted to. Sometimes you don't really know. I ended up going to the Sacramento Kings, 36 pick. Never worked out for the Kings or anything. That wasn't something I saw really coming. I think the Pistons had like the 37 or 8, and I knew if I didn't get drafted at 36, then they told me that they were going to draft me for sure. And then, everything just changed after that, for sure.
You mentioned playing for your dad at Detroit, and of course, another father-son duo has been the talk of a lot of lead up to this draft with LeBron and Bronny.
Yeah.
This isn't necessarily related to this draft, but what are your top 3 father-son sports duos?
That's kind of crazy. The Bronny, and if he can get to the Lakers or play for his pops, I think that'd be cool to see. The best one, like coaching wise, I liked like Doug McDermott when he was in college.
Mm-hmm.
For his dad, I thought that was special because he was pretty much the best player. Who's another one? Y'all might have to help me out. Yeah, basketball wise, I would say Doug McDermott.
He's probably the best, most successful one, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like in college, I would say him. UAD did it twice with
Antoine Davis, coach.
Right.
There. My boy Trey Ziegler, he went to Central Michigan, played for his dad for a year. But I think the most successful for sure, Doug McDermott, I think.
I'll bring it back to basketball.
Okay, mine was basketball related. I just had to give a shout. It was a relevant storyline with LeBron and Brian.
One of the I always find it interesting when we all as draft analysts do this and try and project, right, like how guys are going to be at the next level, because you don't know necessarily what's going to translate and what doesn't. In your experience, what did you find translated the best coming from college to the pro ranks?
Yeah, I would say like for me, physically, I think I was ready. I think for me, what took a while is like developing the jump shot. Like I could always score. I could, make the right plays, but being a point guard, like, maybe being able to be consistent from the 3-point line, like that's something major you have to have. Like physically, I thought I was pretty cool. A lot of guys coming in, like they need to develop. They got to get bigger, stronger, maybe quicker, more athletic. I felt like I had those tangibles coming in, but for me, it was just like kind of polishing up my game a little bit. Like, I could get to the basket anytime I wanted in college. I could get my shot off at any time I wanted, but then like just becoming more efficient and then just trying to get a better jump shot. I think those were some things that if I could go back, I would have tried to smooth out before I got there. But I mean, it kind of worked out a little bit. So, but I would say those are the biggest things, your jump shot for sure.
We get to put some revenge on Brian Ralph right now because he got to announce to us that we took Ron Holland. The Charlotte Hornets have selected Tijani Salon, 6th overall in the
We're not
draft.
even using the glass. We're going straight for the bottle here, man.
Ralph, I'll drink with you, my friend. Let's just drown our sorrows. Riley, can you explain to us about the guy that averaged 9 and 4 for Cholet basket last year?
If you like search him on YouTube, at least you get like, is he the French Giannis comp? That's probably the best thing about him. I mean, he's pretty bouncy. Like the highlights look good. The shot doesn't look broken in my eyes. I know you see that lovely 32.9%, but I don't get it, man. I don't like.
This is why the Hornets are the Hornets and have forever been the Hornets. Like
just take Matas. Take Rob with the shifts. Take any don't try to get cute here and take another Frenchman who no one knows about.
Well, I made a comment on a Sleepers podcast about how he watched the NBA playoffs, and it's like, oh wow, Jalen Brunson's crushing it. He was really good in college, went late. Andrew Nembhard, really good in college. Look at the role that he's been able to carve out. All these like really good college players who got picked late because they didn't have the upside, right, were the ones who are making all the impact in the playoffs. And so here you go, picking a guy who didn't do anything overseas.
Hey,
it's
hold
over
on.
good college players.
Now wait a damn second here. This is where I step in. All right, Ray. Obviously, you're doing the Swish Cultures pod. You run, you do a lot with that page. Obviously, you're a multi-year overseas pro. What is it about maybe the overseas guys that these NBA teams are looking at and they're like, okay, maybe I want this guy over a proven guy in college? Is there something you could put your finger on for it?
Sure. Like I've been in France. I was played in France 2 years ago for like 2 seasons. So the last couple of years I've been over there. So I've seen all these guys come up. So it's actually kind of crazy to seeing them go number 1 and all these top picks, right? But way I see the way the game is going now is like the NBA is looking for, 1, to expand the game globally. I think 2, they want to get like more international prospects that are on the team playing, right? And then you see like France, obviously this is 3 guys, in the top 8, 10 in the draft, and then there's going to be way more international kids this season or this draft tonight that are going to get drafted and actually stay here. When I was coming in the draft back in 2013, it's like draft and stash, but teams are looking for the next best Luka, the next best Wimbayana, the next best Giannis, and they're willing to take a chance on some of these kids. And hopefully that, 2, 3, 4 years down the line, I think they can develop into a top-notch player. That's my analysis on it, but it's crazy, bro, because when I play against these kids, they used to be nervous about playing against Americans. Now their confidence is out the roof, and they're not scared to play against us anymore.
I got nothing against international prospects in an international game. By the way, I don't mean that at all. Just be productive before you come over.
Hey, he won the trophy before you get drafted. Sure.
But see, like a lot of these guys, I don't know about him or his role, but a lot of these kids, they're like, they don't get many minutes. They don't really play because like you're playing with 30-year-olds, grown men, whatever the case might be. And some of these young guys really don't play. That's why their numbers don't really add up. Mm-hmm. But I feel you on that for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy times we're in. And yeah, the Europeans are taking over the league. It's crazy.
Speaking of crazy times, the draft is moving quickly because Charlotte is trading this pick. Charlotte is trading this pick to Memphis at 9. So Charlotte is moving back. Memphis is moving up. This is per a source that may not actually be real, Brian Ralph. I may just be putting you through hell right now. So we'll keep an eye on this and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. I may have just given you false hope. I have one more question for Ray here. You talked about like, man, it's crazy times we're in with like, there's a lot of overseas talent. Clearly, we just looked at the top 6 picks in this draft, and a bunch of guys college basketball fans don't know have already risen up the draft boards. It's also a crazy time for college basketball players, much different than when you played, because guys are signing $2 million contracts.
Yeah.
How different would your college career have been? Or, I mean, you stayed home to play, right? You had offers from the biggest schools in the country. How different would it have been if you were playing in this era?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have gone to Detroit. Who knows? And my dad was a head coach. That's where I went. I think if we could have gone back in this era or went to the future in this era, we probably would have had a package deal, him and myself going somewhere else. I mean, the type of money they're getting thrown at now. I mean, obviously you say it's not about the money, but you can get 7 figures as 18, 19-year-old kid and still have a chance to make the NBA one day. I think we probably would have gone in a different direction, or we would have had to do something. Carter and I went to Country Day. Some people around that city would have had to put some money together to get me to stay. But I mean, I'm happy to see these kids getting paid, but it definitely is crazy to see some of the money that they're getting. But I mean, they deserve it. So I definitely probably would not have been in Detroit, and we might not be on this podcast tonight.
Now, you would have been somewhere else. Pops would have had the job. Pops would have had a whip. Moms would have had a house, and you would have had a nice paycheck and probably back then with a Subway or a Roll Gold Pretzel NIL deal. You would have been fed.
I'm just wondering, how far could Carter have rode the coattails in this hypothetical
This
world?
is not about me, fellas.
What's he getting
already on here? If I knew this was going to be an interrogation hour of me.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Now Carter was my guy, man. We got a state championship together too, matter of fact.
Champs. Hey, cheers to the champs. And speaking of champs, we're about to welcome a champ in. Ray, we're going to let you go. Thank you for being here. I know how much you mean to Cart, man. Enjoy the night.
Appreciate you, Ray.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it, Ray. All right, that was one of my best segues of all time, boys, because I said we have another champ here. We have another 2-time champ here, I believe. Let's see if we can get him into the show. Yes, we can. Welcome, Alex Karaban. Thank you for being here, man. As you come on this show right now, Donovan Clingan has just been selected 7th overall.
He got picked?
Trailblazers. He got picked. I spoiled it. He's off the board.
Yeah, we're at Buffalo Wild Wings as a team right now. I'm waiting to see the video. I got to videotape this.
Hey, that's on me.
That's my roommate.
on me. Go celebrate.
Yeah, man.
we're in.
Yeah. Dude, we're in B-dubs with UConn. let me get some mango habanero.
No, I need to know Hurley's wing.
Garlic parmesan, man.
I bet you he goes. Oh no, he's there. No, he's not. Okay, I was like, he probably had like a 30-piece all dry rub.
Okay,
I'm ready now. He got picked. I'm hyped now.
Yeah, we'll get you in and out here.
Yeah.
You got wings to eat and shit to celebrate. First off, thank you for being here. Second off, how the hell did Donovan Clingan fall to 7 in this draft, Alex?
Man, I got no idea, but a lot of teams will regret that. That's all I know. So I know he's going to use that as motivation, but Portland's a perfect spot for him too. So I'm hyped. I'm hyped that he's there. And, of course, Steph at 4 too is another blessing.
Yeah, Alex. So, I mean, obviously, you still got more time to play in college, but as of now, you could leave college right now and be known as one of the winningest players to play at UConn, play in college basketball. Where's like the motivation come from? Obviously, you're known as a hard worker, a guy who does things the right way. Where does the motivation come from when you guys are just treating the NCAA tournament like a little thing you just attend and win every other year?
Yeah, I think the motivation always starts with Coach Hurley, the mentality that he has towards us in practice of just not being satisfied. And I think just individually too, like myself, Haas, and Sam specifically this year could have, some of the greatest college careers in history just by winning 3. So that's already motivation enough to put ourselves in elite category. And for the new guys, just wanting the new guys to experience what it feels like to win a natty. And I mean, another small piece too is just you look at the women's side too. They got 11, we got 6, so just always trying to catch up to them.
Yeah, you spoke about the motivation and everything. I'm curious, even looking at this past season, y'all didn't lose a game after February 20th, that game against Creighton. And it seems like, at least from our outside perspective, Hurley's always fired up. He's always ready for a fight. Like, how does he can he even get on y'all? Like, can he yell at y'all when you win so many games in a row? Like, how does he even maintain that intensity when you kind of just beat everybody? And it looks, again, from a spectator's perspective, it oftentimes looks pretty easy.
No, it's not easy at all. Coach, I mean, you could watch one of our practices during that winning streak and you would have thought we lost 5 in a row. Like, he's on us every day, and like during practice, he's making sure that we're never satisfied, and that's what we love about him. And I mean, yeah, we thought about it too. Like, personally in the locker room, we thought like we were the best team out there. We knew that, but the coaching staff always had little things they wanted to fix. And I mean, really, it started with them. That's what made us so good.
Alex, we had Tristan Newton on earlier, and I asked him the same question, but I think your situation holds a little bit more weight given your decision to come back. But when the Dan Hurley Lakers stuff was going on, What was going through your mind, and like what was the team group chat looking like?
Yeah, I was nervous. I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous. I didn't really know what to expect. We all were happy for him because we knew he deserved the opportunity to consider it. But at the same time, we were nervous, and the team, we just had to stick together. We had meetings about it. Just once we had meetings with coaches, we had meetings just as players only, and whatever decision he made, we just knew we had to stick together no matter what. And obviously, coach came back. We're just super excited about that. But if he did decide to leave, we knew that we just had to stay together. And, we knew how talented this team could be this year. So we just wanted to see how far we can go.
So you have a chance to do something that, as far as I know, no player in a very long time, maybe ever, has done in college basketball. 3 straight national championships. And again, as far as I know, you're the only player on UConn with this opportunity. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But how much does that motivate you, the opportunity for like unprecedented greatness at an individual level?
That's what's motivating me right now in the summer to get better during the offseason. That's just to add myself in categories with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for college careers and winning 3 natties. Like, that's unheard of. And to do it in, this time frame of college basketball where it's NIL, transfer portal, all this stuff, it's going to be super rare for another team to do what we're capable of doing. So it's extreme motivation. That's probably the number one motivating factor is, as a team, can we go for the three-peat?
Yeah. Alex, what's the B-Dubs order? Since I know you're at Buffalo Wild Wings, what's the order?
I'm a boneless guy. I get boneless, and I'll do 1 dry rub. So I'll do like Chipotle barbecue, and then I did a Parmesan garlic today. So I mean that's an order fit for a back-to-back champion.
These dudes just carry themselves like champions. It's bullshit. Like my team won 7 games this year. Nobody would have that order. It's nonsense.
Garlic Parmesan is the way they go. I will say, B-Dubs has like one of the best burgers I've ever had.
Really?
I know you can't go to B-Dubs and get a burger, but burgers at B-Dubs are not bad.
No, Alex, we do not endorse that advice from whatever this came from Rob. Getting a burger at B-Dubs
I'm serious.
is wild behavior.
Couple of my teammates got some burgers, so I'll see what they say about that.
I bet Aiden Mahaney got a burger.
He did not. Surprisingly, he did not.
All right. Speaking of Aiden Mahaney, this is my last question for you. I have gone on record and said that I think Aiden Mahaney could be a first-team All-American this year, and I think our YouTube comments have basically laughed me off the face of the earth at that. Have you seen anything in practice that either might make me correct or insanely stupid in that belief?
No, you are very much correct. I mean, what he's doing in practice right now is unbelievable, and how crafty he is and just how elite he is in the pick and roll game, and just his knack for scoring is special. And I mean, we're going to need that from him this year. And I know the coaching staff can get him to a whole nother level too. So, I definitely think that could be expected from him. And, I do believe he's going to have a big year for us. And he's got a lot of motivation too, coming from St. Mary's. And, he said to me that he didn't have the year that he wanted last year. So he's got motivation to go head into year 3 for him.
Love to hear it. Well, we wish him a great year. We wish you a great year, of course, on your quest for 3. Your food's probably getting cold, so get back in there. And thank you so much for taking the time in the middle of all this, for real.
No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you,
Alex.
All right, boys, let's reset here.
My team has Ron Holland.
The Spurs are on the clock. I have Ron Holland. Ralph has Tijani Salon. That remains true. I lied about a trade. We literally just came to you live from the pocket of Alex Karaban in a B-Dubs with the 2-time defending national champs.
Where else are you getting this content? Do I need to say it, Greg?
I don't understand what this life is, right? Like, nowhere in the process leading up to this did Alex tell us, oh yeah, I got to go to B-Dubs with the squad tonight. Like, we could have pre-recorded this. No, we got to come to you live from Karaban's pocket. Riley, you're celebrating
mindset.
Rob with the shits, baby.
Robin Wemby. I got.
Let's go. That's gonna be so tough.
Castle.
Dog.
Dude,
I'm a Spurs fan.
Cooking.
I might get a Rob jersey tonight. Hickory, North Carolina, stand up.
I do want to point out too that Kentucky just had 2 players go in the top 8, and they both came off the bench and were good enough to start for John Calipari.
Okay, Rob. There you go. There you go.
But don't worry, Arkansas is going to be fine.
Ralph, how many Mark Pope players have been selected in the last 17 years? I'll wait on that one.
Please respect TJ Haws.
Was he drafted?
No,
Probably not.
God, no. Of course not.
Probably not.
Oh man. Okay, Rob Dillingham 8 to the Spurs. Do we like this pick, boys? Let's go around. I know we're all fans of Rob Dillingham individually in a very big way, but Ralph, let's have you go first here. What do you make of the fit here?
Love it. Like I've compared Rob Dillingham to a mashup of Jamal Crawford and Lou Williams. I think that's who he is going to be plug and play in that kind of 6-man gunner type of role. You let him carry the offense when Wemby's off the court. It's perfect.
Riley, your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I'm enamored with this kid's game. Always was amazed at how good of a passer he was. Of course, he had his freshman moments, but kind of expected going into the year him mainly to be a gunner, but he has real playmaking ability. I'm excited to see how maybe he revitalizes Pop in his old age too. Either that or he drives him crazy with the shot selection, but Pop can handle it. Rob can handle it.
Cart, your thoughts?
It's just good to see organizations run correctly. I don't know why people make it so hard. Just do what the Spurs do. They're doing everything right. They went out and they got Wemby, and then they go out and they get two of the best guards that are in this draft. Like this is they're set. They're set, and I'm sick of it. I'm a Spurs fan. I'm in.
Yeah. Sometimes people make it seem a lot harder than it needs to be. That's what our teams did tonight. The Spurs did not. I like this pick. Ralph, you got something?
Might be on his way to Minnesota.
Maybe they do make it harder.
Wait, hold on a second. So not only did I'm going from Rob Dillingham to Anthony Edwards. Or is that what you're telling me, Ralph?
I don't think Anthony Edwards is in the deal back to San Antonio, but I think we're in a world where Rob Dillingham and Anthony Edwards are on the same team in the same backcourt.
Oh, I love my life.
It's good. In fact, I would say it's not good. It's great, which leads to the most embarrassing segue that I've ever made. Let's welcome on to the show a great college basketball player, none other than great Osobor. Great, you are here. Welcome to the show. You're live on the NBA Draftapalooza. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you joining up. Gray, obviously you had one of the, I would call it the more exciting off seasons in the transfer portal, obviously ending up at Washington. What has kind of that process been like, and what has it been like, getting acclimated to Washington? What are you looking forward to kind of playing in the Big Ten this year?
No, it was good. Obviously, a lot of schools, spoke to a lot of schools, had a lot of really big interest, and seeing there was a lot of options out there. But at the end of the day, it just felt like the right decision for me was to just stick with Coach Spring, and it's worked out so well for me so far. So I was like, let me just do that one more time. And then I'm excited to play in the Big Ten, I feel like it's a tough physical league, and it's kind of my alleyway. I'm excited for it, though.
Speaking of the Big Ten, Greg, do you want to? I know the next pick's about to get announced.
Yeah, let's take a moment, boys, because I don't think Great knows this, but we are a Big Ten-oriented show, so we're going to have a lot of great Osobor coverage to come in the next year. But when we look back at this past year, the face of this league was Zach Edey. Zach Edey has just been selected 9th overall by the Memphis Grizzlies. This was a rumored landing spot for Zach Edey, but man, I got chills saying that out loud. This kid was just taken in the top 10. I don't think many expected that even as little as a week ago. But the best college basketball player I've seen in my lifetime is headed to Memphis on a team that wants him to play at center, to push Jaren Jackson down a position. Cart, what does this mean for you? This is a pretty great fit for our boy Zach.
Yeah, I think it's a great fit. I think you get to play him at the 5. You get to use his size. A lot of people compare him to a Jonas Valanciunas type. And I think that will fit. It'll move Jaren to the 4. I know Great got a chance to play against him. What is it like playing against a man that tall? Because I think people see it on TV, but when you're probably up standing next to him, what's it like playing against I'm gonna say the word giant like that?
Nah, he's a giant, to be honest, man. I normally don't feel small on a basketball court, ever. But I ain't gonna lie, I did the jumbo with him, and I tried. It didn't matter. I tried. It didn't matter. He's a really good player. I'm excited to see how he does in the league.
What was Spring's game plan against him?
I mean, we tried what everyone else tried. We tried doubling him, and then hit their shooters. They shot 70% from 3 that game. So when they're training like that, it's hard to beat. But big props to Purdue. We was wanting them to win the whole thing after they beat us. It was fun.
Yeah, I know we talked a lot about the Big Ten so far, and you moving over to this conference, but I actually kind of want to look back at this past year you had at Utah State. Sort of bursted on the scene out of nowhere. But is there any misconceptions? Like, I'm an East Coast guy. I live in North Carolina. I'm an ACC guy as well. I cheer for the North Carolina Tar Heels. There's a lot of Mountain West slander thrown around in ACC circles because the people say Mountain West has eclipsed the ACC. What are some misconceptions people have about that league? And how'd you grow as a player playing in it?
I mean, I feel like if you don't think the Mountain West is a tough league, you need to actually go watch some games. Like, the level of basketball that was being played in the Mountain West night in, night out last year was, in my opinion, was top 5 in the conferences in the whole country. And we had really good teams, but I feel like I don't want to be that guy and say that they got done wrong by the committee, but our seeding wasn't all that great. But it's whatever. You do what you can with what you get. It was cool.
This is the place. This is the place to slander the committee. Go ahead, Rob.
This is the place to slander the committee. 100%. I was on that train with you guys. I also think it's hilarious that the storied ACC, it was the ACC Mountain West, which I think in itself tells you where the Mountain West is, right?
Yeah.
And where it was this past season. Expectations for this next season, both for you and for Washington. Like, you guys going to a new league, obviously new coaching staff there, not to you. What are expectations for you personally, and then with the program this offseason as we look ahead to the year?
Like, for me personally, I just want to help Washington win. I'm going to be the best team that I can every day, try bring my leadership qualities and what I know so far from being able to win a few games throughout my career, and try to translate that to the Big Ten.
So you mentioned the Big Ten. It's a new step for you, obviously.
Yeah.
How much different do you think it will be on a game-to-game basis for you, or is it just basketball?
I mean, obviously, it's going to be a lot more physical, but I think I like that, to be fair. So at the end of the day, it's going to be just basketball. Obviously, high-level teams, arguably the best conference in college. So I'm excited. I just love competing against the best, and that's why I came here.
It's going to be big. You had many choices, too. Let's be honest about it. You were, some would say, the most sought-after player in the transfer portal. We interviewed Coleman Hawkins a couple weeks ago now, and we kind of asked him point blank, do you like the pressure of being known as the most coveted player in the portal? And he was real careful to make sure that we know that $2 million price tag is allegedly, according to Coleman Hawkins. So I think you're going through something similar, reportedly. Is that allegedly, or can we put that type of pressure on you?
I don't know what you guys are talking about, to be honest.
I feel it 100%.
This is great media training, man. They're special. They're pro ready right now. I love it. All right, great. We're going to let you go. Thanks for making time for us. We're going to see a bunch of you in the Big Ten next year. This won't be the last time we cross paths, my friend. So enjoy the rest of the draft, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, quick reset here. The Utah Jazz are on the clock at 10. Cody Williams has been the pick. I like this for Utah. We can go around the horn and get some quick thoughts. But first, can we cut the bullshit, man? They're $2 million guys. Why? What are we doing?
You saw the chain. It looked nice.
You don't talk about your pockets when you're Greg. See, this is the thing. This is why sleepers can never blow up, because if we do become like a $2 million entity, everyone's gonna know that we're a $2 million entity. When you're a $2 million entity, you carry yourself like, okay, I got Cody Williams dancing on the floor. The Jazz are cooked. You don't carry yourself like a $2 million entity.
Okay, understood. Cart, why are they cooked with Cody Williams dancing on the floor?
If I'm picking a guy at this spot, I just would prefer him not to immediately hit a TikTok dance 15 seconds into getting drafted. I might look past it because it was a handshake with his brother, who's really, really good. But I'm going to need some time to get over that.
Okay. Riley, your thoughts? I know you're also big into body language these days. You claim you're trying to get your PhD.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been thinking about making a joke about Greg and his Tang bet and how if he was doing it, he'd let everybody know. as soon as Cart mentioned the $2 million, how'd they bring everything up. I still love Cody Williams despite his bad dancing.
Okay. Is this good value for him then at 10? I think like he was mocked out of the lottery. He was mocked in the top 5, like one of the wildly ranging guys.
I think he's more than worth the pick at 10. Like in my opinion, he was 4th on my big board. I think he has the ceiling of the best player in this draft if he puts it all together. He's got some of the point wing type skill set. He can shoot. He shot way better than people expected this year, albeit on a low volume. And he's got the bloodlines working in his favor, where his brother's a stud. Hashtag team youngest brother. We believe in that. So yeah, I like it a lot for the Jazz. Could be a fun little young core with him, Kessler, and Keontae George.
He was 7th overall on our big board. He was 1st on Cart's big board. Ralph, he was 22nd on your big board. You are not a believer in Cody Williams. Why not?
What was your favorite Cody Williams moment this season?
When he dunked on Washington.
When Tad Boyle didn't use him correctly.
Okay. Do you guys remember Perry Jones, who played for Baylor and had a cup of coffee in the NBA with the Thunder? A guy who had all the physical gifts, all of the skill, and just didn't put it together, didn't have the mental aspect, didn't have the ruthlessness, the killer instinct, the competitiveness.
That's spicy, Ralph. That's really spicy. I'm going to let that one sit while we welcome in our next guest. Into the show right now, I believe, is Stephen Bardo, and it's a great time for Bardo to come in on this program. Illini legend, Bardo, how you doing? There's a lot of Illini fans hoping their guy, Terrence Shannon, goes 11th to the Chicago Bulls right now. Is this the range for TSJ?
I certainly think so, guys. It would be a wonderful bow on a tumultuous season for a young man I've gotten to know a little bit, gotten to know his family a little bit. So if that were to come full circle, kind of like it did for Ayo Dosunmu, Illini Nation would be pretty happy tonight.
100%. So what is it about TSJ? Obviously, you got a chance to meet him, talk to him, watch him play so much. What is it outside of kind of basketball that makes him so different? Because he just seems like a guy who is wired to want to be great and just puts the work first. What is it about TSJ, the person, that honestly makes him such a good basketball player, in your opinion?
Well, he's a low-key comedian. He's a guy that will crack a slide joke. He's very perceptive. He keeps his teammates on their toes because he's always watching. But he's a good young man, a guy with a lot of character. I think you saw that the way that his game progressed through hard work, and he wanted to be coached by Brad Underwood and his staff, and that's what we saw. And you saw a guy that took some pretty tough insults on the road and played like the second best player in the country at times this past season. So I hope it all works out for him here tonight.
All right. I actually, before if he gets drafted here, I want to get this question in first. I want to talk a little bit about Marcus Domask, and I know we don't expect him to get drafted, but Cart and Greg, I don't know if y'all remember this, but this was probably in like mid-February when I was watching Domask cook dudes with the ball in his hands, like doing whatever he wanted to. And I asked y'all, how many games is he going to play in the NBA? Y'all lowballed him. It was like less than 20. So I want to ask Steven, like I watched Marcus Domask and I was like, this dude might stick around in the league for a little bit, but how would you break down his game and his chances to stick in the pro ranks?
Riley, you've got a really good eye because it's hard to quantify 6'6", 220, if not 225, passing skills, vision, scoring, tough, rebounding. I mean, like he touches almost every aspect of the game. And I'd be very surprised if somebody didn't use a second-round pick. And even if he doesn't go in the second round, he'll be one of the first guys that they sign in a free agent deal because he's a winner. He knows how to play. He's versatile. The guy had to play point guard this season. And, he picked up additional skill set there that's adequate for the next level. So I think that he's going to have an opportunity to play at the next level. It's just that no one's really talking about him right now.
Mm-hmm. Domask is a sleeper. I know like everyone has their favorite sleeper in this class, and you've been able to see a lot of these guys up close and personal Who is somebody projected to go later that you think is going to have a long NBA career?
I think Cam Christie could be a throwback old school 2 guard for a long time. I think his upside may be higher than his brother Max's, and Max is pretty well respected right now in the NBA level. Cam, he's got a little bounce to him. He's got a little jerk to him. Like he's a super nice kid, comes from a great family. But I've seen him on the court a couple times. Guys try to punk him, and he comes right back at him with a little bit of trash talk of his own. So I think he's got some moxie in there that will come out. And as his body develops, because he was one of the younger players in college basketball this season, I think he could be a sleeper and a guy that could be in the league for a while.
Ralph said everybody has their favorite sleepers. Bardo, you mentioned very kind message to me in planning of this. You said you're a fan of our work. Who's your favorite sleeper, Carter or me?
Who's had the most drinks so far tonight? That's who I'll go with.
That's heavy Carter.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm going with Carter then.
Come on now.
All right, little draft update. Unfortunately, it's not Terrence Shannon, but it is a hometown kid for the Chicago Bulls. Mantis Buzelis is a Chicago hometown kid. He fell in this draft. I mean, a lot of people projected him to go in the top 5. I think this is great value at 11. Bardo, what are your thoughts on this pick?
I love this pick. I think the young man can flat out ball. And the fact that he understands the culture that is the Chicago Bulls, that is the middling Chicago Bulls, and that hopefully he can help them decide a direction that would lead us back to contention instead of being in the play-in game year in, year out. You can tell I'm a little bit like Carter and you, Greg, for your Pistons. I'd like to see some improvement, but I do like this pick. I think this young man has tremendous upside.
Yeah, they got some versatility going on with the Bulls right now. I mean, Mantis is a guy who I think has some creation to his game, some passing ability. They just traded for Giddey. They still got Patrick Williams. They still got Kobe White. If Donovan can pull the right strings with this team, they can still move some pieces. The Bulls this is a step forward pick for them. I think getting Buzelis at this pick.
You know, I agree with you, and I think that the Bulls with Mantis can play a little bit differently in terms of spacing the floor a little bit. I love Vujicic. I love him, but he does have some liabilities on the defensive end. He limits you a little bit for what you can do defensively, and I think that with the type of roster that the Bulls have right now, I think they need to look more along the defensive line of trying to improve than on the other way, because as long as you have Zach LaVine, as long as you have DeMar DeRozan, there's only going to be so many balls that are going to get shared.
And he's a crier. We just learned that. Tears are streaming down the Mantis Buzelis cheeks right now. You love to see some emotion on draft night.
Dude, yeah, I love this pick. For some reason, we collectively, like in different group chats, heard some modest slander throughout this process that he wasn't like, I would have taken him in the top 5. I don't know why I get that he shot, 27% in the G League. It doesn't look like a bad shot. It's not an ugly shot by any stretch. And I sort of feel like people treat him like he's just this soft, lanky kid who didn't routinely just throw down dunks on the competition. And I love the defensive instincts, love the overall feel, the playmaking ability. And y'all know I'm excited to watch him alongside my boy Kobe White. So a little 1-2 punch for Chicago.
There you go.
Steven, I got to ask you about Zach Edey too. Went 9th to the Grizzlies, which we were wondering where he would fall. There were some top 10 rumors. What do you make of his chances to be a productive NBA player?
Brian, I think it's a great pick for Memphis. We in the Big Ten country have grown to love Zach Edey based on what he looked like when he first came into the league to what he looks like now. He's made an incredible transformation, I should say. He's a guy that you root for. I had a chance to interview Brandon Brantley, who worked very closely with the development of Zach Edey, and he raved about this young man's work ethic, his dedication to the game, watching film, watching video. And so I hope that young people will be able – they're not going to be 7'3". Most young people aren't going to be 7'3", but they can look at the work ethic that Zach Edey put down and what he's being rewarded with tonight. So I absolutely love it. I think that he's going to be able to play in the league. There's going to be times when he's going to be on the floor where they may have to hide him in a ball screen situation, because that's what the NBA is. But my bet is on Zach Edey for whatever he needs to figure out. He's going to figure it out and pretty much do it very well.
Steven, I'm a huge fan of your work as well. You've been covering the Big Ten as good as anybody. You covered the Illini as good as anybody. Obviously, you got some ties there. This has been a loud debate over the last 2 weeks in our world, and I'm wondering if you have an answer for this. Some people are saying this next season, this version of the Illini that are coming up, could have the most NBA players on it of any team in the Brad Underwood era. Will Riley was a huge addition. They got a bunch of other young, talented players that could certainly end up playing in the pros. Do you think it's a crazy statement to say this could be the most talented Illinois team we've seen under Brad Underwood?
Oh, not at all. I think when you look at the four corners of the earth that they went to bring in this motley crew, so to speak, you got guys from all over the places. So no, I think these were highly coveted players in every scenario. As I follow you guys because you do a great job of covering the Big Ten in college basketball. But I'm watching different platforms, and when you hear something first drop that Illinois is in on this kid, and then he comes, and then he's in on this kid, and then they get him, and then Ben Humreek House, if I got that right. I mean, they get him. And so for me, I'm giddy, not Josh giddy, but I'm giddy for the Illini right now because this is the golden era of Illinois basketball. And I think that it could definitely be the most talent of a Brad Underwood coach team here at Illinois.
I'm sure Illinois fans are going to love that answer. I've been calling them crazy for 2 days, Bardo. I mean, Aaron Shannon and Marcus Damask haven't even left the building, and we're talking about upgraded roster. It is what it is. Thank you for being here. We are huge fans of your work. You do a great job, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft. I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon.
Hey, keep up the great work, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm very glad he clarified the not Josh Giddey also.
Bardo is awesome, man.
Dude, my dog, if you aren't subscribed, go tune in to Bardo's YouTube channel. He does great stuff over there, really interactive with the chat. Being interactive with the chat is a skill not many people have.
Yeah,
you have it, but everyone else should get it. Bardo's got it.
It is. Would you like to hear from the chat, Cart? Is that what I'm hearing from you right now, or?
I mean, I'm keeping an eye on the chat, but more so for a note-taking perspective. Like I've seen the folks talking about I have gray hairs, and I've seen things about, me possibly having a painted on hairline, which by the way, is Carl Anthony Towns salute time. I hear all that.
All right. I love you, Cart. I do, but I'd rather talk to this next guest than I would talk about your painted on hairline or not. Let's get Will Tschetter into the program. Hey, that's a Michigan Wolverine. It's about damn time, Willie T. Welcome to the show.
Appreciate you having me, guys.
Of course. Will, the NBA draft is ongoing. Clearly, we got you on a draft show. The Oklahoma City Thunder are up at 12. They just took Nikola Topic. This is the fourth international player taken in 12 picks. Dalton Knecht is still on the board. You play college basketball. How is Dalton Knecht falling down this draft board so much?
Man, I honestly have no idea. His ability to, shoot, score the ball is pretty incredible. I think, maybe his defensive, aspect of his game, maybe is having a little bit of an impact. But, for the most part, some of these European guys are pretty well-rounded all around. So, expect to see him going, pretty soon here.
Sure. So, Will, obviously, with the turnover this season, Dusty May coming into the fold, what are outside of basketball, because I feel like there's been an overhaul, obviously, with the team. What are the vibes like with the team and kind of just Coach May and the new staff? What are the vibes like on Ann Arbor's campus right now?
No, yeah, the vibes are definitely high. We just started to get everyone in practice. Things are going really well. The team's gelling. Coaching staff is great. Our player development sessions, everything like that. Strength and conditioning in the summer is usually a pretty big thing too. It's all been going really well. So, just excited for what this year has in store, for big things for what this team's going to do. And, just overall really excited for, everything surrounding this program right now.
I want to get the lowdown on Danny Wolf. I know that's someone Greg has been very excited about. He said Greg has claimed to have heard some things that Danny is looking great in these practices so far.
I got sources, Davis. Don't check me on that. I got some sources.
But yeah, what's the lowdown on him?
No, yeah, Danny's just a great all-around teammate, player. Obviously a super versatile big man. At being like 7 feet, not a lot of guys his size, can do what he does. But his ability to shoot, exceptional passing. Just an all-around great player, great guy. He's been fun to hang around with. I got to know him a little bit over the last couple of years. So just to kind of get to spend some time around him and really connect with him has been great.
Did you ever think about telling Dusty, like, hey, I know you want Danny Wolf, but you already got Danny Wolf at home and yourself, or we were welcome to get
Nah, I'll always welcome, another guy who can, shoot the ball. You can never have enough guys who can shoot the ball like that.
You don't have to take that, Will. He's a Michigan State fan. He's just upset his phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna discredit everything he says already.
Oh, come on now. No bias in this. No bias whatsoever.
You haven't had a player that can shoot the ball since 2017 in your front court card. It is what it is. Let's be honest.
I'm on record saying I would have walked to Ann Arbor to bring Will to East Lansing this season. I know we're not. I'm saying so. Let's
yeah, this is a tampering call officially.
We've tampered with a few people on this. Will, I want to ask, we just had Stephen Bardo on. We asked him about Zach Edey, obviously going 9th overall to the Grizzlies. You've gone up against him a number of occasions now. What's the most underrated part of his game that you think could benefit him at the NBA level?
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I feel like, Zach Edey is just, what you see is what you're going to get. He's a super, strong physical player. I would say, though, one thing that people don't really realize is he's a lot quicker than what he seems. Whether it's getting to his spot, knowing, when is what move to use. He's really patient with, getting his seals. He'll, wait until, he's got it timed up with his guard. So, obviously going to, Memphis with their front court, that'll be something that he'll have to, find that same connection that he had with Braden and all their guards, Fletcher and all them. But for the most part, just a, real solid. Obviously, I think they said he was 6'7 3/4, or no, not 6'7. It's 7'3 3/4, 299 pounds. So, just a big dude. But really skilled around the rim and all that sort of stuff.
All right, so live right now, we've got Sacramento on the clock. Devin Carter has been taken 13th overall. This had been a rumored landing spot for Devin over the last couple of weeks. Really, really productive player. He had a great season at Providence, so I like this pick for the Kings for sure. We'll do some around the horn in just a few moments, boys, but I'm going to be honest. Will and I have been through a lot in the last year, so I want to have a little one-on-one with Will. This is a little therapy session for me and Will Tschetter right now. Will, at the end of this past season, you certainly had a lot of different options when you found out that your coach had been displaced and you had a new staff coming in. How hard was the decision to return to Michigan?
Honest to God, wasn't very hard at all. After about, 15 minutes talking with Coach May, I knew that I was, going to be back just from, style of play he likes to play with, the things that he was all about, on and off the floor. I was super excited to be able to stay at the university that I love. So, super thankful for, him seeing something in me to be able to come back, and super excited to get to play for him.
Will, I sit here honestly and I look you in the eyes as a man and I tell you, not proudly, but I tell you honestly, I am a man who owns 2 different articles of clothing that are entirely promoting Doug McDaniel. I have a Doug McDaniel t-shirt and a Doug McDaniel jersey. Will, he was my favorite player in 20 years at Michigan. And it was the weirdest experience for me to simultaneously watch my favorite player at Michigan while also knowing he was destroying my favorite program at the same time. I'm sure you're still close with Doug. Maybe you're not. But was it as weird for you to watch what happened to Doug go down last season as it was for me to watch from the outside?
I think, Doug, he's a great guy. And obviously, like, we had some ups and downs with the season. I think that was, on fault a little bit of everyone around the program. But, Doug definitely, carried a heavy load on his shoulders, being our point guard. And, with that comes, when you're not winning games, it can be pretty tough. But when you are winning games, Doug, could have a lot of say in those too. So, I wish him all the best at Kansas State. I know that, he was a real fun player to, watch, to play with. And he's going to do great things there for sure.
Will, did you make the offer to do his homework? Can you be honest with us?
That's crazy.
That's a crazy question, dude.
I gotta know what lengths we went to.
This is why we can't give you freedom, because we give you an inch and you take a mile.
I'm sorry. You don't have to answer that. Maybe you'll answer this one instead. It's tough though. But again, the last year's been hell for me, Will. And I thank you. I personally thank you for turning this around, because I view you as a man who is committed to this program, to restoring what it once was, and it's on the right track. I like all of this. I got to ask this. Jace Howard is still on this team for next year. Is that a strange dynamic given the coaching change that has happened, and what's it like behind the scenes?
No, I don't think so at all. I think, having Jace, he's been around for, that Elite Eight run.
Mm-hmm.
He obviously brings a lot of, good veteran experience. He's been around the block. He's seen what it takes to, be that elite team, to make a run in March. And then, you can never have enough old guys on a team, especially in college basketball. So, to kind of have him, he's bought into like whatever Michigan's bought into, regardless of, if his pops was the coach or whatever, he's just excited, for Michigan basketball as a whole. That's what his family's all about. It's what he's all about. And, it's one of my good friends too. We're roommates. So I'm super excited. I think the staff is super excited to, have him back for one more year. And, hopefully, make some noise like he had like his freshman year.
Car, you heard him mention Elite Eight. Do you still remember what those are? It's been a couple years.
Yeah, it has been a couple years. It has been a couple years. I'm not gonna comment, but it has been a couple years. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure. All right, Will, I put you through the ringer with questions. I appreciate you answering them honestly. I'm rooting so hard for you guys this year, and thank you very much for joining the show with us tonight.
For sure. appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Will.
We'll never see you again.
I'm sorry.
Listen, no, I'm calling a 30 before we bring in the next guest. Greg, look at me right now. Lock in. Lock in.
Was it okay? Let me get an unbiased. Was that inappropriate?
What's you supposed to say? Yeah, I did Doug's homework, or I tried. Yeah.
Just the offer.
I didn't need him to I turned it in. But I just
hey, Mr. Andre, shut it. Riley, you actually rule on this one. Greg's out of pocket.
I thought it was really funny. I think Will thought it was really funny.
Okay.
I wouldn't ask that to someone who's still a student on a team that is under NCAA jurisdiction.
You're not getting this anywhere else. When the cartel is the voice of reason, that should tell you everything.
All right. Well, speaking of things that are really funny and probably completely out of pocket, our next guest is one of my favorite people on the internet. It's young Mantis. Welcome to the show. That boy Ben.
That boy Ben.
Free Mantis. Hashtag free Mantis.
Bro,
how you doing, Mantis?
I swear to God, man, it's gonna be 5 more days and we don't get out for real. It's free, bro. Free him for real. My God.
Free. Hey, Mantis, my guy, how we doing? I need to know immediately, how is the mission to keep Red Lobster alive? I see you fighting the good fight out here. Is there any movement on that front to make sure Red Lobster is going to make it?
Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
Okay, so these fuckers, right? So I've been going hard for them for like 4 weeks now, trying to save this company. They sent me a DM last night. They're like, "Hey, we appreciate your hard work being a fan. Can we send you a T-shirt?" Like, hell no, bro. Send me a fucking partnership. Like, I'm trying to save your ass. Like, they gave me a Flavor partnership. He got like 200,000 views, like 4 million views on 3 videos. Like, I'm really trying to like change the culture here. Like, he wanted like size large T-shirt. Like, they deserve to go out of business. That's how we're going.
Couldn't even send you some cheddar.
Like, what inspired this? Is it just the cheddar biscuits? Because like there are better places to get biscuits than Red Lobster.
You know, that's facts right there. No printer. And I feel like someone's got to step up for this country and just save these businesses because I grew up on O'Charlie's. I don't know if you guys have that around you.
We do, yeah. Free pie night, isn't that their gimmick?
There you
Like,
go.
yeah.
Free pie Wednesday, the chicken tenders, greatest things ever. And when we lost that, I haven't slept the same since. So I know a lot of Red Lobster fans are out there. I want to do it for them. It's not for me. It's for the people.
Are we pivoting from Red Lobster with the T-shirt offer? Is there somewhere else we're pivoting to?
I can't even lie. I took the T-shirt offer, but at first I was like, "How about a partnership?" They're like, "No, how about a T-shirt?" I'm like, fine, I guess. I'll wear your shirts on my workouts or whatever.
There you go.
So Mantis, recently, you've been all over the map. I feel like in the last year, you and I worked together. A lot of people don't know this. We worked together behind the scenes. Shout out to Dimers. We worked for them for a couple of years, and we both have gone our separate ways since. But in the interim, I feel like I've been following you and seeing everything you got going on. Every single week, it seems you're somewhere different in America doing some of the most entertaining crap on the internet. Recently, though, you locked yourself in the gym to shoot 100 free throws, and you had to make 100 in a row before you allowed yourself to leave. You had the bed in the gym. You were all locked in to be there as long as you needed. But the gimmick, or not the gimmick, but the catch here, 100th free throw, the last one you had to make with a blindfold on.
Yes.
You did not complete the challenge, Mantis. What happened?
No, that was the best and worst decision I made in my life. Because the worst because my wrist and my whole body was destroyed for like a week and a half, but it was the best because we really put on a show. Like, it did great numbers, and we got a lot of guests calling in, and the chat was loving it. But I got to 99 4 times in 82 hours. Missed every single blindfold shot. But the good news is I think we just secured a new sponsor to do part 2 in early August.
Hey.
So and I hope so, but my friend Tyrese Halliburton said he wants to pull up for it and be there. So we're getting some more waves.
Come on, if Halliburton does not show up, I will get a fresh cut and show up that day and impersonate Tyrese Halliburton. You just say the word Mantis, I got you.
That's crazy, but I love it. We got Halliburton.
Man, throw that on the shirt. Wait, we gotta bring this back to basketball just for a second. Mantis, do you have a favorite prospect in this class? Has he gone already? Is there anybody that you got to see this season that kind of caught your eye? Do you have a favorite prospect in this draft?
I do. He's still on the board. I don't have a big favorite NBA team, but being Indiana, I do like going to Pacer games and watching them. And so I feel like the Pacers, man, we need Bronny James. I'm being real with you. We want to evaluate our game because you get Bronny James, LeBron's going to come home to where he belongs, right? And then you sign Kadavius Caldwell-Pope, and then you bring Greg Oden back from the grave, and, dude, we're going to the finals. It's that simple. Sign Bronny, you're going to the finals.
So to be clear, you believe that LeBron James belongs in Indiana. That's where he belongs.
Come home, King. Come home.
It's like a 20-minute drive from Akron?
Yeah, it's like a quick little Delta flight.
Bron flying Delta's crazy. You talking about his TSA pre-check?
Oh, that's a game changer right there. $75 for 5 years of that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dude, speaking of pre-check, dude, I hate going through TSA because they always pat me down because, like, I'm so bent. They think I had a bomb under my chest. So, like, they're like always like, "Yo, you gotta step out," blah blah blah. And I'm like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "We take your shirt off." Like, what is that? Like, it's my skin, bro. They're like, "No, you're not visualizing this. You're not." Imagine like a bent bot, in the end zone, touchdown. In the end zone, it's just like this, right? So, like, what the hell is that? It's like, bro, what?
Hey,
what do you want to say?
Shout out 3-1 Heaven, by the way. I know you got the merch on. Respect 3-1 Heaven. Respect. So Mantis, that boy bent. That's the catchphrase. You demonstrated the boy is bent. Who's the most bent prospect in this draft class?
Oh, shoot. That's a good question. As a man who hasn't watched one college basketball game this year or any G League. So is it G League now? Was it?
The G League tonight?
Yeah.
I know Zach Edey. He's not bent. Well, people say I look like Zach Edey if I was like 7 foot tall.
Who would have said that?
Twitter.
You do get a lot of comparisons. I see you tweet out like, "Hey, I'm already aware of this," so some people don't tag you and think. What's your favorite visual comp someone's ever given you?
Oh God, I'll start with my least favorite that I got last Friday. I was out in Indy, and this really hot girl, very rare. She walked up to me, And she was like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "You're the guy with the fucked up back on YouTube." And I was like,
Oh, good lord. Good
"Yeah, you're
lord.
the girl with the fake ass tits." Like, oh my god. And then she's like, "Oh, my fiance wants to meet you." And the fiance came and started glazing me like a donut. So that was horrible night. But the best comparison. Speaking of Miami Heat on the clock, the guy that got the rookie last year from UCLA.
Hawkins.
Hawkins.
I got that a little bit with the longer hair with the flow.
Yeah.
I can see
that-
how for sure. You got the same facial hair setup, I feel like.
Yeah, that and I got compared to Chris Rock. They say we look alike. That was
I
pretty
don't
hard.
know about that one. I feel like that's a good note to let Mantis leave the show. Mantis, you are one of my favorite people on the planet. Thank you for making time for us tonight, sir.
Appreciate it, guys.
Love
Shout out
you,
to
man.
you.
Thanks
for coming on.
Cheers. Oh boy. All right. I mean, you went from calling me out of pocket to we get Mantis on the show. I feel like it made me look less out of pocket.
I mean, good transition. I want to apologize to Natalie first off, because if she's still in the background hearing this, I know she's appalled.
she's in our room. She's not listening.
Thank God. Thank God.
We're in a good spot. Boys, we're about halfway through the show. We've been going for over 2 hours. The Miami Heat are on the clock at 15, about halfway through the first round. Let's just go around the horn real quick. How's this going, boys? Are we having a good time? How do we think this is going, Ralph?
I'm having a great time. I know who the Heat have picked because I have inside information. I think we need to talk about this one.
Oh boy. Okay.
Is it Dalton Connect? Are they sleeping on the white boy?
Go ahead.
Khalil Ware.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Wow.
I like that, honestly. They
I
just
love
got,
that.
they just signed Bam today to his extension. I don't know that maybe play Bam at the 4, Khalil at the 5, or Khalil off the bench. I kind of like that. Heat culture, get him in shape, get him right. That works, doesn't it?
This is interesting because the Miami Heat just took a true 7-footer who can shoot it, who can pass it, who can defend a little bit, who's one of the best scorers on the planet, who has been known to have a good time and will have a good time in the city of Miami. That's also what our next guest is, a 7-footer who can shoot it, pass it, rebound it, defend, and will have a good time wherever he is, maybe in Miami. Welcome to the show, Hunter Dickinson. Hunter, this is a long time coming. Let's be honest about this. You've been ducking us for about 2 years. The ducking allegations are still real, my friend.
I don't think I was ducking. I didn't really formally get another invite on here.
It was an open one, Hunter. It was open. It's been open for so long. We're not gonna. It's okay though. You're here now. This is a really full circle moment for us.
Kinda, yeah, for real.
A little bit. A lot has changed since the last time we talked, Hunter. You were once my center, and then you left, and then my team won 7 games, and we fired our coach. You are now the center on the #1 team in the country. So I kind of feel like you're my ex who married a millionaire, and I'm just a single chubby alcoholic. Is that a fair comparison?
I'm not gonna lie, Greg. I didn't know you were a Michigan fan until about 2 years into my Michigan career. Like junior year is when I figured out that you were a Michigan fan.
Sounds about right. He's a little bit fair weather, but let's not talk about that other single-digit win team. Hunter, what has it been like this summer with the team, with what you guys done in the transfer portal, the additions you made? It seems like Coach Self has honestly had a chip on his shoulder. He ain't like all the talk they made about him last season. What has it been like this summer so far for yourself and your team?
Yeah, I think you called it. Like Coach Self kind of has that chip on his shoulder right now. I think a lot of the guys who are coming back from last year kind of had that same chip where, we knew we underperformed pretty big last year. And I think with the guys that we have coming in, the transfers and also the freshmen, I've been really excited in practice seeing, all the new guys and all their skill level and talent. And I think Coach put together a really good roster.
Yeah, and speaking of this year's team, I know y'all are already putting together a pretty tough schedule. There's one game that's of particular interest for me. I'm a Tar Heel. I know November 8th, Fog Allen, UNC's coming to town. I got to ask, what are you looking forward to about that game? And, I mean, I think y'all are the #1 team in the country. I'm nervous to see what happens to my Tar Heels going on the road to Lawrence. But, if there's anything that you see in that matchup with UNC, where could they maybe give Kansas some trouble?
See, I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that one game, but
no.
UNC, I mean, it's always great to play another blue blood. I'm 0-2 in my career versus them, so I'm glad that we get to play them in Allen. Hopefully that'll give us a little bit of advantage. But they're a really good team. They made some noise in the portal. They got a lot of good guards coming back, and I think that'll really test us early on with defending the perimeter. And I think that's a great way to kind of open up the season playing against one of the best teams in the country.
No more Mondo, though, hurts me, man. I would have loved to see y'all get to play against each other one more time, but maybe it's time for Mondo to move on. Makes sense.
Yeah, no, we're wishing him all the luck in this coming up here in the next day or so.
Hunter, I want to get some inside information because you talked about all those new guys, all of them high profile that have joined you guys this offseason. Has there been anything somebody has done that has surprised you? Didn't know they had that in their game or anything like that?
I mean, I could go down the list of everybody who's been surprising. I'd probably say Rakis has probably been the most surprising prospect that we've got in just terms of, we didn't know what to expect getting him. And I think the coaches and everybody can agree that he's probably going to steal some minutes this year in the rotation, with just how good he's played offensively, but I think defensively, most especially. He's been really good at just picking up full court, and in the summer, that's kind of rare. I think Shaquille's athleticism, he's bouncy as hell. And so I think he'll be really good for us to be able to give Juan a little bit of a break at that backup spot, but he can also play a little bit of combo. Just giving Juan a break out there so Juan doesn't have to try to play 40 minutes every game.
So we're 15 picks into the NBA draft this year. 2 different Big Ten bigs have gone. Zach Edey and Khalil Ware now 15 to the Heat. You played against Zach Edey. I don't believe you've ever played against Khalil Ware unless I'm forgetting something.
No, we played this year.
Oh, you did play this year. I forgot. First off, are you surprised? I think both these guys went a little higher than maybe draft pundits would think. Edey 9th and Khalil Ware 15th. Are you surprised by where they've gone in the draft?
I was a little bit surprised. Like, obviously, I don't think anybody kind of had Zach in the top 10 of their mocks, but super happy for him. I've heard of all the things that he's done in terms of just living in the gym, kind of picking up basketball really late. But the growth that he's made from freshman year to senior year, I think they put that graphic up of just, how much he's grown with his game and everything. Really impressive, super happy for him. Purdue did a really good job with him. And I think he'll be able to be successful in the league. I think he went to a really good spot. He went to Memphis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think being able to learn under Steven Adams, I feel like will be really good for him. And I think he'll be in a nice little spot there where he can learn from a veteran big man, kind of learn the ropes. And then Khalil, super athletic, super skilled. I think Carter mentioned it. Getting in that Heat organization will be really big for him because the way they develop, the way they have that just kind of that camaraderie, that pedigree, I think would be really good for him to get in that mix.
Do you miss the Big Ten, Hunter?
I do. I really do. Like, just going to all those games and everything and being so familiar with the teams, that was a lot of fun. Like, I didn't really have to look at the scouting report too much. Like, I'd probably look at, the new faces that came in the year before, maybe the freshmen and the transfers, but in terms of the plays and everything, I was really familiar with everything, and it was a lot of fun. So it was good to go back to Indiana for a game. That gave me some deja vu, and then next year, even though it's a neutral site game versus Michigan State, that'll be a lot of fun. So I do definitely miss it a little bit.
I'm sure that game against Michigan State will be a lot of fun for you.
Yeah, Card, I'm kind of afraid how many points Hunter's going to score against our front courts.
Yeah, you don't want to see Carson Cooper, I guess.
So I want to redeem myself before Hunter gets out of here. If he couldn't tell I was a Michigan fan in the past, at least hopefully by the end of this call, he'll be able to tell I'm a Hunter Dickinson fan still. So I have advocated for much of your career that I think you are an NBA big. I've been known even back to your freshman year. I have said the words, I don't know what Brook Lopez can do that Hunter can't. And some people have said maybe I'm crazy on that. But as I said, 2 Big Ten players have been picked in the top 15. Is it frustrating for you to sit here going into your 5th year in college and know that your name isn't viewed the same way as those guys are?
I wouldn't say it's frustrating because, for the past, I would say, after maybe not my sophomore year, but freshman and then maybe junior, but even this year, I could have went and then been drafted around like the late 40s, 50s. But for me, like my goal was never to get to the league. My goal has always been to stay in the league. And so like I don't want to get there and just try to rush it and be as quick as I can and be in the G League for 3 years and try to develop there. I always wanted to get to the league when I felt like I was the most ready to be able to make an impact right away. And then with NIL, like I think without NIL, I would have felt a little bit more rushed to leave. But with NIL, I mean, I felt like it's given me that kind of safety blanket to just continuing to get better and better each and every year to the point where after this year, hopefully it ends in a national championship. But after this year, I feel like I will be as ready as I possibly could for the NBA. Because like I said, I don't want to get there and say like, and put on the uniform and take a couple of preseason pictures. I want to be able to eventually get in the rotation and be able to get some actual minutes there and stay in the league. So that's my goal.
A special guest wanted to say hello. Young Mantis has re-infiltrated the show.
That boy Bet.
I was just about to leave, and I saw Hunter. I was like, "Oh, we met last month."
Yes, sir.
I was walking down the hall. He goes, "That boy Bet." I was like, "Hunter Dickinson." I'm like, "What the heck?" Good dude, great guy. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. It's appreciation.
We appreciate it, Mantis. All right, the final question, then we'll get you out of here, Hunter. We had Coleman Hawkins on our show 2 weeks ago. I know you're no stranger to Coleman. In fact, you tweeted at Coleman when he was visiting Kansas State of, hey, the real school is down the road here in Kansas. Ultimately, Coleman has picked Kansas State. You're going to see him again. I think most college basketball fans know that Coleman has quite the record against you. What is your reaction to Coleman at Kansas State and going to see him again this year?
Sorry, I was looking at who just got drafted. I think in terms of Coleman, I feel like he made a good decision with Coach Tang. I mean, for me, tweeting out, I just be bored sometimes on Twitter, man, and I'm always gonna rep heavy the school that I'm at. I think that was very apparent at Michigan with how supportive and how much of an advocate I was for Michigan in my time. I still love Michigan to this day, but now that I'm at Kansas, like I'm always gonna rep Kansas over everybody else, especially our rivals or people that want to rival us. But I mean, I was happy that he went there because that'll make that game really interesting. I think, they made a couple late additions in the portal that they kind of needed, but I think their team kind of really shaped out really good. And now that they got obviously Doug McDaniel, who, we all know, but Okoronkwo, the kid from Kentucky, and now Coleman, I think they got, one of the best front courts in the country. And so that'll definitely make that Sunflower Showdown a real good game. And that's what the people of Kansas want anyway. So it'll be fun.
We're on record. We're going to visit for that game, Hunter. So hopefully
hopefully they give us that home and away. But now that we got 16 teams, it gets tricky on how many home and aways you get. But I'd assume that they give it since it's that home, that in-state rivalry.
Maybe we'll visit, Greg. We can't, we get Hunter on. It's not all smooth now. I'm still a little bit upset. It's been too long. I didn't get no round ball invite. I didn't get no type of invite nowhere. It's okay, though. I'll get over it.
I thought well, actually, to be fair, the round ball, you guys didn't have a good reputation on the round balls.
No, y'all were my guys. It was misconstrued. Just
what you accuse a guy of inventing ISIS one time, and all of a sudden everybody changes their opinion. It's insane. Hunter, we thank you for being here. I still truly mean this. I'm a huge fan of yours, man. It's been cool to see you go on to have a bunch of success, and I wish you the best this season, my friend. Good luck.
Appreciate that, boys.
Thanks, Hunter, man.
Hunter. Good luck.
All right, we got a quick recap here. Jared McCain went 16th overall to the Philadelphia 76ers. The Los Angeles Lakers are on the clock at 17. More importantly, I can't believe this show hasn't been shut down yet.
I can't. Did Dog Connect fail a drug test?
Yeah, what do we think is going on here, boys? What do we think is going on here, boys?
This is interesting. It really is. I mean, looking at the back half of this, I mean, I'm not saying there's the wrong picks, but like Dog Connect dropping this far is crazy. If I'm a team in this range, I'm looking at TSJ now, but like now maybe TSJ drops because Dog Connect's in the fold. This is shaking up something crazy right now.
Yeah. I mean, is there any logical explanation, Ralph, for Connect falling and still being here at 17?
I think I don't have these concerns, but I'm going to guess it's concerns about all he does is score. And if we don't ask him to be our primary scorer, what does he do?
Not a lot is the answer to that, isn't it? Or no? Okay, Cart, let's put the pen down. Riley, why do you think Dalton Connect is still available?
He's not.
I don't know.
He's not.
Is he playing with LeBron? Let's go. Let's go.
All right, relax, Riley.
Hey,
that's crazy.
LeBron loves when he has a mean mugging white guy. See, NBA champion Alex Caruso. My GOAT, ring number 5 is on the way.
No Austin Reeves mention?
That's a great pick. I love that for them.
It's a good mean mugging duo. I'm sorry I forgot about Austin. I love Dalton Connect though.
I mean, they need shooting. Connect's going to do that. He can give LeBron some more time on the bench, I guess, as a bench scorer. I think you plug him in there. That's beneficial.
I think the question we're all asking right now, how does Bronny James feel about this pick, Cart?
I mean, the first thought that's got to come to his head is I'm the second favorite son. Bryce would not get passed up for Dalton Connect. I'm sorry, he wouldn't.
I don't know if that's accurate or not. It seems like he probably would. I do like this fit though, in all seriousness, right? And it's interesting. We get, I think, the 2 best shooters in this draft back to back. At least you could make the argument maybe Reed Shepherd with how efficient he was, but like a pure shooter back to back, Jared McCain, Dalton Connect at 16, 17. I'm sure they both would have loved to be lottery picks, but I mean, they go to contenders on teams where their role is going to be very simple, catch and make jump shots. I think I like that for the careers of Jared McCain and Dalton Connect a lot more than it could have been.
Yeah, I'll even speak to McCain since we sort of glossed over him, but he's also going to a team that took a player like Tyrese Maxey, who was an undersized combo guard, turned him into a lead guard. So he's got to be feeling good that like he's in a good situation, good structure for that to happen. I mean, I like both of these picks a lot. Obviously, I'm happy to see the Lakers get someone who can make a jumper, who has good size, who has athleticism. And for the record, for those who may not be familiar, I'm just a Bron fan. I'm not an LA fan, but yeah, I'm happy to see Connect out in LA. Just feels like it's going to be scenes.
It does.
Yeah, he's going to look good in purple and gold.
Cart disagrees. That's not scenes.
No, it's not going to be scenes. It's just going to be good basketball. It's not act like it's going to be scenes. Dalton Connect isn't a scenes guy. Bron's there.
You saw the chain tonight, no?
That's the 13th like initial chain we've seen tonight. He's got to come something different if you're Dalton Connect.
Yeah, it's the look. It's the look now.
I guess it is. I wish
we're out of touch with the youths of today.
Speak for yourself. I'm very actually no. You're right. Sorry. Let me relax.
Wait, so you were saying you like the chain but not the rest of the fit?
I mean, like, if I'm a first-round draft pick, I'm not here to be a fashionista by any means, but, like, I'm coming with something with some pop.
It's major Tyler Herro vibes.
Yeah, he's coming Men's Warehouse prom, like, rental right now, and that's not how I would come. I know there's a good NIL collective at Tennessee. He could have came different.
We got a Rick Barnes shot, too.
Wow.
Look at Barnes out supporting his guys. He has a little ice on the wrist, too, though. I mean, it's not complete. It's a little Men's Warehousey, but
everything's black and black bow tie.
Yeah, it would have been more prom vibes though if he wore like a pink bow tie though.
Don't want my wing looking like a valet driver at Andiamo's. That's my person.
Car, he is cutted though. As a man who also got a haircut today, it looks like Dalton has a nice fade on the sides.
Don't ever compare my fade to what Dalton has got going on in his fade. I will actually drive and fight you.
Understood. Let's get our next guest into the show. This is one of my favorite guests we've ever had on the program, Card. I'm very excited for this one. I believe we have Chris Holtmann here. Yes, we do. DePaul head coach, Chris Holtmann. Chris, welcome on to the show.
Hey, it's great to be with you guys. I appreciate it. I enjoyed the critique of everybody's hair and outfits and good and the bad and the ugly right now. You guys, good, hard crew right there. That's a tough crew.
Coach, you're a good person to bring in right now because you are really rocking that DePaul quarter zip. I must say, you always fill it out. You always do. What is this initial kind of first summer been like with DePaul, and obviously with the transfer portal and coming into a new situation, new conference? What is it? What has that initial summer been like for you at DePaul?
You know, it's not been unlike what a lot of guys experience taking over a job, outside of the fact that, you know, we had to add a whole new roster. You know, I'm not the only one, I don't think, that's added a ton of guys. I might be the only new coach to add an entirely new roster. But, you know, I think it's been a lot of fun. It's been trying to get a lay of the land and understand where we're at and some of the how we wanted to structure our team. That's the biggest thing. I think roster construction, how it fits your system, how you want to play, how, you know, I kind of reflected back on, you know, our first 5 years at Ohio State in terms of we had a great blend of old and young guys, and we also were really versatile across the boards, and also some of my Butler days. And we had some really good players those last 2 years too. We were just really young, but I went back and reflected on it when I kind of looked at constructing this roster.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of getting the lay of the land in the Big East, and I know, so we had Hunter Dickinson on a few minutes ago, and Carter asked him if he missed the Big Ten now that he's moved on. But I'm curious to know, like, as you've been, you know, sort of getting to know this new job, getting to know this new conference, is there any big takeaway you have as far as like the differences in Big Ten style of play versus Big East style of play that stuck out to you?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious is the Big Ten has had bigger big men, you know, consistently. It's been a little bit more bruising of a league than the Big East that I remember. But, you know, I will say this. I think we'll reflect back in 25 years at what UConn's done and maybe look at it as the most impressive thing in the last, you know, couple decades. I just think their dominance is been incredible. But the league in general, the Big East is generally a little bit faster. At least that was my experience. And I think that's true. It's a little bit more guard and wing driven. The Big Ten just naturally had bigger guys. You know, I think when you have a Zach Edey, everybody in the league says, how are we going to stop Zach Edey, Hunter Dickinson when he was in the league? So you just collect more big guys in your league because everybody's saying, well, if they have him, then we've got to add these guys. And I think the Big East just has generally a little bit more versatility and flexibility within their big guys.
Chris, I'm glad you said the Big Ten had more bigs. That's obvious, right? But it brings me to a point I've been screaming into a void for 5 years. Nobody takes me serious, and I got to know if you'll endorse this message. Matt Painter, and specifically Isaac Haas, broke college basketball, coach. Because he realized it's a superpower. I can get the 7'4", dude. Nobody can do anything about it. I'm not saying Zach Edey's just big. That's the most dominant player I've seen in my life at the college level. But it's a cheat code, coach. Who's letting him get these monsters?
Yeah, well, listen, people have stopped recruiting against Purdue for guys that are over 7'2" for the most part. I think like you just walk the other way. I mean, you know, it's like point guard you, they've got 7'2" you. It's just it's amazing. I do think this. He didn't reach what he really wanted to reach, and you guys know this, until he had Smith and Lawyer and those guards that and Jones, the kid who helped him this year, you know, those guards really grow into their own. They were always good. They were always Sweet 16 caliber. But their guards really had to elevate for them to achieve what they achieved this past year. And, you know, it couldn't happen to a guy who does it better than Matt and his staff.
Coach, I'm glad you brought that up because you have been really good throughout your career at developing guards and finding guys who produce well beyond what their expectations were for that season. Who are some names we should keep an eye out on for you guys this year that you're hoping can have a big impact for you?
You know what? I mean, I like the group we've assembled. You know, we have a group of guys that are a little bit older. You know, a guy like Isaiah Rivera is a guy that played at Illinois, Chicago, but I think has been able to score both at his time at Colorado State and then at Illinois, Chicago. I think he can be really good for us. We took a young man out of Drake who's a really tough-minded point guard. who's going to be, I think, a really fun player to watch. Leighton Blocker is going to be really exciting for us to coach, because I don't know that I've coached somebody with his speed and athleticism, and we've got to refine him in some areas and get him better in some areas. But he's going to be a really, I think, fun one for us to continue to work with and get better. And we really, you guys probably saw this study by Evan on roster construction, roster build, what wins. And we all know that, right? It's multi-year guys in your program. And that's really what we try to target with this first class, is multi-year guys who, we're going to have the chance to hang on to and build with.
So, quick draft reset. I'll jump in. Tristan Da Silva has just gone off the board at the 18th overall pick to the Orlando Magic. Chris, you have coached a bunch of guys who have made their way to the league very quickly in the last few years. Bryce Sensabaugh being one, Malachi Branham being another that comes to mind. We got to watch those guys up close and personal, and certainly great players in college, but NBA potential very early, and you saw them jump. How hard is that to manage in this era in college basketball, where you might have guys come in who become pros quicker than they're supposed to?
Well, you mentioned it. We didn't expect it with either guy. Now, I think Malachi being a top 30 pick, I think he thought maybe that would happen, or being he was top 30 in his class. Bryce was outside of that, partly because of injury, but neither guy, you guys know, most of the one and dones are top 20-ish, relatively speaking. Last 5 years, the average one and done has been ranked 18th in his class. Okay. So the reality is most of those guys are top 20 in their class. The guys we had were outside of that. And it just so happened that they filled a need. Malachi filled a need at the 2 guard right away for us and was on a good team. And he was playing alongside guy E.J. Liddell, who also played in the NBA, who could carry a load for him until he came along, an unbelievable kid. So is Bryce and E.J. All three of those guys now are just building their careers, and it's really fun. It's hard as a coach when you plan on it. I think we're going to have him for 2 years, maybe 3 years. But the reward is to see those kids and their families experience something on draft night that is the culmination of everything they ever wanted. And that really is, ultimately when you reflect back on it, you say, okay, why did I get into coaching? Well, you want kids to reach their dreams and their goals. Well, it just so happened that maybe it happened a little bit faster, and in some ways might have at our expense a little bit, but it's just so rewarding to see that for kids. That's a genuine feeling that I think most every coach feels.
Coach is like, damn, you couldn't just wait till year 2 or second half of Big Ten. Can't wait the second half of Big Ten play. I'd love to have you for another year.
Yeah, you don't think I said that to both of them when they were their rookie seasons? You don't think I called both of them and say, hey, man, you don't think you could have just stuck around another year? They love it. They love it. But I called both of them.
Listen, Cart and I saw this up close and personal. We came to Columbus a couple years ago, and we left. It was a tough game. I think you lost to Michigan State in a close one. You had a big second half comeback that just fell short. And Cart and I left, and we were like, this has to be the most frustrating situation ever, because on one hand, you have this freshman in Bryce Sensabaugh who's way ahead of where he's supposed to be. It's the second straight year that your staff's player development should be getting all of this praise. And at the same time, there's games being lost and your name is being slandered as a coach. Like how frustrating is it to go through that dichotomy at the same time?
Yeah, it's, I think you guys know it. You can't be too sensitive in this business because, if you're insensitive or if you're insecure and too sensitive in this business, you just can't make it. You just can't last. You got to be confident in who you are and what your belief system is, and know that there's going to be criticism, and some of it's going to be warranted and a large part of it won't be. And you've got to be able to navigate what that is. And I felt really confident in our ability to develop our players, whether they're with us for a couple months, a year, or a couple years. And, I think where I probably looked at is, hey, Bryce would have really benefited from an E.J. Liddell that would have really even helped him at a higher level. Malachi benefited from Kyle Young and EJ Liddell. We were successful because we had the right mix. And that's I think, what you shoot for when you're building every team.
All right, Coach, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for making time for us. And we just talked through a bunch of pros you developed at Ohio State. I'm looking forward to watching you at DePaul, man. Fresh start, and you're not going to struggle. I believe this is going to work out for you, Coach. So thank you so much for being here.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for what you do for our game, too. I enjoy listening to all of you. I really do. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Have a good night. All right. So, again, jumping back into draft stuff, man. I think we pre-thought this out. It's like, it's going to be great to have all these college basketball guests. And then we get here and we're like, we're not a draft show anymore. We're interviewing Chris Holtmann. This is awesome. Meanwhile, Jacoby Walter is going off the board at 19 to the Toronto Raptors. Card, I just got to say it out loud. Luke Goode's in the waiting room right now. In fact, let's just get him on the show. JK, let Luke Goode in. Terrence Shannon is slipping down the draft boards as we speak. I don't get it, Luke. What's going on with our guy?
I don't know, man. I was just at the facility watching Khalil get drafted, and I was talking to managers early today. I didn't play with Khalil, and I played with TJ, so I was like, I hope TJ gets drafted first. But he's gonna find the right spot. He's gonna find the right spot. He's a dog, so wherever he goes, it doesn't really matter to me, in my opinion. He's just gonna be that guy.
Yeah, honestly, I think the teams at the back half of this draft, they got to be licking their chops to get a guy like TSJ. I mean, I'm not to look forward here, but I mean, if you're a team like Cleveland, throw him next to Garland, throw him next to Mitchell. I mean, right there, you got a wing thing. Now they got to draft my guy. This is getting a little absurd in my opinion.
That's what I'm saying. I was hoping I was going to hop on and we could talk about where he was going and everything, but I was actually supposed to be there. But Coach Woodson wants to schedule a 7 a.m. team practice when he's still in New York. So that's what we got going on here, man.
we got to talk more about. So y'all working over there, huh?
Yeah, no, but I'm gonna be up at 6 a.m. Doing layups and stuff. So,
respect. Hey, the pinstripe pants, the candy stripes, they don't wear themselves, Luke. You got to earn those.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No doubt. Got to rock those Hoosier Hysteria. First time I'm gonna be wearing them, so you got to work for it.
Definitely. So obviously not the rare given in this this day and age of college basketball, but you're transferring to another Big Ten school. You get a chance to go back home, which has got to be, an amazing experience for you. What has it been like, just being in the transfer portal after, honestly, Greg and I were able to go to Champaign last year for a couple games. There was not a person in the stands or in the city of Champaign that had a bad word to say about you as a player, as a person. What has it been like making this transition to Indiana, which is another, very supportive, wild fan base in itself?
Yeah, to be honest, when I decided to go in the portal, I had a set of schools, 4 or 5 schools that I really would consider if they reached out. And I think a lot of people in today's world, it's tough because they go into the portal without a plan. And then they get stuck with, oh, shoot, now we don't have the decisions we want, or, we might have had something that we didn't think we could get. And then it just makes the decision harder. I know you guys are big fans of Coleman and like to talk to Coleman. He's the character he is. And, he did it right too. That's another guy that did it right. So I knew, a couple schools that if they reached out, it would be at the top of my list. So, when I decided to transfer, I graduated from Illinois. So I got my degree from that. That was the most important part. But, Indiana called, and I don't know if you guys saw on social media or anything, but my dad played football there. My mom went to school there. My brother's actually at school here now. So it was one of those things, man. It's like, I feel like, I helped win a couple championships at Illinois, got my degree. It was time to move on, and I went to a spot that, I'll have a lot of opportunity and, feel a big need for a team that has the potential to be really, really good next year.
Championships, plural. Let me make sure that's clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, put the S on that. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to. Riley, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're going to get to you. I apologize.
You're good, Greg.
Luke mentioned our love affair with Coleman Hawkins. That's actually our sideline correspondent at the draft right now. How about we go back to Coleman Hawkins for Coleman's best available, part 2.
Coleman Hawkins here. From the way that things are looking right now, I think I have the best available as 1, Terrence Shannon Jr., 2, Marcus Domask, 3, Quincy Guerrier, 4, Coleman Hawkins, and 5, Coleman Hawkins again. We'll see how everything plays out, but that's my best available prospects for right now.
Those have been the same best available the whole show, number one. Number two, Luke, you're not on the list. What the hell is that about?
Hey, he put himself twice. If that tells you anything about Coleman, that's it right there. Yeah. He's not even in the draft, obviously. So he's a clown. We like to call him a clown.
I mean, you got to feel slightly slighted that he included himself twice when he's not in the draft. You're not in the draft. He could have put you in there nonetheless.
That's what I'm saying. We're boys, man. He was on a podcast the other day too, or a show. Was it you guys maybe where he said who he liked to play with the most? And Buddy said, yeah, he didn't even name drop me. I lived with him for 2.5 years and he couldn't say one thing about me. That's crazy.
He went on a whole soliloquy about Trent Frazier and didn't even throw you one mention. We had to mention you ourselves. Like, what about Luke?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ask him who he was looking for in transition the most. He gonna tell you me or Terrence.
Jalen Tyson's off the board, 20th to the Cavs. This is yet another wing that I do not believe is better than Terrence Shannon. Luke Goode, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I got it on the TV right here, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't even really know who that guy is. So he's probably nice if he's getting drafted, but I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go with TJ over him. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. Have you thought about what it's going to be like when you go back to Illinois for a game?
We don't play there. So as a bullet. Yeah.
Hey.
Honestly, I wish we would play there. Because it'd be one of those things like, I left the coaching staff. A lot of people get a bad rep when they leave schools now, but I left, the coaching staff, with a good way. TA is that'll be, a mentor for my life, for the rest of my life, Coach Tim Anderson, and, all those guys that are great. So I was actually looking forward to going back, but unfortunately we only play them at home. So we got to get that game.
All right. I got to ask about the Indiana recruiting pitch, because I think, from us, we're just the podcasters. It's like, did Woodson really have to say anything more than like, hey, we need shooting? Because I think I speak for Greg and Carter as well. At times last year, probably Brian too, watching Indiana, we're just wondering where the guards are at. Like the front court's loaded, but they needed the shooting. What was Woodson's pitch to you when he hit you up when you entered the portal?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty in tune to all the transfer portal stuff and on Twitter, and being able to keep up with all the current information. And I saw them get Ballo, and I play with Kofi, and I know how much space he creates. It's almost like not as good as Zach Edey, but in a sense, I mean, just a big body like that. If teams have to double, especially with Malik too. Malik and Big O together. I mean, that's tough. That's tough to do. So now you got teams trying to pack it in, and that just leaves space for guys like me to come in there and shoot. That's kind of one of his biggest things. And he wants, another thing too is he kind of compared my game to Miller Kopp. He said Miller came from Northwestern as a spot up guy, known as a spot up guy, and turned him into somewhat of a playmaker, being able to go off the dribble, take a couple of dribbles, come off ball screens. And that's another thing he said. And, obviously my goal is to play at the next level. So to be able to do that, I feel like, in terms of in-game experience, my game's got to expand in terms of that stuff. So, everything that he was saying to me and the roster that we got, my favorite thing to do is to win championships. So I think this team has a good chance to win a championship this year.
I'm sure you were excited as you were going one by one through the names that Indiana added, knowing you were going to be joining them soon. But were you also excited knowing that you are maybe the only great shooter on this roster? That's got it. Like, this guy's not a shooter. This guy, that's all me now, right?
Yeah, 100%. Because then you got a little added pressure, but at the same time, that's what you work hard for, man. You got a lot of people expecting you to do great things, so that's when you got to show up. And I think it's gonna be good for the games. And for my sake, is you kind of always got to have a shooter on the floor. In my opinion, you got to be able to space the floor in today's college basketball game, especially with big fellas, like big guys. If we're going to potentially play Malik and Big O at the 4 and 5, then you got to have guys around them that can shoot. And McKenzie is he's good. He's a good shooter. Gabe Cupps, I think he's the second leading 3-point shooter this summer. And just in playing and skill workouts. So he's really improved. I mean, he's in there every morning about 6 a.m. getting shots up. So, but when you add a true dynamic shooter like me, I feel like it can expand our offense that much more.
We have long had the theory that Gabe Cupps, as you mentioned, is the key to this entire Indiana rebuild, if we could call it that, right? Because they weren't as good as they were supposed to be last year. Gabe was on the team. and they swapped a bunch of guys out. Some guys left. Khalil Ware gets drafted. You get this influx of talent, and we're watching all these visits. Like you hear Umar Ballo's going to Bloomington, right? And then you hear Miles Rice and Cannon Carlisle. Then it's Luke Goode. Then it's Bryson Tucker. Boom, 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 boom. Like all in 3 weeks. How are they landing all these guys? Carter, and my theory has been that Gabe Cupps is that special at the bar scene in Bloomington. Is that a fair interpretation?
Bloomington's not like Illinois. So Illinois, you can get into the bars at 19, which is a fun fact. So that was Bloomington. You have to be 21, and Gabe is not 21 yet. So he's not taking us to the bars. But he's a great. Gabe is one of the most personable guys I've ever met in my life. The day that I got to campus, he was the first person I talked to, first guy I hang out with. Still my guy. We get dinner probably 3 or 4 times a week. But he's just that dude, man. He's in the gym before everybody, working out, and he's the last one to leave, in the locker room, jumping on people like a clown and doing all of his stuff. But he's a great teammate. So I think you guys watch enough college basketball. Unless you're first round pick as a freshman, it's hard to contribute as a freshman. It's damn hard to contribute as a freshman. So he got thrown in the fire in a sense. X being hurt, a lot of pressure on him to perform. And sometimes freshmen, it's tough. They don't have what what they need to bring. But he's going to take that lead for sure sophomore year, and I'm excited to see how he plays next year.
Yeah. What's the scout on the other sophomore guards on Cannon Carlisle and Miles Rice? How have they looked so far?
Miles is special, man. He is tough. I like him a lot. He's going to be a really good player. And Cannon's gifted too, man. He's super quick. He's probably the second fastest player I play with other than Terrence, just in terms of having the ball on the open floor. Yeah, I mean he's like 6 foot, 6'1", and dunking on people. So it's pretty impressive. He got athleticism, because everybody clowns me because I don't get on the rim like that in practice. And I'm 6'7", 6'8", and he's down there at 6'1", dunking in layup lines. I'm still getting warmed up because I'm an old head now. So those two guys, man, it's gonna be fun to play with them for sure, because they can both pass too. Miles averaged 15 last year. And he comes into practice and we run 5s and stuff, and he's getting 5, 6, 7, 8 assists a game or a practice. So he's special.
3 is worth more than 2 anyway. So there's no point of dunking on folks.
That's what I'm saying. I told the coaches, I said, I don't need to be on the rim if I can shoot 3s for you. That's what you guys brought me here for. You didn't bring me here for the athleticism.
It's a simple fact. All right, we got one more question for you, then we'll let you get out of here. Indiana versus Purdue, and now some people are incorporating Illinois into this. That's what everyone is telling us. That's the top tier in the Big Ten. I would argue, no disrespect to Illinois fans, I still think it's Indiana versus Purdue right now. I think those are the 2 best rosters. I have so much respect for who Braden Smith and Matt Painter are. They have to be up there. And I think it's no question, Luke. I think your Indiana Hoosiers have the most talent in this league. It's not even close. Do you think you guys are clearly the best team in the Big Ten coming into next season?
I think so I've been on 2 Big Ten championship teams, right? I think other than last year, last year our team was elite. That team was by far the best team I played with. But I think this team is better than my freshman year team so far. Has the opportunity to be better. And that's my opinion right now. It's still early in the summer. I think, UCLA could be pretty good. I like Maryland. They got a couple good players in terms of just the top of the Big Ten. And there's always a couple teams that sneak in. They win a couple games at the beginning of the conference play, and you kind of turn your head to them, and then all of a sudden, they're 2 games, 1 game behind. So I think there'll be a couple teams like that. But it's kind of crazy that I go from Illinois to Indiana, and Illinois is still in the conversation for top 3 in the Big Ten with us, with the team that I go to. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun this year, but. I think we got a real chance to put it all together. Coach Woodson, I know he gets a lot of hate, but I think he's, one of the better coaches I've been coached by already. So he knows what he's doing. He really respects relationships, and everybody loves to play for him. So that's what you can see here for sure.
You heard the man. All right, Luke, we'll be watching all season long. As you mentioned, it's going to be a fun year in the Big Ten. Open invite, by the way. You called yourself an old head. We are definitely old heads, and that was one of the most entertaining interviews we've ever done. So anytime you want on the show, Luke, you let us know.
I love this type of stuff, man. I could talk about basketball all day. So whenever you guys want me on the show, man, get me on there. I want to do one with Coleman too. So get us on there together. That'll be a fun show.
We'll line this out closer to the season.
Okay.
Man. You enjoy the rest of draft night. Get your boy Terrence on a team, Luke. Make it happen.
Hey, man. Hey, if I'm a GM, I'm taking him number 1 too, because I don't know who the heck they drafted at 1 either. So I'm gonna take Terrence at 1, but that's just me.
Congrats. Thank you, Luke.
Appreciate you, Luke.
Appreciate
you, Luke.
I'm drinking to that, man. That was one of the best interviews we've ever had.
Dude, he was awesome.
Man.
He's so
I'm
good.
sick. I'm sick. We didn't get a Bloomington question in there. I need to know what was his spot. Was it upstairs? Was it Nick's patio? Like, I needed to know what the spot was in Bloomington for him.
You want to ask him about the 10?
I need not let it go, bro. No one
not letting it go.
I don't know any of these places, man.
Right now, Doctor, if you hear this, please tell him we do not refer to Bloomington as the 10.
The 10 is going up this year. You're not on the bandwagon. You don't get to tell me what I can and cannot call the 10. While we were talking to old head Luke Goode, Yves Missi goes off the board 21st overall. That means the Phoenix Suns are on the clock at 22. I know it's a little bit of a bit right now, boys, but I am genuinely stunned that a team has not taken Terrence Shannon yet. Ralph, is that as crazy as I'm making it seem?
Yes and no. In terms of who has gone, he is better than a lot of the guys who have gone. In terms of draft range, he was probably going to be in the 20 to 30 range anyway. I had him mock going to the Knicks at the 24th and 25th picks. I still think that's probably where he ends up, unless Milwaukee. I think Milwaukee 23 could be fun. Just imagining him and Giannis in transition together is frightening. But if he slides past the Knicks at 25, then my eyebrows start to go up.
Okay. Ralph is so good at playing middleman on questions, by the way. We've never given him his flowers for that. But you can't pin this man down to a tough answer. Riley, what are your thoughts on Terrence slipping in the draft?
I don't get it. I've posted this multiple times. I'm not even a Big Ten guy, so hopefully maybe it means a little bit more coming from a more unbiased source. I think I went to this draft thinking he had the highest floor, like potentially the safest player available. I know we've comped him to Kelly Oubre quite frequently. I think that was the best case comp on the Sleepers Media YouTube breakdown of that. I don't get it, man. And I love Day'Ron Holmes, who just got drafted too. But I had TSJ 9th on my big board. I just think he has a lot less questions than so many of these guys. Good athlete, incredible in transition, good enough shooter. Yeah, and we've had all these Big Ten guests. We need him to get drafted for the content's sake as well.
For real. Day'Ron Holmes goes 22nd overall to the Suns. I believe there is some speculation that this pick has been traded. We will try and get confirmation of that.
It has been. It's going to Denver, and Denver had issued had widely been rumored to have issued Day'Ron Holmes a draft promise early on.
Widely been rumored. Okay,
widely been. They promised.
Take a step back. Widely rumor. I'm not the widely rumor you out of the StreamYard. If you don't stop giving me this agent.
I will say. So just connecting some dots here. Phoenix now is a second-round pick, number 56 overall, which may be the Bronny play that Phoenix has been trying to get.
Have we been underrating Ralph's insider abilities for the last 2.5 hours?
Okay, he's got notifications on. Let's relax.
I read things. I think
he's a good reader. I'm not going to lie.
The man is thorough. Read a Ralph report.
Derrick Rose didn't read. Neither should I.
Ralph, what did we just crack right there? That's not champagne.
This is a Sam Adams Oktoberfest. I ran out of champagne.
Boy, man finishes one half of a champagne bottle and now he's woj. That's what just happened live on the show.
This is what happens when your team drafts some guy I can't pronounce at 6. Who's terrible.
Yeah, I feel like it is really lost on us that we took Ron Holland at 5, you took Tajani Salon at 6, and we just continued on with a draft show like nothing happened. That's insane. We should be in shambles. Also, this entire draft makes so much more sense if Matas Buzelis just goes at 5 to the Pistons and Ron Holland goes at 11 to Chicago card.
I'm still upset. I kind of forgot about it. This was honestly really nice to be like with y'all and get my mind off the fact that we took Ron Holland, but like, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Weird times. Riley, also, you mentioned we comped Terrence Shannon to Kelly Oubre in the draft prep process. You know who else did that? Andy Katz did that today. What does that mean for us?
Andy Katz is paid. Sleeper stock on the come up.
It'd be Riley. Andy Katz is a pioneer.
I might have to start messing with my product a little bit to get that the Katz gel spiked up look going.
Literally, all the greats were hated. Bron hated. Jordan hated. Hercules hated. Every Greek god you can name hated. He falls in that same category. If you're not getting hate, you are not great.
People hated Hercules.
A couple people.
Hades, Hercules had op. Watch the movie. Do the
You're not wrong.
Hades kids, Ralph.
Hades did hate Hercules.
We haven't gotten to that point of my children's Disney interest yet.
Card that deserves a Carl Anthony Towns. Can I get one of those? It's been about an hour since we got one of those. Thank you. Okay, let's get our next guest into the show here. I believe Joe Jackson is ready to join the show.
Yep.
Yes, it is. Joe, how we doing?
All right.
Good. How are you guys doing?
Honestly, horrible. My team took Ron
fair.
Holland 5th overall.
Well, my team took Khalil Ware, so I'm actually pretty happy about that.
Talk to us on that. You're a Purdue guy. Your team ends up with Khalil Ware. What does that mean? Why do you like it?
I mean, I like the ability to get this kind of athletic young big as the backup big, a spot that's been kind of an issue for the Heat. Also, Heat culture. Like, if you were to pick a guy from the draft and want to throw him into Heat culture, like, is there a guy that you'd want more than Khalil Ware being kind of molded into that organization? So I was also high on Ware. Like, I'm not a huge draft guy. I'm not going to play like I am, but I just kind of like Trace Jackson Davis last year. It was just like the dude just feels like he's going to work in the NBA. So I'm happy. I'm really happy that he got him. Let him be a backup as Bam kind of keeps developing. Maybe there's a Bam Khalil future, but that probably won't be for a couple years.
Yeah.
Is there? I know we've talked about Ware being a good fit for Heat culture because he kind of needs that. Is there any concern about him like not fitting and then things falling apart?
I mean, I'd say a little bit, but also I feel like the Heat truly wouldn't take him if they didn't like think that they could work with him. Like, can that happen? Sure, obviously, but like I feel like if they thought that would happen, then they probably would have just passed on him and went somewhere else. So no, I'm truly like, and I'm a Heat culture buyer and all that, but I'm not too worried about the motor and all that, being an issue for Ware in Miami.
Oh, now, I'm going to come around and say it. Joe, where would Cannon Catchings go in this draft? Don't answer that. That's a joke question. Please do not answer that. I do want to ask you this. You talk about being a Miami fan, Miami culture. Obviously, Purdue, is culture. Purdue's culture is one of the best in college basketball. You've been covering the team extremely well. And for anyone who's not out there following Joe, make sure you do. He puts in all the work in the Big Ten.
Yes.
What is it actually about Purdue and Purdue's culture that kind of seems that all these guys are just playing together, playing for themselves, and having all the success?
Like, I think it's you always hear the cliches of teams, right? Like, oh man, they're like such good friends off the court and stuff like that. They're all bought into winning and that, like, I think Purdue is one of the few teams where it's like it's true. Everybody just seems to buy in, like, year in and year out. Even Zach Edey, like, just the way that he carried himself last year. Towards the end, you started seeing a little bit more of the, like, hey, I'm 2-time National Player of the Year, like, give me my respect, Zach Edey. And none of us minded seeing that. But even him, like, there was never, even in his interactions with teammates and stuff, there never was like a, hey, I'm better type thing. And then it just kind of transcends from there. Everybody just buys into the roles. I think everybody trusts Painter, and I know how Painter recruits and all that has been a hot topic at points, but like, he's truthful. He's straight up with dudes from day one. That's also, part of the reason why Catchings is no longer on the team. He's not going to promise dudes anything. He's going to make people work. But on the flip side of that is, like, if you work, he's going to give you the shot. Like, he's not afraid to start freshmen that, Braden Smith is obviously, he was ranked 180 or something like that. He gives them the keys from day one. So if you're willing to work, you're willing to just buy in, like, Painter's going to give you his shot.
Yeah, I kind of want to turn the conversation. We'll stay maybe in the Big Ten. Maybe we can expand beyond the league because, you broke down Khalil Ware from your arch rival. You broke down your own team. I want to ask, of all the prospects in this draft who you've done a let's watch film thread, which one is your favorite to watch film on? Because let's just say I've seen more than a couple tweets out there that say when Joe Jackson tweets, let's watch film, I can feel the wheels in my head start churning. I think I speak for all of us when I say we want to know, which is the favorite one that you've scouted that you've done those threads on.
So I haven't done too many in terms of pure NBA draft. I definitely have stayed pretty Big Ten focused from just what I do. I'm trying to think who are some of my guys for this draft though. Jerry McCain's going to be one. Like that's the one that pops off my head. Like watching him throughout the season, he was a guy that I was just like, yeah, this dude like Hillel, like even Edie, and like they're just dudes that like they're gonna stick to me. They're just gonna work. I'm not too worried about maybe Edie's a little bit different, but like I'm not too worried about their skill set translating. Like they just have solid game to them, and I think it'll translate. So Jerry McCain's the one that pops off my head where it's just like I've watched his film and it's just like he just feels like he's gonna be a 12-year vet at some point.
No, I'm with you. I've loved his game. When you look at 15 points a game, 0-2 against Carolina, 41% from three, good rebounder. Like, yeah, how could you not love that guy? I think he sticks.
Exactly. And then he's got the swag to him too.
I'll ask the same question about Terrence Shannon Jr. because we've talked a lot about the fact that he's still on the board and we can't believe that. What do you like about him and his potential NBA future?
In terms of NBA body and all that, he's ready day one. And what is he? Is he 23, 24? I know he's up there.
He's 23.
Like 23. Yeah. So, like, obviously you're worried about some of the development and things like that come with the age. But, like, the dude's going to be one of the faster players in the NBA with the ball in his hands probably from day one in transition. Like, he was probably the fastest in college, or I would put him as the fastest in college. Like, he just has that ability to get downhill, get to the rim. I don't see why it wouldn't translate at some capacity. Mm-hmm. I am surprised he's kind of slipped too, although like this also almost feels like it could be better. If he ends up, I know Bucks, Knicks have a couple picks, like kind of this contender team where maybe he slides in as this like eighth man type, this burst of energy off the bench. I think that could be a really, really good spot for him too.
Joe, I want to make sure we clarify some things because I'm keeping an eye on our YouTube chat right now. We got a bunch of people talking about, wait a second, this is Joe of the Feed the Post podcast and also Boilers in the Stands. Shout out to Craig and to Braggs. We love Boilers in the Stands. But we got a couple of people saying, did not know this was the Feed the Post guy. Damn Skippy it is. This is Feed the Post. It's Joe Jackson. He's a rising star. Put some damn respect on his name.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Yep, it is me. I guess, yeah, on my channel, I'm pretty face hidden, but I am at Feed the Post on YouTube. So,
you damn skip. I'm taking responsibility for you, Joe. I am because
I appreciate that.
You don't like to talk your talk, and I'm one who talks too damn much. So I got talk to give out. So I'm gonna assist you with a little bit of talk. My guy Joe grinds harder than anybody that I know in the Big Ten with the film, the threads, anything you need. He makes it easily accessible. He puts it on YouTube. He puts that heart into it. If you are not tapped in as a Big Ten fan, shame on you, and your Big Ten fanship is hereby taken by the Sir Cartel Elliott.
I mean, there you go. You heard it straight from Carter. I appreciate all the kind words with all that.
Okay. Now that we got the love affair out of the way, let's get a little Joe Jackson roast session followed by some hard questions. What do you say to the haters who say that you look like a mix of Caleb First and Luke Goode?
See, I pulled up I was watching your show, but then like I logged off to like get ready for it or whatever. I pop on, I see Luke Goode before me, and I was like, did they do this on purpose? And then the first one, like I used to have my hair a little bit longer and it was like curlier. That was when I thought, at least like in terms of here, it was like, oh, I understand why people say that. Luke Goode wants just the red hair. Like,
so is Luke. No shade at Luke either. So that's not nice disrespect. Okay, here's the hard question. We asked, I think we asked Luke this. We asked somebody earlier in the show this. Yeah, it was Luke. 3-man race at the top of the Big Ten. That's the dialogue on Twitter right now. Illinois, Indiana, Purdue. Obviously, you cover Purdue. You know them extremely well. What team do you think is 1A if all three of these teams are 1A, 1B, 1C?
Oof. I'm going to lean Purdue right now just because I have the least amount of questions about how they fit together. I think Illinois, if everybody reaches their potential, then if everybody reaches their potential, it's Indiana. But I think Purdue has the highest floor out of those three personally. I know what Braden's going to give. I'm expecting I expect a huge year from Heidi. I expect TKR to take a jump. And then the biggest question is going to be, can one of the bigs pop right between First, Berg, Burgess and Jacobson. If one of them can pop, then you're looking better. But I'll lean Purdue right now. I think I haven't gone through every team yet. I'm gonna throw UCLA up there for now as well.
Thank you. I was about to say thank you.
And then so you guys, because I'm like I said, I'm so Big Ten focused. Like I watched 85 of the Big Ten newcomers, still 48 left. So there's a lot. But like, am I weird? Am I crazy for thinking USC as like an outside shot or not?
No, you're not.
USC?
No, you're not.
Carter's the only. Me and Carter are usually on
Yes, you
lockstep with the
Hey,
players we stand.
Joe Jackson, I feel you, twin. We here.
I got you.
I'm out on USC.
I mean, are we like acting like we're big Terrence Williams guys? He's like the fifth best player on the team.
St. Thomas, he must went out and got a bunch of bucket getters, and the name of the game is have more points than the other team at the end of the game. He's giving himself a good chance by getting the guys that score a lot of points.
Like UCLA is going to be better. UCLA is going to be a better team than LA.
Which is a hotter take then is because like I'm with my film breakdown, I'm trying to be honest with myself and ignore all outside like noise and stuff. I have my ratings and I'm gonna look wrong about a bunch of dudes. It is what it is. So which is a hotter take, that USC is like a top 4 team, or that St. Thomas could be an All-American?
St. Thomas as an All-American.
St. Thomas for sure.
By far.
Okay.
I don't think either of those are that hot.
Hey,
me and Carter on the USC bandwagon.
Joe, how did you get started with like the Let's Talk Hoops threads? What got you into this world of film breakdowns? Yeah, I mean,
yeah. So to keep it short, I just, like probably a lot of people, played high school basketball. I was just like, hey, I like basketball. I want to stay involved somehow. I started purely as an analytics account, and I got my undergrad in stats, my master's in econ. So like I'm a numbers dude by nature, but I did that for 2 years, but I was like, man, I kind of want to do more. And then I came across some Twitter accounts, Nikias Duncan, Steve Jones Jr., the Dunker Spot. They cover the NBA. I think they're the best to do it. Among some others for sure. And just kind of seeing that like, oh, hey, there's this whole other realm on Twitter that they can just put out of like, hey, they're just breaking down film. So I just wanted to dive in. So I started, learning a bunch, because I didn't start from scratch, but I started from pretty much scratch in terms of play breakdowns and understanding concepts and stuff like that. And then it's just kind of taken off from there. Started with just Purdue. They wanted to expand to the whole Big Ten. And that's kind of where I'm at now with it.
What was the scout on Joe Jackson, the high school basketball player?
So we were, where I was from, I'm 6'3". I was the tallest player on our team, but I was a stretch 5. We were, by senior year, we were a run and gun, just like, put it up quick. I think, because like I said, I was our center. I made more threes than I took twos all year. So you had to respect me from beyond the arc. I had pretty good range. I was 6'3", like 155. So like I was doing my best battling down low. Sometimes some guys just got me. It is what it is. But yeah, pick and pop dude, gonna run the break, space out to the perimeter, knock down a bunch of threes.
Yeah.
So,
Bad modern Butler
Love that.
of every single Purdue big that you've watched, would you say your game was the most Daniel Jacobson-y then? Perimeter oriented? Like what's the Purdue center comp for you?
Oh man.
Edie.
Yeah.
What's it first?
I guess like low key like Matt Arms, because like I think Arms was a decent defender. I had no defense. Like I was not out there playing defense. I wasn't worried about that. Like
I really do, man.
We were running, we were playing, having fun, bringing good crowds finally and stuff like that. Like I wasn't worried about defense.
Yeah, this is why we love Joe Jackson. You should love Joe Jackson too. Go check out his work. Feed the Post. He's awesome. Follow him on Twitter. His film breakdowns are must watch every single day. And shout out to the Boilers in the Stands guys as well. They all do great work. And Joe is featured post game, pre-game stuff all the time, all season long. Joe, we'll let you go, man. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate you guys having me on. It's been a great show.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, let's recap everything that's going on with the actual draft for just a moment, boys. Keyshawn George has just gone off the board at 24. AJ Johnson went off the board at 23. You may be confused because we did not have a graphic for AJ Johnson because we did not expect him to be taken tonight. Terrence Shannon's still available. Riley Cart, what's going on here?
He was a former Horns commit until he went overseas.
So we're celebrating that for your horns?
It took them till it's backwards, Greg. Some things you just don't need to explain.
Ralph, don't do that. Don't do
They're in the SEC now, man.
Okay.
Grow up.
You grow up.
Are we getting in a grow up off right now? Did I just hear you grow up?
Speaking of grow off, I'm going to take a bathroom break.
You go ahead and take a bathroom break. While you're in the bathroom, let's welcome our new guest on. He'll probably be ecstatic to avoid Carter Elliott for the next 10 minutes. Honestly, I believe we have Kevin Sweeney ready to join the show. Hey, we do. Sweeney, how we doing? Man?
Yeah, Sween dog.
What's going on, fellas? Like, I can't believe Carter's ducking me right now. This is horrible.
I mean, this is great. Carter's in the bathroom, and you're live from an Applebee's bathroom.
Hey,
We're sipping high noons tonight, boys. We move.
come on.
I mean, we really are, Sweeney. That's actually what's happening.
I will say I've been in and out on the draft cast, but of course I had to tune in for my guy, and like the first thing I hear is just me being roasted for a long evening a couple of years ago at the Ramblers. So that was a good one to hear.
All right, so you don't dispute the allegations that you had yourself a night on Loyola Chicago's bill.
I've had myself many nights on Loyola.
Greg, stop this, man. You're like the feds when everybody comes on here. Welcome with open arms. This
He
is
brought
not
it up himself. You were in the restroom and you missed a great Applebee's bathroom joke about Sweeney's backdrop right now. Okay, let's actually talk hoot with Sweeney, though, because contrary to popular belief, he's not just a real life friend of all five of us on the call. He's also like very good at his job as a basketball genius. So I want to reset this board for a little bit, Sweeney. You asked if you could go later in the show because you had real job duties to do. I believe you've been writing earlier in the draft. What's the story of this draft been to you?
Yeah, I think, the Ron Holland pick at 5 really set in motion a bunch of stuff, right? That was really the start of Dalton Connect's range potentially that, set into motion him falling to 17, set into motion Modest Buzelis falling to 11 to the Bulls. To me, that's really the number one story. I also think from the NBA standpoint, Dillingham going 8 and going to Minnesota, like, I don't know how much you guys have gotten into that, but to me, that's maybe the pick of the round. Good, bad, and different. But if you were trying to marry a player's skill set with an existing roster, I'm not sure you could kind of mesh together fits any better than taking Dillingham's creativeness off the bounce and hiding his weaknesses defensively, hiding his weaknesses getting at the rim with, all right, we've got Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards. Like that to me, like for a team that is trying to compete and trying to win the West, like that is a fascinating move that will, I think, go a long way in determining whether Minnesota is able to get over the hump, win a championship.
Yeah. All right, so I got to ask you this, Sweeney, Chicago guy. Obviously, you're tapped into the Big Ten. We've asked a lot of people this, but I didn't know we were going to be forced to ask so many people this. What's going on with the TSJ slide right now? Because I'm not saying that he shouldn't have necessarily went this far. That could go one way or the other. But I'm seeing players like A.J. Johnson go off the board before him, some other guys going off. What do you think is kind of just the point of this TSJ slide? Or is it really just that my franchise picked Ron Holland at 5?
Look, I think with TJ outside of the Bulls at 11, which seemed like a real destination for him, there weren't a ton of options for him in the top 15 to 17. And so now we're really getting into his range and the early to mid 20s. I do think he will get picked tonight. Obviously we're getting late here. Look, I think we've seen with a couple of these older prospects, right? Dalton Connect obviously being the most notable. Like, I think there's an understanding of like, yes, you were super productive and yes, there's a role for you, but like the number of guys that go from, 24 years old, still in college, to being lottery level return on investments in the NBA are very, very slim. And I think with TJ, I think the worry, you're getting someone who's sort of maxed out, right? Like he's really good. He has continued to get better. His shot is now consistent. That is a huge deal because the athleticism and the physical traits are obviously there. But I do think with Terrence Shannon, there's just some questions of like, what's the upside? And then it's what organization does he fit in? So, could see him certainly think he can come off the board anytime now. Hope he does. But I don't think this is too far outside the range you would expect him to go.
I got a question jumping off of that. I think him and Baylor Shireman and Johnny Furphy are all kind of that same position, and it's a matter of flavor for teams who they're looking at. How do you stack those three up against each other?
Man, like the Shireman film from the combine scrimmages just really, really pops in my brain every time I talk about him.
It was nice, wasn't it?
I was,
nice.
I was so skeptical of him as a pro for so long. I think I was kind of poisoned by his bad G League camp performance in 2022. Like, he has just gotten better and better, and he is a monster shooter with some playmaking pop. Like, he is a guy that you're going to be able to bring in as an NBA organization right now and put him in the game, and he's going to be able to help you. I think Shannon, you could say the same. I think with Furphy, it's a longer term project, and so when you're drafting in this range, a lot of these teams are groups that really, really want to hunt ready-made role players, guys who can help them now. And quite frankly, I think with someone like Furphy, it gets hard in the 20s to sell why you should be picked from a readiness standpoint. And if you're going to go upside, there's other options. Again, we see Daddy A just come off the board. Obviously, just mentioned AJ Johnson. Those are some interesting names, not guys I really would like first round, but it is what it is. Everybody has different grades on prospects this time of year.
Sweeney, I have to reiterate that when you are in win now mode after just acquiring Mikal Bridges in the Eastern Conference, you cannot pass up the opportunity to take a guy that scored 6 points a game with 2 rebounds on 31% shooting from 3 at 25th overall.
It's probably not what I would have done. I'm also not the expert on Mr. Daddy A, so I'll leave that to the international experts. I don't know if we can like phone French Rochelle or something and see what.
No, I'll tap in here really quickly. If anyone in here has been to Vegas, there's those people who impersonate like other people in Vegas, like Michael Jordan or something like that. Didier kind of looks like he is impersonating Devin Carter, and I feel like that got him in the first round.
That's not his last name, for the record. It's not Didier, but we're going to let you rock. Riley, I feel like you have some great intel on who I'm referring to as Pac. Any thoughts on Pac here?
He was actually one of the international guys I did not lean into scouting as much. I thought he was just kind of like a draft Twitter charlatan riser who I didn't really need to take seriously. I think he's pretty athletic. What do you got about Didier, Sweeney? Have you watched him at all?
Not a lot. I wish I had a lot of opinions here, but I think the sleepers are going to have to be sleeping on Mr. Didier.
Well, all right. The Knicks are back up on the clock now at 26. So this is back-to-back for New York. They had 24-25. They moved down to 25-26. They say they're picking with both selections here, given the rest of the roster, and they just added Pac. Do you think it's time for them to take Chris Arcidiacono?
I mean, they need to get as much Villanova blood as they can in there. I mean, I might even recommend hiring Kyle Neptune as an assistant. I mean, let's get him out the league. I mean, come on.
And that's the taking it too far segment of the day. Come on now, Sweeney. Let's not do that. We did have Drew on earlier, and he did say that you were able to attend and kind of look at how the Ramblers have looked early on. How have our Blurs looked early on in the summer here, Sweeney?
Man, I wasn't expecting a Rambler question on June 26th, but here we are.
You know what happens when you hop on Sleepers is what it is.
Look, I think there's a lot of excitement for good reason. I think they're super, super talented. They're a great example of using the international markets in their favor. Saif Hendawi and Daniil Glazkov are going to be dudes pretty quickly, I think, in the Atlantic 10. They're athletic, they're old, otherwise, and I think Miles Rubin's about to explode. Their sophomore big. He's got such a bright future, and I think Drew's done a great job. I think Drew has talked a lot about how good he thinks they'll be defensively. I think my eye test certainly backs that up. I think they have a chance to be one of the best defensive teams in the country, and should get tested in the non-conference. We'll see how they respond to it, but I think they're looking good in June. Everybody thinks they look good in June, but I think on paper the
best shot blocker in the country. That was per Drew himself on the show earlier today.
I will say, if you look at his Miles's numbers, like the shit he was doing against like Ryan Kalkbrenner, and you compare him to the best rim protectors in all of college basketball over the last 10 years, he is very favorable. His numbers are like Nerlens Noel vibes. We'll see again what it turns into. But like for him to be as productive as he was as a freshman is ridiculous. And it's like, I think how about this? I think there will be a draft show at some point in the Sleepers media future where we are discussing Miles Rubin.
All right.
Wow.
That's why we bring you here, Swains.
All right, Sweeney, I'm going to tie it back to the current draft. I want to know the Kevin Sweeney All-Stars because, we know you do some scouting yourselves. You go to games. Some might say you grind, you work. Who are your favorite players in this draft class? And they could be some of the obvious picks. They could be sleepers. They could be a fusion of both.
Man, I love Jared McCain. Like, I know I was part of a Field of 68 segment that got me in some hot water. Where I guess John Henson sort of implied that he would shove Jared McCain in the locker. I love that kid, man. Like, I think he is everything that's right about kind of modern college basketball. The Duke guys just cannot say enough good things about him. I think he's just so tough, so competitive, such a high-level shooter, such a good decision maker. Like, he is someone that's going to help you right away. Like, if I'm Philly, I'm ecstatic to get Jared McCain at 16 and just add another – useful guard that I think can go in a playoff series tomorrow and help you. To get that at 16 is a huge win. He was my kind of draft crush all year, and excited about him going 16 to Philly.
Was it the nail, Sweeney? You say he was the crush. I mean,
I have no. People can do whatever they want with their nails, as far as I'm concerned.
Damn, Skip. I agree. For the record, I'm just wondering if Sweeney has a favorite color or anything like that.
Just make sure you cut it. I feel like Sweeney maybe pushes a little too far in cutting his nails. There's probably a couple Fridays that get a little bit too long. You're like, I got to remember to cut my fingernails.
No, I'm a bad nail biter.
Sweeney, don't do that.
I know it's not. I know it's supposed to do it, but I'm a nail biter.
Love Island get you that anxious?
I mean, like I'm anxious all the time, man. It is.
Sweeney, we appreciate the honesty and the insight tonight. We'll let you go. Thank you for joining the show. We love you. We'll see you again soon.
Man, I was expecting like a hot seat question at the end here. I mean, this is underwhelming.
We're keeping it easy on you, Sweeney.
Wait a minute. You want us to fire something up? We can.
You're not about to know the challenge. Underwhelming.
I mean, I expected Greg to hop in there with his very many hot questions. But I don't have any, but.
All right, fellas, this has been fun. I appreciate y'all. Great show. Congratulations on pulling it off. It's pretty cool, and this was cool to be a part of. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Sweeney. I appreciate it. All right, as Kevin Sweeney gets sentimental with us here, let's hear a word from our sponsor again. I mentioned it earlier in the show. NBA 2K Lab has been awesome to us all month long as we worked hard on 150 videos on everyone on our big board in this draft class. 2K Lab has been there every step of the way. They featured our big board in their NBA Draft Simulator minigame. And if you enjoyed that minigame, don't worry. There's plenty of other things that you should go to NBA 2K Lab for. They've got other minigames. I play them every single day now since I discovered them at the beginning of the month. But they also help you if you're an NBA 2K player, get all the best badges, all the best jump shots, basically unlock 1,000 more fun ways to get the best experience while playing NBA 2K. Let's hear a word from 2K Lab now.
NBA knowledge to the test with the Stat Clash minigame at NBA2KLab.com. There's 2 players on the screen in a stat category, and you have to guess who averages more for that specific stat. Each correct answer is 5 points, but for each second that passes, you lose a point, and if the timer runs out, you lose the game. So test your NBA knowledge and see if you can top the leaderboards.
Carter, is it that time in the night where we get emotional?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. Well, then is it that time in the night where we interview Braden Smith?
It is that time.
So we did get to sit down. Carter and I did this afternoon with Purdue point guard Braden Smith. Obviously, we filmed this before Zach Edey was drafted tonight, but Braden was going over to Painter's house to watch the draft with everybody on Purdue. I think even Mason Gillis was there. So we will run this interview right now. Hope you enjoy our sit down with Braden Smith. The show, Purdue's Braden Smith, one of our favorite players in the entire country. Braden, I got to start with this. You're like the hardest man in college basketball to get a hold of. You're busy with the kids camp today, but like I feel honored that we even pinned you down for this. Can you explain to the people what makes you so hard to get a hold of?
Hey, just busy schedule, got kids camp and working that from 9 to 12 this week and 2 weeks ago. So just been a little busy, practicing and working out. So just trying to find enough time to be able to come on here and work with you guys and help you all out.
Listen, Greg, people expect him to just take time off after the season last year, after being first team all Big Ten. The work's always going to show. He knows how he got here. And also the kids are first, man. The kids of Mackey are always first. And I'm always good on taking a backseat to that. That's cool with me.
Yeah, you're right. I get it. So, I mean, you were dealing with the kids, or I shouldn't say working with the youth in Mackey today. Were there any 7'1" third graders that Matt Painter's got his eyes on, or what'd you see today?
No, unfortunately there wasn't. Daniel was there, so I guess you can count that since he's so young. But I mean, other than that, no, we had the 6 and 7 year olds, so just more babysitting and trying to make them happy. But it was a good day.
Yeah, I know Payne's always working though. He definitely saw probably a 7-year-old make a left-hand layup, and he's like, all right, let me go ahead and monitor that moving forward. But so hopping into real quickly here, Braden, what's this summer kind of been like early on for you so far? Obviously, there's some turnover, losing one of the Purdue greats and college basketball greats in Zach Edey. What's kind of been the mindset in the early summer for yourself and for your team?
Yeah, so personally, just trying to be a good leader to these young guys. I mean, we got 6 of them, 7 of them coming in, so just trying to be that, the main voice that everybody listens to. We've had Zach, obviously, so he's kind of been that leader, and I've just kind of been like the lead by example guy. So being able to kind of take that role on, and me and Fletch kind of do that. So for us, I think that's really our main goal. I mean, basketball is going to serve itself, and it's going to play its part. So I think just leading these young guys and getting them to where we want to go, which is what we experienced last year, and we plan to do that again. So
what's the early impression of some of the young guys? You mentioned Daniel. Everybody's kind of pegged him as the next great Purdue big, but I mean, this is one of the deepest classes Painter's ever signed. So what's your early impression of some of the young guys?
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. Obviously, I mean, we'll be super young. But I think, like you said, with Daniel, he's a good shot blocker, catch lobs, can also shoot the 3. So obviously we don't really let Zach shoot threes since he was so dominant down low. But with him, he's able to spread the floor a little bit. And obviously we have TK coming back. I think CJ and Jakari are going to be huge for us. I think they both can kind of take on that Lance Jones role. Really good defensively. They're both picking me up and pick up. And guarding me full court. So I'm trying to lead them and help them. And they're also being aggressive offensively, which is what we need. So I think those 3 will be huge. Raleigh Burgess is going to be huge for us, 4-man, kind of like a Mason Gillis type player. So we have him, and we got some other guys that are going to be helpful, and we're really excited for it.
Man, great. As a Big Ten fan, Greg, all we're doing is hearing that he's replacing guys that left last year's team that were really, really good. So that makes me feel really, really great about my chances. So, Braden, you personally, though, obviously, throughout your time at Purdue, you've had big moments, you've had great games, but it's always been like he's just the guy who's playing with Zach Edey type notion. But whether it's just chatter out there, or I think the real people know what it actually is. But is there anything or any approach to your game personally coming up this season? Obviously, I feel like you're going to have the ball in your hands even more, be asked to take maybe some more shots with Zach Edey kind of exiting. What's the mindset there for you personally on the court?
Yeah, Paint says it a lot. Like, he talked about how I was my high school year, and he wants me to play like that, and you don't really hear that a lot. So just hearing that from him, and like what you guys just said, just being aggressive offensively, I think it's going to be the biggest thing for me. And so I'm a really unselfish player, and I'm struggling still with that, playing pickup this past couple of weeks, just trying to get everybody involved, and I get yelled at for it. So we got to try to figure out how to balance the 2. But just trying to look for my shot is really the main emphasis. And then defensively, just being able to be a little bit more aggressive and play passing lanes and just kind of do my thing and lead the defense to offense. So
Getting yelled at for passing is not the worst thing in the world.
No, it's a good problem to have. Good problem.
Yeah, getting yelled at to shoot the ball more sounds like a great problem to have.
Yes,
I don't know that you've ever been yelled at for passing, Cart. I don't know.
Nah, never. Absolutely never.
So we got to meet you after your win in Champaign. That was like the Big Ten championship punching game. You had a couple huge plays late, including the big jumper against Terrence Shannon with him guarding you. And I remember we came up right to you after the game, said hello, kind of waited for you. And the first thing I asked you was about the celebration, pointed to your wrist. I want the world to be able to hear what I heard when we asked you about this. So what is it about that celebration that has become the Braden Smith go-to?
I mean, you know how it is, like with kids these days, they watch those older guys just being idiots, doing stupid stuff. So I think it's just one of those things. I mean, I'm a D-Lo fan. I watch a lot of those NBA guys. I mean, if I'm not playing basketball, I'm either playing 2K or I'm watching it. So I think just something, I mean, I did like 13 different celebrations at that point because I just didn't know what was going on through my head. Just trying to, you know, talk crap. But, I mean, other than that, just watching the older guys that I look up to and what they do and implement it in my game.
Yeah, it was a good rotation of celebrations from, you know, 3 celebrations to the veins to the ring knee. It was beautiful execution. You can't teach that. That's one thing you can't. You either have that or you don't.
No, that's different.
So I do want to dive in just a little bit of draft kind of insight here. Obviously, you got to play with Zach, and he's, you know, obviously supremely talented, one-on-one type player. What do you think his like role could be in the league, and maybe if you have a little bit of insight to who he is as a player, a person that maybe people don't understand out there, that you give a little insight to?
Yeah. So first off, I think a lot of people don't understand Zach, like just in general, and I think a lot of people kind of take him for granted in a way, and they're just, oh, he gets fouls, he gets this. Well, the dude gets hammered. Like if you watch the games, like dude gets hammered, and like he takes it, and just how he is as a person, like just who he is. Like he's so humble. Like he's not going out like, oh, hey, I'm 2-time this, 2-time that. Like, look at my, you know, just that kind of stuff. Like he's not doing any of that. Like, and he's just a really good dude. And like, just to see him and all the work he's put in, I mean, it means a lot for him, for us, for his family. So it's huge. And as a player, like you guys have seen what he can do. I mean, he can shoot the ball. I mean, he doesn't need to because he's so dominant down low. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, I think that any NBA team that ends up picking him, they got a really good player and a good dude at the end of the day. So
when we did all of our NBA draft scouting reports, I got attacked online because when asked who has the highest ceiling in this draft class, I said Zach Edey. And a lot of people call me crazy because I think traditionally people think he's the highest floor guy. But look, nationally, people think this is kind of a weaker draft. There's no guaranteed number 1 prospect. The guy who's been rumored to go 1, Alex Sarr, I don't know who's going to go. We're pre-recording this. To me, is a 7'1" big man is less accomplished than Zach Edey is. He tested great at the combine. He's a winner. Like you check every single box. Like you said, he can shoot it. It seems like the one big concern with Edey is an NBA team going to actually want to play through a traditional post man? And, you know, he's going to be guarded by like Joel Embiid's, Anthony Davis's, Karl Anthony Towns. Like, you've seen it firsthand in practice. Can the best bigs in the NBA, can they guard Zach Edey?
Yeah, I mean, like you guys said, like who he is and how he approaches the game, like it's so hard not to take a guy like that. Like he's a winner. He does it the right way. He's not a crazy person off the floor. Like he just does everything the right way. And I think as a coach, like what you've seen, that what he can do, like, and he's going to work his butt off. Like he's in there every day working out. So like, he's going to work on his shot and all that stuff, whatever. But I think at the end of the day, like those guys are going to have to guard him. And obviously it's going to be a huge learning curve, like college to NBA, high school to college. Like it's a huge jump and it's going to take a while. Like I'm not expecting him to be great early on. I mean, I hope he does, don't get me wrong. But like at the end of the day, like he's going to figure it out. And I think he's going to do real well in the NBA. And obviously, like you're going to have to guard a guy like Joel Embiid. Nobody can. So, I mean, he's dropping 40, 50 points a night. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just who does better. And I think he'll have a good shot, and I think he can prove people wrong.
I'm not sure those dudes can guard him, is my takeaway. Like, it might go both ways. That's the only thing.
For sure. For sure.
And we can't throw it away. We can't throw it away that maybe the top 3 pick. We don't know yet. Donovan Clingan, he did get 40 from ED. So let's that did happen. You can't deny that. I think last question.
Down, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Slowed them down. So
yeah, that really shut him down. Made that 40 tough. It really looked bad.
Yeah.
I do got to ask this before you get out of here, Braden. I think honestly, one of the cool things that speaks to Edie and how he is as a person, he's a guy who's going to be a first-round draft pick, and he's going to be watching with his teammates and Paint at Painter's house. What is the Painter family spread at events like this? Does Paint chef up? Are we getting it catered? I need to know.
Yeah, no, he gets it catered, man. Got people out there serving it. Got all different types of food. I mean, because he's got a pretty nice house too, so we go over there and just enjoy a good time. And just to go back on that, like Zach, who he is as a person, like that says a lot. That you are on draft night and you have the opportunity to go in the, New York and do all that stuff, but he wants to come back and celebrate it with his family and friends. So, I mean, that says a lot about a person, and goes a long way.
Absolutely. All right, so we told you we'd get you out in 10 minutes. I'm looking at the clock. There's a minute left, and I have 3 questions. I'm rapid fire putting
That's fine.
It's been so long awaited. We have to do this. First one is this. We've called you the best player in the Big Ten for next season. I don't think that's a stretch of the imagination by any means. You're the only returning first-team All-Big Ten guy that's back. You are stepping into a bigger offensive role now that Zach Edey's departing the team. First off, do you think that it's accurate for me to be out loud saying Braden Smith's the best player in this league? And how do you sort of handle people adjusting their expectations for you individually like that?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I appreciate it. Thanks for looking out. I mean, everybody's going to have their opinion. And obviously those people that don't understand basketball or don't play it, like all the people on Twitter, who cares what they got to say? So at the end of the day, I'm just going to go out there and play my basketball. Obviously it's going to be a bigger role, and I'm excited for it. I've done it my whole life, except for these past 2 years, because I'm just trying to help these guys out. So it's not anything I haven't done, and looking forward to the challenge, and I'm ready for it.
It was a huge deal a week ago. Cannon Catchings left Purdue, and your coach commented on it. That's the only reason I'm even asking you, is because Matt came out publicly and commented on it, sort of said, look, we can't force guys to want to be here. Were you bummed out when you found out the news that he had decommitted, and how has the team responded since he left?
Yeah, it was definitely a shocking kind of news to hear. I mean, at the end of the day, if there's a guy out there that doesn't want to play with y'all or be a part of something like this, then hey, so be it. At the end of the day, we got guys here that want to be here, that want to work, that want to, put the time in. Because, I mean, we're a pretty deep team, and I think that if you put in that work, it'll show. And at the end of the day, it's his decision. It's what he wants to do. So good luck to him, and just hope the best for him.
Did Payne ever promise you a role? I mean, you played 35 minutes a game as a freshman. Did you have a promise coming in that you were going to be the point guard?
Not at all. And I'm not lying to you. He told me on the Zoom. I think that's one of the main reasons why I chose to go there, because he was just being honest. He's not like those other coaches that are going to be like, oh, yeah, you got 30 minutes starting all this. No, he said, Braden, you got to work for it. And if you work for it and you're good enough to play, you'll play. And I think I've said that in many, many interviews and other stuff. So I think that goes a long way when you have a coach that's honest with you, and he approaches it that way. So
yeah, we saw what happened. All right, fun one to get out of here. I have to ask you about the stash. You've become a celebrity in our Discord, especially Purdue fans are obsessed with the mustache. How long is the stash going to stay on, and what's the deal with it?
Dude, it's got to go. I'm tired of it. Just letting the face get some sun, in the summer. I used to do it every summer, just mess around, but probably end up growing it back here soon. So
you and Cam Heidi are not coordinating facial hair right now, because it seems like y'all are having a facial hair off right now.
Yeah, no, he's beating me right now, but yeah.
Special. I love it. Well, thank you so much for making time. We know you're a busy man. We'll talk to you again before the season starts, Braden. Have a good summer.
Sounds good. I appreciate you guys.
All right. I love Braden Smith. That was obviously the worst timing ever. We tried to avoid this as best we could. This happens when you coordinate a live show with 22 people. Terrence Shannon goes off the board to the Minnesota Timberwolves. ILLINI. Illinois Nation, stand up. Cart, you're on mute, but you're in an Illinois jersey. Your thoughts?
Now I'm unmuted. It's who said this one? It's about damn time. Was it Braun who said it in Miami? It's about damn time. I'm a Timberwolf. Huh?
I think it was Lizzo.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Braun also said it during the championship celebration in 2011 or 2012. Or
Is that what it
2012,
was?
2013.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're both correct.
No, it's fine. We can also, start going off about, women's female singers, and that Greg has the same forehead as Rihanna. But what I'm really trying to say here is that I love this fit. I truly do. I think it really, to me, just I'm surface level here with it. Having Dilly on the team, having Anthony Edwards with what they already had, and then adding in TSJ to that, I love it. I truly do. I think even if you don't want to play him a lot or start him right away, play him behind Jaden McDaniels, you feel really good about it. Strengthens the bench of Minnesota, which I think, though it was good, I think that TSJ boosted. So I really love this.
We are going to be blessed with a second unit that has a backcourt of Rob Dillingham and Terrence Janis Jr.
One of those guys is not going to be in the second unit.
You think Rob's starting? You think Rob's starting over Mike?
Oh yeah.
No, it's Mike, Anthony, Jaden McDaniels, Cat, and Gobert. That's set.
Can we get Gobert out of there? Like,
yes.
They got so many wings now. I got so tired of watching him be just tall, to use the college basketball trope that the haters threw at him in the playoffs this past year.
Yes.
Lean into the wings, lean into the young core. I'm completely with Carter. I love this fit. I mean, again, you talk about the defensive mentality, the defensive identity of the Timberwolves. TSJ fits that. Plus, he's going to get you buckets. Yeah, it seems like a perfect marriage for a guy with a high floor who can be productive right away, and a team that's, has their upside swing that they got earlier in the draft in Rob, that's going to boost them and propel them to make a run to the NBA Finals. Yeah, I love it, man.
We'll do winners and losers at the very end before we wrap. I think we're all going to agree the Timberwolves are on the list of winners. We do have one more pre-recorded interview we want to air. Riley and Carter got to sit down with Alabama's Grant Nelson, Final Four participant, one of the best players in college basketball for next season. Let's run that interview real quick.
Palooza. I am Riley Davis. He is Carter Elliott, and we are joined by Alabama forward Grant Nelson. Grant, appreciate you being on, man. How's the summer going? I'm guessing the whole team's probably in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, it's been great. We've been practicing a little bit, doing workouts, lifting, pretty much just your normal summer, running camps, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to talk a little bit tonight about the NBA draft and looking at some of the guys you played against. But before we even get into that, I sort of just wanted to look back at this past season with Alabama. The knock, y'all probably heard it. We heard it in the media all season on the Tide was, prolific offense. Can they get enough stops? Can they figure it out on defense? Of course, y'all were able to string together 4 straight wins, get to Phoenix, get to the Final Four, and figure it out some on that end. But what led to the turnaround, or was there any one particular turning point that y'all look at?
We're struggling with it all season, and we knew that if we wanted to win games in the tournament, we had to figure out our defense, because we knew our offense was so powerful. But we kind of locked in. We all had the same goal in mind, that was to be national champions. But we fell short to a great team, UConn. But I think we figured things out on the defensive end at the right time, right at the end of the season.
Was there one particular turning point? Because I know some teams, when they go on those runs, they're like, oh, maybe it was this one game, or maybe a moment where you guys came back. And again, was there one specific game or moment you can point to where maybe that flip switch for your team?
I don't think it was one specific moment, because we struggled with it. We talked about it week after week. We have a decent week defensively. We move up a little bit on the Ken Palm defensive rankings. That's kind of what we based where our defense was at in the country. And then we lost to Florida by 20 in the SEC tournament, and that opened our eyes, and that's a team we thought we should have beat, but it was a great team. And I know it stuck with some of our guys, and we knew that we didn't want our season to end, especially with our offense and how good we knew we could be. And that that flipped the switch in some of our guys, I think.
Yeah, even going back to like the tournament run, was there any sense that y'all had or any moment in any of those games where it was like this team really could do it? I mean, maybe it was the Elite Eight game against Clemson when you have Jaren coming off the bench and hitting 5 threes or something. But was there ever a moment where it's like, okay, I think we're starting to figure it out. Like we really could be special.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it all throughout the tournament. There's different guys in each game who stepped up. Like the first game, I think it was Mo Diabate, him, Moagi first game, and then again Grand Canyon game, it was Mo Diabate. A lot of the guys helped off the bench in that game, and then UNC game, it was me, Nick Pringle. I mean, Mark had a significant impact. Aaron Estrada, Rylan, pretty much everyone in that game, and then like you said, Clemson game, Jaren coming in hitting a bunch of threes, Nick getting their guys in foul trouble, getting to the rim and ones right at the end of the game, making us free throws. So, I mean, I think it was just a collective effort. And then us just kind of knowing our level of skill and how we want to play against teams, how we want them to play into us. And I think we all just figured it out, and it worked out perfectly.
For sure.
Yeah, you guys got a very talented, deep team last year, and this year it seems like you even came back and kind of built on that. We've been able to tune in to obviously your guys' media team does a great job of posting like videos of practices and stuff like that. What have these summer sessions and practice been like with all the talent that's present at those practices?
Yeah, I mean it's competitive. It always is. Just the style we run at practice, where everything is like competing for a win, no matter what drill it is. So I mean, it's guys coming in trying to prove that they should play as many minutes as they think they want. So I mean, it's just a lot of guys coming in, a lot of freshmen transfers, people trying to prove that they deserve playing time. Well, I mean, we all have the same goal in mind. So I mean, we're just hungry to have a better year than last year.
Yeah, of course. Like we all know what you can do. We know what Mark's capable of. Most people know what Cliff can do as well. But who are some of like maybe the unknown guys or guys flying under the radar for this year's team? Has anyone particularly impressed you so far in the practices?
Yeah, I mean, LeBaron came in, had a couple of great weeks. I mean, he plays with so much intensity. He can guard the ball. He can score. I mean, he averaged like 35 points a game in high school or something crazy like that. So, I mean, he came in, kind of opened some people's eyes. And then, I mean, Cliff, I mean, he's solid all around.
Yeah.
Guard. I mean, he's just a big presence in the lane. He can score, catch lobs. So, I mean, it's a lot of guys coming in. I mean, Darion, he came in from the Team USA stuff, so I've only seen him for like about a week. But he's solid. All the freshmen really, and then I mean the returners, like I know what they can do. So it's just a matter of us kind of coming together and people figuring out those roles.
For sure. So yeah, we actually want to turn a little bit to talking about the draft, just because we'll be airing this on draft night. Carter and I want to get your scouting report on some of the guys you played against, particularly the ones who are going projected first rounders. Like, let's talk those Kentucky guards. What do teams need to know, or rather, what do fans need to know about Rob Dillingham and Reed Sheppard? Like, what was it like game prepping for those dudes?
Yeah, I mean, guys like those guys, they could come in and have a positive impact whenever in a game. I mean, Rob Dillingham could come in and score 10 straight if you give him the ball. So I mean, it's tough to guard and prepare for guys like those guys. And I mean, whatever team picks them up, they're getting a great basketball player. I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about them, and I mean, they're just great basketball players.
Riley, I'm surprised we didn't start with the player he dunked on. We should start with that. What was it like going up against Donovan Clingan? Obviously, you had the big dunk in the game, but like coming into that game, obviously Clingan's one of the best shot blockers in the country. You were kind of going on this run where you were really just being extremely productive and tough down low in the front court for your team. What was it like going up against, I mean, just a man that massive? And talk about that dunk a little bit, because it was nasty. You had me up out of my seat.
Yeah, we were both in Phoenix. I'm sure both of us collectively were like, okay.
Yeah, that was tough.
No, it was, I think the first time I drove in he blocked my shot. Like I was trying to shoot like a hook layup, and like I've never had that shot blocked in my life. So I was like, oh wow, like we're playing against like someone we've never played against. So I mean, I think he blocked me a couple times. The time before I tried to go up, I thought I got fouled. I mean, they didn't call anything. And then I was like, all right, I'm just gonna try to dunk on him because I'm not like that. I'm either gonna get a foul called on him, or I'm gonna make it and hopefully get a foul called still. So I mean, I got in transition. I saw an opportunity, rose up, and I didn't even touch the rim. I just threw it down, and somehow it went in.
So tough.
All right, last one I got to ask you about. And, off air, I told Grant I'm a Tar Heel. I was, pretty sad, pretty crushed during that Sweet 16 game. But I got to talk about Harrison Ingram some, just because I know this UNC team seemed like they talked a good bit on the court, and I want to know a little bit like what it was like playing against Ingram particularly, and even UNC, like what you saw in that matchup. And you can even speak some to, I mean, really, you took over that game. I mean, I'll give you the floor to speak on that.
Yeah, I mean, great team. I think some of their stars, RJ Davis and Baycott, they didn't play as good as they wanted to, I think. I mean, I feel like we had a really good game plan against some of their guys who don't shoot the ball as well, like Ellie Cadeau, Seth Tremble, where I was the ultimate help guy off of them.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of helped with their two star players. And I mean, I think we kind of just locked in on scouting report. And I think that was the biggest reason why we won that game. And then, I mean, kind of on that stretch where I started to play well, I give like all the credit to my teammates, my coaches for, kind of giving me that confidence and then continuing to, feed me a little bit while I'm hot. And I mean, it all worked out, but it was a team effort. And I mean, I think the thing that won us that game was locking in on scouting report and the preparation we made coming into that game.
For sure.
Yeah, I think you were very locked in. You brought out the rim protector badge that game.
Yeah, he was. Can't confirm. But yeah, Grant, well, we appreciate you taking some time to talk to us, and best of luck as you continue to prepare for the season.
All right, thank you.
Where the rest of these jabronis at, Riley?
We're here.
There they are.
Welcome, boys.
Why do I feel like you and Ralph were just conspiring against us? Like y'all have had enough of me and Carter gassing up Dylan Dessou, AJ Johnson, Miles Kelly, and any other random assortment of guards and wings we so set our sights on.
I wish I could say that was a surprise plot and Ralph and I have a secret plan, but I cannot. Let's conclude with the final picks of the first round. We're like 20 minutes late on this. Appreciate everyone who has waited this long and is still watching the show. We still got 337 people watching this at this point. We ended after Terrence Shannon Jr. goes 27 to the Wolves, Ryan Dunn 28 to the Nuggets, Isaiah Collier 29 to the Jazz, Baylor Shireman 30th to the Celtics, which begs the question, Riley, how happy are you that Kyle Filipowski was not taken tonight?
I would have been happier if Harrison Ingram did get selected. So it's like my happiness isn't fully realized. I believe it was the movie Into the Wild that said happiness is only real when shared. And I'm not quite there. Maybe we'll get there tomorrow night if Ingram goes before Filipowski. But, anytime you can see a Duke player who's, well, I don't want to prey on guys' downfall. I don't want to be that petty on draft night.
Ralph, Baylor Shireman is going to be hitting big shots for the Celtics in the very near future, right?
How did the league let this happen? How he's going to step in, be an upgraded version of what Sam Hauser was this last playoffs. Like, he's going to be awesome, and the Celtics are going to be great again, and it's going to be frustrating.
Cart, that was Hauser brother slander. You're not going to let that fly on your own show, right?
Never ever. The only thing is, it's gonna be scenes in Boston when they're trying to kick Jason Tatum out of town for Baylor Shireman because that's how they operate.
Cart, about an hour ago, somebody asked you, "What are you drinking?" and you replied, "Yes."
Yeah. Oh, I thought they asked me if I was.
No, they asked what, and you replied, "Yes."
Oh, I got that Honda Civic.
Oh, very nice. Okay. Hey, our final guest of the night was also our first guest of the night. We need to get our boy DHill, Dion Hill. Dion, you and I bet all the same bets for this draft. We lost everything but one bet. Let's focus on the one win, though. That was huge. Zach Edey, top 10. Let's go.
And the logic was right on par. I said if Klingon goes early, it wasn't my fault that the top 5, they didn't know what they were doing, but the logic was there, the mindset was there. If Klingon was gone, Grizzlies were going to take Edie.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta take some blame for this, Dion, because I feel like if the Pistons didn't take Ron Holland at 5, things might have shaken out for you a little bit better. So I apologize on behalf of my inept franchise.
I just want to say I don't know who the person the Hornets drafted is until his name was called. I don't know who that person is. I wish him nothing but the best. But if the Pistons didn't take Ron Holland, I'm convinced the Hornets would have after watching like the 30 seconds of highlights the ESPN put up of whoever that guy is.
You're making me feel better about this. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dion, what losing bet that you placed tonight hurt the most?
Probably Klingon, just because like it sounded so good. Like the math was there, everything made sense. I had no idea how I was going to lose. It didn't compute in my brain that he might not go top 5.
You really did come on here like I got the value. Just bet him on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He fell.
I texted G this. Was this yesterday or today where I said either I broke Vegas or they broke me. And Vegas is up 200 on me yet again.
Also, you did text me at 9 a.m. my time, though, which is 6 a.m. your time. So the preparation for this was special. That's where I should have known this went wrong, though. You're way better when you're just a feel guy than a preparation guy. We got to lock back in for that next year.
You know, I'm probably going to delete Microsoft Word.
Yeah. You did say that you were going to take a shot. I think it was say less, and then you were going to pour something. Did you bring something?
Absolutely.
I'll cheers you. I don't have any liquor, but I'll chug this high noon with you.
Hold on a damn second.
Riley Davis, we don't have any we don't have any red wine. Come on.
Yeah, I do. Let me get it.
Yeah, make this happen.
Come on, man. It's we did it.
We're near hour 4.
Are the people forgetting that we did this?
Yeah, this is a message. I know this isn't the end of this. There'll probably be some words after this, but to our ops, like you're like, oh, there's no way they get through that. There's no way they bring that many players on. There's no way they have content that will cover the people for 4 hours of the NBA draft. Well, you were wrong. I want to keep my cuss words down here, but kiss my ass. You did it. All right. And it's because of hardworking, great people like the people that are on here right now and the people behind the scenes and the people watching and supporting us because they support real. And that's what we do. And I cut me off, G, before I start cussing more.
Car's the best of this host, but I want to just say a few words. Y'all can drink while I say this. I just got the notification. We have passed the 4-hour mark of this show. This was the most ambitious attempt at anything we have ever done on this channel. It's the most ambitious attempt at anything I've ever done professionally or non-professionally in our lives. A lot of people's work went into this. It's not just the 4 of us on the screen plus Dion plus the other 21 guests. We had immense help from Guy, who is literally, it's 5 a.m. in Norway right now. And he stayed up through the middle of the night. Every tweet you saw from @SleepersMedia is from Guy, who is still a high schooler, by the way. This kid works extremely hard. He has such a bright future, and we're very lucky to have him be a part of everything that we do. Jacob Karabatsos has produced this entire thing. Jacob Karabatsos is a guy I've loved working with from the very jump of making my way into this industry. And he's on vacation. Again, when we told him we were going to do this on his vacation with no expectation that he'd chip in at all, he said, can I drop it and be there? I can't miss this. I got to be there. And you can tell us if you watch this, but this went about as smoothly from a production standpoint as I could have possibly imagined. Every graphic that you saw, the people coming in and out, this was all Jacob Karabatsos. These guys, Riley and Ralph's effort on putting all of this together, the research behind the players that were drafted. We probably didn't talk enough about the NBA draft guys, but that's because we had great guests. If we did, these guys were prepared. They've been making such great content for us on the channel. I just am huge fans of these guys, both as friends and also in this industry with all they do on their own. To be able to work with them on a regular basis right now is like the heartstrings feels. Carter and I started this 6 years ago and didn't have a clue where it would go. We were happy to just like do this once a week on our own and with nobody listening to us. We just had fun doing it. And to see it grow to like being on the red couch at the Final Four into trying something like this completely on our own, that's crazy. I mean, we did this. We planned it. We orchestrated it. We got the guests. We hosted it. We brought the content. We produced it. We promoted it. This was us and our sponsor, NBA2KLab.com. But I straight up did not think this was possible. And I'm just so thankful for everybody's help that made this happen. I'm thankful to everybody who watched this happen. And as Carter started his toast tonight, you did say what? There's some people who probably thought this would be a disaster, Cart. When we tweeted this out, you probably thought people were preying on the downfall. There were some words at one point that were shared to me that were, you got to be careful of how you conduct yourself because people might not want to work with you. Players won't work with you. We just had 22 of the biggest players in college basketball on the best draft show on the night, in my opinion. So cheers to that. Cheers to everybody on this call, everybody that joined the show. We love you. Thank you for watching this. Thank you, Dion, for being here. I'm going to take a sip of my drink now. And then can we each get one winner, one loser from draft night to wrap the show?
Ooh. I'll say the winner is me because I didn't do any of those pre-recorded interviews or any of the work getting anybody on. So thanks to you guys.
That's crazy, bro.
I was also, excuse me. I was also going to say me as a winner because I put a pillow on my chair about halfway through. Game changer. I knocked over my son's high chair 5 minutes ago, and it did not wake him up. It did not wake my wife up. And I'm also about to have my third bowl of pasta once we get off this call. So shout out to me.
11:35 pasta is crazy,
dude. You get hungry doing these things, man.
You do. Dion, do you want to give a winner or loser?
I feel like the winner has to be me too, since these two went with themselves, right? Like I'm probably the closest thing to nepotism Sleepers has so far. Like just me being a part of this. Like no, okay.
Hey. No, I was gonna say the streets remember pushing OJ. They'll never forget.
Dion, I think in 6 weeks of pushing OJ, we had 13 people watch total. So I guess we've come a long way that 300 people are still watching this right now.
If it's not me, I like the Rockets. I didn't know Reed Shepherd shot 52% from three. I wish my face when I saw that graphic that JK put up, who by the way is probably the real winner of the night. I was watching it obviously when I was off here. He did a phenomenal job. Like it was pretty seamless the whole way through, and honestly, like the graphics were coming up as the picks were coming up on like my YouTube TV. So the timing of it was phenomenal as well. But 52% from three. I don't understand how he didn't start more than 5 collegiate basketball games when he's that good of a shooter. That just doesn't make
Thank you. Thank you.
JK.
Hey, bro, I'm live from Westeros again. You know what I'm saying?
He just came on to say, dude, how are we going to say anybody but the Boston Celtics are winners?
Hey,
I do have legitimate winners and losers.
I'm about to put up that corny ass Jason Tatum. We did it because we just pulled this off. That's all I'm saying.
It's a win. JK, do you want to give a winner and a loser, or just speak from the heart, my friend? The floor is yours.
Well, we're all winners for starters because this was absolutely insane. Like 4 hours and 6 minutes and still going. Just nuts, man. Like all the people actually came through. There were some we weren't sure would. They got here in time. Everyone was cordial. I mean, there was times like poor DHill joins the call and has to wait in the backstage for like 15 minutes because we're listening to Grant Nelson just crazy, man. Like, what a wild night. But, I mean, obviously, like, Rob Dillingham, Terrence Shannon. I mean, Rob and Ant Edwards, the aura is going to be making people faint, as the kids say these days. So, they're the winners.
Yeah, that's a win. Rob, you said you have real winners and losers.
Yeah, Timberwolves, I think, obvious winner. I think the Celtics are an obvious winner. To get somebody, I think I had top 20 in Baylor Shireman at 30, who just fits your timeline, fits your system, fits everything so well. That's got to be a win. We kind of glossed over the fact that the Thunder gave up 5 second-round picks to trade up to get Dylan Jones. That's a lot to me. You probably could have gotten him in the second round. I also have the Pistons and Hornets for all the reasons that we've talked about previously as why we're losers.
That works. When I saw Dylan Jones' film, I literally just was like, I might as well just watch my men's league tape. It's the same.
I like Dylan Jones, the player, but he's never once struck me as a first-round pick, let alone somebody you give up 5 second-round picks. And I know the Thunder have a war chest,
yeah,
but it never struck me as somebody you gave 5 second-round picks to make sure you went up to get.
Can I give a winner? Because Greg, I'm surprised you haven't chimed in about this. You were the man who introduced me to the world of Mantis Buzelis, and the Chicago Bulls got him at pick 11. We've made some jokes on the channel before about the UNC graveyard from this offseason because there was like 10 players. So I told Greg, like, hey, or Carter, or both, probably Ralph too, maybe even JK on the side was like, hey, if UNC gets these guys, we're bringing back the pot as a roof for the first time this offseason. Mantis Buzelis is like the ultimate UNC graveyard guy, where I've heard from people that he really liked Carolina had he gone to college. Shout out to the Bulls for getting him and pairing him with the true Tar Heel and Kobe White. But yeah, love Mantis, love that he aligns with sort of this youth movement that the Bulls are building and the direction they're heading.
He's an all-time quote guy. I've never seen him play, but I've seen 3 quotes of him name dropping other draftees saying they don't want to see me in one-on-one.
Yeah, I love it. I love that dude.
So I loved it too until I realized every NBA GM was like, no, you're wrong. Like you can just fall to 11 and we'll take the dude you say you're better than at 1. Like that's a little weird. My winners and losers, of course the Big Ten's a winner. Zach Edey heard the Boo Birds and he responded and said, yeah, I'll go 9th to a team that might start me day 1. Okay, that's a huge win. I don't know how anybody in the league guards John Morant, Zach Edey pick and rolls right now. Night. Khalil Ware goes 15th overall. He's going to be a legend in South Beach. Genuinely, I could not think of a better spot for him. He can learn from Bam Adebayo. And then while it stunk that Terrence Shannon fell down the list, he still goes first round, and he ends up in a playoff-ready spot where he may end up one of the better players on that team if he fulfills his ceiling. Outside of that, I think a loser for me, honestly, it's kind of oversimple. The Hawks at 1. Like, yeah, we really are sleeping on the fact that you had the first overall pick in this draft and you just turned it into Risache and said, I'll call that a day. And I'm all like, we couldn't try to get creative, move down. We couldn't call Alex Sarr on his bluff. They literally just let the best transcendent player in this class strong arm his way to a worse team at 2. And we're just like, yeah, that's cool. We'll take the French dude. I don't know why we all let that happen. And my team devastated me too.
I would too. You mentioned the Grizzlies before we get to Carter. If you want to laugh, check out John Morant's Instagram story.
Very funny.
Very funny. Y'all covered it because 5 other people pick winners and losers out of a draft of 30 NBA teams. I don't know what y'all expect me to do for that. So this is what I'm going to do here. Loser is me because I had to take bathroom breaks during this time. And that's an indictment of myself. I'm going to have to figure a way to just get over it. It's like Royce White wasn't able to fly. I'm not able to go through a show without going pee. The winner of this is I'm gonna shout out my wife because I spend so much time in this basement between like work and this sleepers thing, and she is like always just go ahead and do it, make it happen, go be great. And I really appreciate her for that, and I also appreciate that she's growing my future draft pick in her right now. We're coming.
Hey, I gotta give a special.
I'm not doing this show. I'm not doing this show in 20 years. I'm gonna be in the green room, dog.
A special winner shout out to my parents as well, because I was like, look, I'm gonna be doing a 4-hour show on vacation, so we can't go out to eat on Wednesday night. And they were like, bet, go to your room, get your work done. We'll cook in the hotel. No questions asked.
That's a win. Which means, in summary, the big winner is me, because all of your families are sacrificing for me. What a bow to put on that show. That was the first and maybe only ever Draftapalooza from Sleepers Media. I have no idea if we'll ever attempt to do that again. Subscribe to the channel. We did see a lot of people asking, is there a way to donate? The best way to support us financially would be to join the Sleepers Discord. Everybody you see on this chat is in that Discord, so go check that out. And yeah, we will be off. Carter and I are off Thursday, Friday. We'll be back next week. Thanks for watching, everybody.